Yeah, man. So who's here at the moment? Is it just you two? There's four people watching. Just so you know, you've been reported to the police. Like, it's serious, yeah?
Word of the day is. I posted more than turn up the volume. I should
Health. Yes.
Now in most videos, they're just trying to get your attention, get you any shit at all. That's what they do. Like this, look here, like that. See, they shake their hand like that, and they relax a little bit. And they just, I think that's the key. One of the things they do is like this. One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. See, like that. Put the hand across the screen. That's that annoying. Is that annoying?
Coffee. Yeah, it's a nice coffee in the morning, right? I mean, it's a nice thing, isn't it? Everyone likes coffee in the morning. I mean, that just seems to be a pattern. Do you like coffee? I like coffee in the morning. First thing, three. That's three numbers across the screen like that. One guy was doing this in the video. It was really annoying me. It was really bugging me. But he seems to get a lot of views because he got bam, bam. See, bam, bam, bam. So they get more views. I don't know. Move a lot. Just make trash content. Just make trash content. Absolute nonsense. Talking like that. Hey, how are your views doing? Are you getting enough views? I don't know. One, two, three, four, five. Five. That's five. Do you like coffee? I like coffee in the morning. First thing, three. That's three numbers. Across the screen like that. One guy was doing this and it was really annoying. It was really bugging me. But he seems to get a lot of views. Do you like coffee? Do you like coffee? I like coffee in the morning. First thing, three. Do you like coffee? I like coffee in the morning. There's so much fucking horseshit out there. There's one guy who made a video about, have you got enough views? He kept on doing this across the screen. He kept on doing this. Well, are you just doing that to make noise? You're just making noise. You're just going like this. Literally. I hate that shit. I do fucking hate it. I really fucking hate it. So, I mean, I want to do it as well, but you got to take the piss. You got to take the piss. If you just move your hand like that a lot and you go like this and you go like that, bam, 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 bam. It's fucking horse shit. Now, I have been online on TikTok and it's not very nice behaviour. I know. I'm actually exhausted. My natural nature is vibrant, let's say. I do hate a lot of the creators that do those little cheap tricks. So I'm hungry. I'm very hungry. Coffee and bacon sandwich. Nice. HV sauce. It's got to be.
Coffee. I like coffee in the morning. Personally,
Good mornings.
that's 300. What guy was doing this? It was really annoying me. It was really bugging me. He needs to get a lot of people. Bam, 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 bam. I don't know. Moving on. Moving on. Make sure.
Have you seen some of the accounts abusing me? I'm good. How are you? Have you seen some of the accounts abusing me? Making pictures of me, AI pictures of me and stuff. A lot that has sexual overtones. Has anyone else seen this shit? This seems beyond obsession. If someone's made an account, yeah, but they just make pictures of me. It's like they're so obsessed and they think it's funny. They're on here now, some of them, watching. Good morning. Oh, it was all right. I fell asleep at like 4. It's like maybe I should. I don't know. I'm so tired, but I think I should maybe try and stay awake. I don't know. It's hard to know what to do. There's such a bunch of absolutely horrible weirdos. Like, I don't know what shocks me more, the horror of it or how horrible they are. Just the fucking level of obsession. Like, dude, just fucking have your wank, get it out of your system, and then calm down, move on. Maybe sleep some more. Yeah,
Doing this. Really annoying me. Really fucking me. Makes you see a lot of views. Just got that. See? That. It's like it. I don't know. Move along. Like chat. That's not. That's the boss. Like that. Hey, what's doing the views? Four, five. That's five. with you? He goes to work. People need him. He comes home. People need him. At the end, there's nothing left. How dare you? Fuck you for making him feel that way. Fuck you for making him feel accountable for his actions. Fuck you for holding him to his words.
It's a sad story.
He's been doing this you can't imagine. He's a man.
It's so silly. He's a man. Oh, God, fuck. Oh, I've come in my pants. I've come in my fucking pants. Oh, I'm wet myself. All he wanted was the cookie jar, but you denied him, didn't you? You denied him. He wanted some cookie, and you said no. No. All he wanted was to have a threesome with your twin sisters. Oh, God, is that too much to ask? Is that too much to ask? Oh, fuck. Fuck! Ah, fuck! Yes.
What is the secret to eternal happiness? Do not argue with stupid people. That's it? I don't think that works.
I love that look. I love the look the cat gives me.
Master, what is the
And
secret?
then one of the cat with a little costume, a little master cat. He looks so cute, but he's a master. He's a wise master to be respected. But he just looks so cute.
What is the secret to eternal happiness? Do not argue with stupid people. That's it? I don't think that works. You are right. Master.
No way out for Trump.
Do you like coffee? I like coffee in the morning. First thing, three. That's three numbers. Across the screen like that, one guy was doing this in the video. It was really annoying me. It was really bugging me, but he seems to get a lot of views because he got bam, bam. See? Bam, bam, bam. Does that get more views? I don't know. Move along. Just make trash content. Absolute nonsense. Talk like that. Hey, how are your views doing? Are you getting enough views? I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. That's 5. Do you?
Outfit of the day, which is actually so cute.
Nice outfit.
Like, it cinches me.
Who am I? If not for my ability to self-destruct? Who am I? If not for my ability to self-destruct? You won't listen to this, but your life depends on it.
I hate this fucking goon. I really hate him so much.
You won't listen to this, but your life depends on it. If you fumble a girl and she's a perfect 10, you go out and you get another one. Stop acting like one girl affected your whole bloodline. Beautiful women are everywhere, in every major city. You know what's rare is a man who's disciplined, dangerous, and actually following his purpose. You are the scarcity. Franco Harris fumbled over 90 times in his career.
Did you see his t-shirt? Look at his shirt open. And he's flicking through his fucking bullshit Bible. His bullshit Coochie Tips Bible. Please be my mentor, Lucas. Look at him flicking through that book like a twat.
You won't listen to this, but your life depends on it. If you fumble a girl and she's a perfect 10,
If you fumble a girl,
and you get another one.
You go out and you get another one. Yeah, mate, look, you couldn't get one girl, so shut the fuck up. If you fumble a girl and she's a perfect 10, go out and get another one. Because it's cute.
Still, he won 4 Super Bowls. He became a football legend. And if a Hall of Famer can fumble 90 times and still win big, you can survive fumbling too. Stop stalking your last ex. Get back in the game. The fumble didn't end your season. You did when you decided to stay down. You won't listen to this, but your life depends on it. If you fumble a girl and she's a perfect 10, you go out and you get another one. Stop acting like one girl affected your whole bloodline. Beautiful women are everywhere, in every major city. You know what's rare is a man who's disciplined, dangerous, and actually following his purpose. You are the scarcity. Franco Harris fumbled over 90 times in his career.
Which are in terms of...
Why do you think religious people are always trying to control culture?
Because control is the point. It's never just about faith. The minute somebody starts talking about protecting society, what they usually mean is they want everybody else trapped inside their personal discomfort. Music, comedy, sex, language, art, film, all of it suddenly becomes dangerous the second it slips outside the imagination of frightened little authoritarians with a moral slogan and a voting bloc. And they never come at it honestly. They never say, we want power over what you can say, hear, watch, and create. No, that would sound ugly. So they dress it up. Family values, decency, protection.
When you think about it. Oh, when you think about it. When you think about it. Good morning, Suzanne. Good morning, Suzanne. Good morning, Suzanne. I did sleep. I got about 4 hours sleep or something. I'm feeling okay-ish. I mean, I slept a lot yesterday.
Why do you think religious people are always trying to control?
When you're feeling jealously,
Why do you
You know, when
think
you feel
religious
jealousy, you feel badly.
When you're feeling jealously,
Yes,
you're feeling badly.
it's true. It's true.
When you're feeling jealousy,
Yes, yes.
you're feeling sadly.
You do, yes.
You're feeling sadly.
Yes, it's true.
Jealousy is no good.
It's no good.
Feeling jealousy,
You feel jealousy.
feeling badly.
You feel badly, yes.
Feeling sadly.
You feel sadly.
Feeling sadly.
Yes.
Jealousy is sadly.
Jealousy is sadly.
Is sadly.
Jealousy is sadly. If you think about it. Oh, you got a new phone. Oh yeah? Well, fuck you. Fuck you. Yeah? You got a new phone. Fuck you. Yeah, how about that? I'm not jealous, but fuck you. You got a new phone. Fuck you. I ain't jealous. I'm not jealousy. I'm not jealously. Fuck you, though. Fuck you. I'm not jealous. I have fucking self-introspection. Introspection. Yeah? What? What? I know what you're thinking. What? Oh, it's refurbished. Oh, poor you. But fuck you. Fuck you for that. Fuck you for that. With your new phone. Oh, look, I've got a fucking... Oh, it's only refurbished. It's only refurbished. Oh, it's only been refurbished. Yeah, we know that means like brand new, basically. Refurbished. Well, they fucking opened up and fucking dusted that out and whatever. Oh, it's been refurbished, you can't. You blatantly robbed it from some kids or some shit. Is it, what is it, an iPhone, is it? Is it a refurbished iPhone 15? I mean, imagine the kids in Africa, yeah? Think about it again. Oh, God, fucking... They would probably fucking... They'd probably murder for that. Yeah? From Swappy. Oh, my. Is it nice? I can't wait. I'm looking forward to when I make enough money. I'm going to buy a nice phone. Yes, I'm going to do it. Believe it. You better believe it. I'm going to make lots of money.
Wait a minute, this just...
What's stopping me?
I should be in a...
They all have phones. Lol. Oh my God, wow. Jesus Christ. Wow. What a figure. I love all the sexy ladies on TikTok with their gorgeous dresses.
I charge monthly. Do women ever worry about their performance in bed or only blame men? I once shouted, "Please participate," when she was on top doing absolutely nothing. Please participate. Please participate. Participate. I created a fake account and started chatting with my hubby. He just told me my wife died 3 years ago. Text me when you get home. I think she's homeless. You guys pray I do well on this test I'm about to take. Quote tweet. I see you guys didn't pray at all. Oh, that was making my back hurt. That's funny. Try not to laugh, dark humor edition. When I die, I want to die like my grandfather, who died peacefully in his sleep, not scream like all the other passengers in his car. A guy walks with a young boy into the woods. The boy turns to him and says, "Hey, mister, it's getting really dark and I'm scared." The man replies, "How do you think I feel? I have to walk back alone."
Blue collar men are just something else. A blue collar
Blue collar men are just something else. She's such a fucking manipulative bitch. Yeah, I know. Does he get lots of shit from trolls? Yeah.
Do women ever?
No, I'm following him. I think. My Gay Fabulous. That sounds cute. Let me go and get it.
Worry about their
But blue collar men, as in like poor guys, are something else.
performance in bed, or only blame men.
blue collar men are just something else. A blue collar man will still turn up to work even if he's got a sprained ankle. His knees have been hurting since 2010 and his back, he can't even remember when he did it hurt. At this point, their neglect of their own bodies is almost just part of their personality at this
Yeah, they're gonna be shit in bed then, aren't they? They're his ankle's fucked and he's got a bad back. He ain't gonna be very good in bed, is he? Alright, that'll be good one. You don't understand how hard he works. His back is fucked. His knees don't work anymore. He's got a broken ankle. Of course he's shit in bed. It's just so fucking stupid. He's got erectile dysfunction. Give him a break. Give him a fucking break. You can't get a boner anymore.
The wrong motherfucker this time. They didn't know you had it in you, and they did not see it coming.
Oh look, this guy. Look, here's a guy, right, who does that, like, you know, motivation, get out there and do it. But this is all right. Like, this is like, it's much better. It's much more palatable. Check this out. Look.
They grouped up against the wrong motherfucker this time. They didn't know you had it in you, and they did not see it coming.
Like that's all right, you know. They fucked with the wrong motherfucker in you, didn't they, boy? Yeah, they don't realize how Batman you are. Yeah, you're Batman them. It's like, wake the fuck up. You know, all that shit. Normally it's like, wake up, you're a pussy, you're no good, stop that shit, drop the fucking pasty.
You have $4. You have $4. Now, I have been getting bullied online on TikTok, and it's not very nice behavior. I'm actually an alright person with you, buddy. Yes, I think so. I'm quite nice in a way. I feel like good quality entertainment, friendly things, and
10 years ago, to be trans was a mental fucking illness. And now all of a sudden, people like you have fucking weaseled your way in the world.
I hate men. They're such goons.
I don't care. I don't care who's doing better than me. I'm not in competition. Nigerians figured out dating and it's...
Here we go. Here's this fucking twat again. Here's this fucking twat again to lie to women.
Nigerians figured out dating, and it's uncomfortable how simple it is. There's no middle lane in Nigeria. She's either a friend or your wife. That's it. Girlfriend is a forbidden word. It's just, are we merging bloodlines here or not? And if you tell your Nigerian parents, I like her, they ask for what purpose? That's why divorce rates in Nigeria are under 3%, but in the West, they're over half. Nigeria commits.
No, well, I tell you what happens in Nigeria, like in Arabic countries, that you can't divorce your husband because he'll fucking beat the fuck out of you. Oh my god.
Watch what happens when you light a Dorito on fire.
It's like that £1 PS5 live only on. Thank you so much for follow me. Thank you so much for support. Big respect for everyone. Thank you. Николай, Анна, Трофититан, Сама, Ребит, what more can we get?
Hello. How you doing, buddy? Oh, good. This could be some good troll opportunity. Oh, here we go. This could be a good troll opportunity. Your name is Mary. Are you kidding me? Your name is Mary. Hi, Mary. I guess that's your son on your account. He's a big boy. What are they on about? What is this about? No, who the fuck is this? Is that her son? Is that Mary? Don't tell me that's Mary. Oh, that's Mary's mate. Yeah, you ain't Mary, mate. Fuck off, you cunt. Let's have a look here. Mary. He's a big boy. Fuck off, you muppet. Piss off, you muppet. Oh, what the fuck? It's fucking ridiculous. Fuck me. Piss off, you muppet. You just think that's so ridiculous? Yeah, I'm Mary. Yeah, right. And my name's fucking Jane. Mary. Fuck off, Mary, you little cunt. Fucking bullshit. Yeah, Mary, yeah. Yeah, and I'm Jesus. What a fucking muppet. It's crazy. Hi, I'm Mary. I think we could be friends. Are you single? Oh, so funny, so funny. This is one of my favorite ones. I like this one. I like this one a lot.
What is the secret to eternal happiness? Do not argue with stupid people. That's it?
So wise cat.
I don't think that works.
Oh!
You are right.
Exactly, you are right. It's so good. He goes, you're right. And that guy does a stupid full smile. He goes, that self-satisfied full smile. He said, the look he gives him. Really? Like, really? And I love it. You are right. He truly is a master, see? Oh, what a cunt. What a cunt. Master, what's the secret to eternal happiness? Do not argue with stupid people.
I wasn't going to post this, but
oh, here he is again. I wasn't going to post it. Look, he's got his Coochie Tips Bible. Look, for some reason, I want something bad to happen to this dude, yeah? See, I feel those things too. I'm not going to make it happen to him. I just wish it. I wish he gets hurt. I'm not going to stalk him. I just wish... I wish something bad happens to him.
I wasn't going to post this, but women had endless attention over the past 5 years, and they treated it like infinite inventory. They rejected the good men because
He's got his little fucking stupid book. He's got a little Coochie Chips Bible trying to promote his fucking retard book.
I wasn't going to post this, but women had endless attention over the past 5 years.
Nice sunglasses.
And they treated it like infinite inventory. They rejected the good men because abundance made them arrogant. Now the dating market flipped, and the guys they ignored got better, richer, and more disciplined with more status than you can even imagine. And the women who thought they could circle back, they're learning a disgusting rule about life. Their options expired. That's why women are complaining.
No. This guy is awful. Her arrogance came due. Why the fuck is he wearing sunglasses? Look at him. Look what a fucking goon. Like, I literally, like him, I hate him so much. I want him to fall over and the car run over his head. Right? But I ain't gonna fucking, I'm not even gonna comment. And I follow him, obviously, so it's my fault that I'm seeing him a lot. But I'm not gonna like fucking go and like false report his fucking account. And he's got his little fucking shitty book he's trying to promote, acting like he's reading it, like he's going through it. Yeah, man, I was reading my fucking amazing Coochie Tips book, and like, here's the thing about women, man. We have been working really hard. Our status has gone through the roof. Our status. I'm a high status male. Yeah, right, mate. That's why you're going on about it. You're so not bothered by women. That's why you dedicated your life to a little shitty channel on women hate. That's the funniest thing at all. There's guys on there that say stuff like, you know, they act like they're not bothered by women, but you've dedicated your life to a channel on women hate. So you are obsessed with women, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That looks like a dildo.
You know what I like?
Damn, I look good, and can't nobody feel like I could. Yeah, okay, I got a little fat butt. My shorty told me that he like it like that shit. I'm happy.
Oh my God, so good.
If you're a woman and you have a man in the tunnel and you can love him through that, you will own him for the rest of your universe life.
He's a horrible one as well, Tony Robbins.
When we first moved in, I had absolutely... Why is a woman putting pressure on you when to propose? You should be like, okay, we need to get married, we need to sort this out, we need to start a family. They've stopped being able to make responsible decisions. And as a result,
they've stopped being able to make responsible decisions. God, she's another one. What's her name, this one? I think it's an Arabic name she's got, this one. She's another cunt. Just like manipulating the manosphere.
Well. After today's events, it now looks increasingly likely that Lucy Letby...
What did I say about that? Prophet Muhammad was 50 or 53 years old when he sexually penetrated Aisha. No. She was 9 years old. She was 9 years old.
The thing is, though, it's true. The Prophet was an old man when he fucked a 9-year-old girl. I mean, that's not... That's what it is. Yeah? So why are they attacking him?
I had no teeth on the...
When I was undercover, I spent...
Now, Prophet Muhammad was 50 or 53 years old.
I had no teeth on the top.
I bet he gives a wicked blowjob.
Pull them out. I had really many
Poor
teeth.
geezer.
When I was undercover, I spent over 10 years in the company of criminals, and some of them were absolute hoot to be around. They were so funny, witty, charming, smart. But if only they weren't so bone-eyed or so-and-sos, if only they didn't have such a high opinion of themselves so that they would go to work and graft hard every day, like the overwhelming majority of people do, then I think they would have been successful in whatever sphere they'd gone into. But oh no, that was all a bit beneath them. They were gangsters. They operated, you know, on...
Oh my god, that's a sexy outfit. Jesus Christ.
Darkest Anglo-Saxon. The problem with employment in the UK, it's a mentality thing, yeah? Listen, I'll turn up, I'll do whatever I need to do to fulfill the job. It's all performative. And then other than that, I will not take on some fake identity or some fake facade. I will not pretend to be your best friend if I'm not. I will not pretend that your authority is anything more than a fucking title given to you to do some bullshit at work because you just sucked off the fucking rules.
This is the story of a girl named Rapunzel. And it starts with the sun.
Why me?
There's more of these fucking rape shit videos, look.
Why me?
Because the juice pumping through your veins belongs to the man who slaughtered my father.
Then punish me, spiky monster.
One.
I hate this shit.
Wait. All that work that you put in, nobody care about the work that you put in and how many times. Did you ever think that maybe there's more to life than being really, really, really ridiculously good looking? What is this? A center for ants? What? How can we be expected to teach children to learn how to read if they can't even fit inside the building? Derek, it's just a... I don't want to hear your excuses! The center has to be at least 3 times bigger than this. He's absolutely right. He's going for it.
Sometimes me feel just...
Hear me out. I know it's been raining and...
They lied to you.
They lied to you.
They lied to you, man.
Yeah, that's right, man.
They lied. They wasn't telling the truth. They lied. Are you going to allow that? Yes. Are you going to allow it? Huh? Look at the state of me.
I have gotten almost 3 million views just using one TikTok feature. And it literally...
Thank you, Windows.
Thank you, Windows, you cunt.
Grab his dick and twist it! Oh my god, dude, it's an MMA fight, dude. Too much. Twist that dick! Twist his dick! Twist his dick! Oh my god. Oh, dick twist! Grab his dick and twist it! Oh my god, dude, it's an MMA fight, dude. Too much. Twist that dick! Twist his dick! Twist his dick! Oh my god. Oh, dick twist! Grab...
Having darker skin means I'm more prone to getting dark spots on my face.
What do you think is rude? Are you staring at my face, or am I telling you to move your ass out of the way because you're staring at my face and blocking customers? Not in fat vanilla mocha for Elaine.
Look, I apologize. It's just, I'm a plastic surgeon. And you have Treacher Collins.
I do? Oh my god.
If you're interested, come in for a consult. I think I could help you. Cheek implants are made of bone grafted from the back of your skull. Sounds worse than it is. Fix the droop here.
What do you think is rude? Are you staring at my face, or am I telling you?
I made 31K in the first 7 days.
31K? Bro, I gotta try this shit out.
Hey, yo, Big Red, lose! I don't lose! I win! That's my job! That's what I do!
I was in pursuit of absolute power, the 3 corners, omnipresence, omnipotence, and omniscience. Within this wank-tangle, I was becoming Christ himself, embodied in my flesh and my blood.
Oh, that is so true.
I'm sorry, did you make me forget?
Let me see.
You should be ashamed.
lemonade without a permit, and he's impersonating a veteran. Not okay. Stolen dollar is a major crime.
Did you just say stolen dollar?
100%. $3 for lemonade in support of veterans. He's clearly not a veteran. He didn't fight for this country.
He's 11 years old.
Yeah, I know, which is why it's ridiculous for him to be saying he's a vet. It's physically impossible for him to be one of those.
Exactly. So why is he defending a police car?
Because he's impersonating one.
Arresting an 11-year-old.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
If anybody today stop scrolling because the lift in this thing is actually insane. Because why does it actually look
हमारे जो काउंसलर हैं वो कोई काम नहीं कर रहे हमारे जो बुनियादी मसाइल हैं उनके हल के लिए उनके पास कोई प्रोग्राम नहीं होता है ना वो कोशिश करते हैं पेड़ों की तरह काउंसलर हाथ में बैठे रहते हैं कोई बोलने वाला भी नहीं होता कि हमारे जो काउंसलर हैं वो कोई काम नहीं कर रहे हमारे जो बुनियादी मसाइल हैं.
Women don't understand logic. They're specific about what to destroy, though. A woman will walk out on her own family because you sent a text message. A text. Not an
I hope this guy dies.
If there's one. If there's one secret to happiness in my life,
it's your mum.
What's something you couldn't believe you saw, so you had to screenshot it? The precise moment of impact when my father got knocked out. Every time we argue, I send him that pic, so he knows his power is limited to being folded by a man named Keith.
To be in a chokehold by your youth is not a position I want to be in.
Because you got teed off on by Keith.
Teed off.
I got a new little toy and I'm going to try it out for the first time with you guys. So let me just put it on. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Ooh.
I will not attend another of those incidents.
I could dance around the subject, but I like you, Douglas. I want to be straight with you.
Oh.
I used to be a man, Douglas.
Young girls have never before been more psychologically endangered than they are.
I got you what you need. I need you all you need. I'm begging, baby, please.
You want to know why men don't talk about their feelings? Because when a man tells a woman how he feels, then the woman's going to react with some way about how she feels about him telling her how he feels, and then he's going to end up having to console her for how she feels, for him telling her how he feels.
What are you talking about?
He wanted to feel understood, and now he has to take care of her feeling. Not put any consideration or understanding for him trying. I'm going to go into coverage and ask.
Talking about men not taking no for an answer. Women have had enough of men abusing them on social media. They start with a kiss and they end up with a belt.
Or 2 bricks.
Or 2 bricks. 2 bricks, Kitty.
I just think women need to run the world now at this stage.
I love my friends for the music.
You don't even know me, hum-a-dee-beep, so why do you judge my life, my life? My life? You judge my life? Why did you judge my life? Why did you judge my life? You judge my life, you judge my life. Why did you judge my life? You judge my life in a wee. You judge my life in a wee. Oh my God, so good story. Oh my God, so good story. Ha-dee-beep, ha-dee-beep. I make the best motherfucking stories. I make the best stories. I make them up out of my ass. I make them up out of my ass. I make these crazy stories out of my ass. I make them up out of my ass, out of my ass, out of my ass. I make these stories up. I make these stories up out of my ass. These stories come straight out of my ass. These stories come straight out of my ass. I make these stories up on the go. Have you heard my stories? Have you heard my stories? Addy beep, addy beep beep. Have you heard my shitty story? Have you heard my stories? Have you heard my shitty stories? I got some shitty stories. I've got some shitty, boring, crappy little stories. My stories are so crappy. My stories are so crappy. I make crappy stories. I make crappy stories. Have you heard my stories? Addy beep, addy beep, beep. Have you heard my shitty stories? Have you heard my shitty stories? I make up shitty stories. Shitty stories? I make up shitty stories. I make up shitty story. Have you heard my story? Going live later today? Yeah, that's right, mate. Because of course. Dola. Oh, that's got good, isn't it? Got good reviews, isn't it, Dola? I've heard about the Dola. Of course. Don't be a prick about it. Of course. Do you know my motherfucking... Oh, Sexify photo editor. Oh, yeah. Selfie X. Oh, yeah, so hot. How to make myself look hot. Oh, my so hot things really when you think about it, guys. I'm just so hot, so sexy. It's not easy being that hot. You're not as hot as me. I'm so hot, so chatty. So nice. Yes. Well, something like that. I got some shitty stories. Have you heard my shitty stories? My stories are so shitty. My shitty stories. I like my shitty stories. Addy beep, addy beep, addy beep, beep. Have you heard my shitty story? Have you heard my shitty stories? I make up shitty stories. Your name is Mary. Are you kidding me? I make up shitty stories every day. I make up shitty stories every day.
I just
Hello,
wanted to
buddy.
see what they said to me because I knew I wasn't going to be on there. I actually.
Mamacita, mamacita, qué bonita.
Hello. When you think about it, woman opens fire employee at gas station. What a crazy bitch. What a crazy woman. Did you kill him?
So how you feel about Philly today? I ain't gonna lie, Philly is different. Oh, shit. So, how y'all feel about New York today? Go crazy, go crazy.
Is that real?
Alright, so, what are the scariest spots in New York City?
110 Central Park North. It's a zombie land.
Alright, so how y'all feel about New York today? It's cold. Yeah. Alright, come on.
HBO Max is. You're not losing your man because he doesn't love you. You're losing him because you don't respect him. Okay?
Wait a minute. This just.
How you doing, buddy? Hey, when's your time your doctor's appointment, your dentist appointment?
Be a bitch.
Posting consistently, but not
Nice.
seeing enough product purchase.
Kids sees all that.
I shit my pants.
Eva, in September, the Prime Minister stood at this dispatch box and told the House he. Full confidence in Peter Mandelson, a man whose relationship with convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein was public knowledge. The Prime Minister knew and bagged him anyway. Now he claims he had no idea that this twice-fired government minister had failed MI6 vetting, despite journalists putting that directly to Downing Street that very same month. Mr. Speaker, we all know that the Prime Minister appointed Mandelson because he owes his job to him.
Yep.
He appointed him, he defended him, and now he claims to know nothing. He is gaslighting the nation. So let's call this out for what it is. The Prime Minister is a barefaced liar, and if he had any decency left...
Order. Sit and leave. Leave now.
What a cunt.
Speaker, in September...
Leave now. Why? What a cunt. He's just a cunt. I don't lose. I win. I win.
If you've got £5, I'll show you a nick. I'm saying the North.
Yes, that's what they say. That's what they say. Yes, that's what I believe. I've heard that's what they say. Yes. I mean, I believe it's the truth, isn't it? I mean, you never know. It could be. It could be, my friends. Oh, nice.
Hello, Amir. Hello. How are you, Habibi? How are you? You look lovely.
Was that my dagger? Was that my dagger? Look at you. Was that my dagger? What you want to make, little violent cunt? Was that my dagger? No. At the her name was Lola. Oh my God, so nice name. That's the truth. Yeah, they've been telling lies, man. They've been telling lies. Don't believe the lies, yeah? Yeah, that's right. Yes, it is. I wonder who the other horrible goons are that are just sitting here watching me fucking edging. I can't remember who said that. Just sitting there edging. That's so naughty. That's so cheeky. Yeah, babe, sitting there edging, innit? You know how it is? Kiss accused. Sitting there edging. That's so ridiculous. Sitting there on the edge. Driving themselves crazy. Adam Hamidi Beep.
Every time we break, we stop.
What they doing? Have you heard my music? Yeah, I know. They're just watching me fucking edging, mate. They love it. They never get there, though. They're pure babe station. They never finish themselves off. They're just edging. They're like, oh, fuck. Fuck. When you think about me. Wait, today. Wait. Today is today Thursday, or is it Wednesday? Isn't it Wednesday? So I went on. So I take 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I've taken my medication today. Okay, you're there. I'm trying to figure out who the edges are. There's some edges. Just edging non-stop. I saw a profile yesterday where someone fucking took all these pictures of me and like you made lots of AI pictures of me, the edges, yeah. There's all sorts of weird ones. Lots of them with like sexual overtones and shit. It's like, dude, I know you fancy me. Yeah, I know I'm some scruff or whatever, but just don't edge. Just get it out. Just get it out. Release the tension and move forward with your life. Oh, here we go. We've got another troll, have we? Hi, my name's Tammy and I'm single. Hi, my name's Tammy and I'm single. Hey, maybe we could get to know one each other and become friends. I don't know. You're right, Tammy. You fucking muppet. Gooners. That's right. They love it. They love it. They love a bit of goonage. They've been gooning. So hot. So hot. Love a bit of goonage. Every day, baby. Every day we be gooning. Well, you don't even know what goonage is. Get out of it, you schleg. You don't know what it is? Yeah, gooning, man. You got a goon, baby. Every day, baby. Every day. Man, I goon every day, baby. I goon like there's no tomorrow. Eternal edging. Yeah, you got to go to the edge. You got to be on the edge for so long that you go crazy. Yeah. Oh, my God.
You might regret that too. You were never choosing between pain and peace. If you get married to a woman, you will regret it. But if you don't get married, you might regret that too. You were never choosing between pain and peace. You were choosing between two different pains all along. If you start a business, you could go bankrupt. But if you don't, you stay where you are. That's the human trap. Freedom creates doubt. There are three parts to every decision you make. It's what you gain, what you lose, and what will haunt you later. Adults don't chase perfect choices ever. They choose the burden that they can carry. So you will regret something either way, no matter what you choose. Make sure you.
For some reason, like, now again, I'm not going to go and stalk him, but for some reason, I hope he falls over and a tractor runs over his head. Do you know what I mean? Like, I hope someday he just walks along and he just trips and he falls over and a tractor just runs over his head. Do you know what I mean? Does that make me bad? Does that make me? Am I a bad person now? Because I'd like him to fall over and like have his head squished like a grape by a tractor. Do you know what I mean? Like, does that make me? Am I bad? Am I a bad person now? I hate that geezer so much. He's flicking through his little coochie tips book like he's reading it. Another one is holding a coffee like this while he's fucking chatting. He's like, "You're right, mate. You having a fucking stroke or something?" Fucking muppet. Fuck off, you slag. Tips all day, baby. Coochie tips all day. Do you know what I'm saying? Coochie tips all day. Do you know what I mean? You get the coochie tips every day, all day. Do you know what I mean? Coochie tips. That's what it is, man. Don't even look at me like that. Don't look at me like that. Why are you looking at me like that? Please don't look at me like that, please. Yeah, coochie tips, dude. He's such a fucking spaz.
Has a return. If you
Fucking stupid little tune. Down low, low, la low, 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 la low, 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 la low, 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 low. That's right, dude. Put your sunglasses on while you're inside. Get your fucking black coffee and read your coochie tips Bible, dude. But you are going to be wanking it into the night in you again. Have you noticed that? Have you noticed you've been following all these little tips and you still ain't getting laid? You know why that is? Because you're a knob. Yeah, that's what it is, Wayne. That's the trick that you never knew. They never told you. Here's the trick they never told you. Here, number one, you're a complete dickhead. Yeah? What are you going to do about that? Yeah? Two, you're a fucking prick. Low, 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 la, low, low, la, low, 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 down, bang, bang, ba, bang, bo, low, low. Trying to sound so badass. It's like, mate, look at me. He's holding his fucking coffee mug like he's fucking had a stroke.
Nobody's said this before. The more a woman loves you,
What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you actually doing? What's he doing?
Because a woman only loves you because of what you do for her.
A woman only loves you because of what you do for her. No shit, you cunt. What, you ain't going to do nothing for her? Hey, I'm just a fucking bloke. I'm just a bloke with a dick. Surely that's good enough. Do something for you. What? Fuck that shit. Oh, fuck that shit. I've been listening to the fucking tune. Low, 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 now, 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 low, low. Fuck off, you muppets. Oh my god. Oh, sexy lady, so nice. Oh, so sexy outfit, so good. Oh my god, so good. Love that.
Nigerians speak so poetic when they're upset. Instead of saying I'm mad, they'll say my enemies have succeeded. My professor once said they've made an assassination attempt on my life when he slipped on a piece of paper. So dramatic. Assassination attempt. Instead of saying he's full, my Nigerian friend says his waistband is suffering. We are too poetic. Bro, we are too poetic. His waistband is suffering. Wow. Instead of saying someone is stupid, my Nigerian friend said wisdom is chasing her, but she's faster. My dad, what will kill me has not yet been born. Oh my god. Whenever my dad decided he's not gonna whoop us, he'd say, today is your Christmas, but next time will be your Halloween. I got out my seat for a black man with a broken ankle so he could sit down. And he got up for a white woman. I'm so sick. Men should understand that some of these girls bring friends to a date because of safety, not for food and drinks. Some replied, then why are they eating and drinking? They should be out here checking the perimeter. What's the surveillance watch thing? Oh, that's jokes. Police stopped me and said, papers? I said scissors, I win, and left. I think he wants a rematch. Bro's been chasing me for 45. That's stupid, bro. The first time I got cheated on, I finally understood pain. I started drinking heavy, stopped eating, and I barely slept. If my boyfriend wasn't there to support me, I would have passed away.
Low, 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 bum, biddy, bum, badum, bidoo, doo.
You made your track with Suno?
She can't handle it.
Low, 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 low. What are you doing?
These demons or this dark stuff, where does this stuff come from? Is it within us when we're born, or does it come in after we're here?
No, it usually comes in after we're here, and our parents and our society sets us up.
You want to know why men are going on that fishing trip and are not?
You want to know why men are going on that fishing trip? Yeah, to fucking tug off their mates.
You want to know why men are going on that fishing trip and are not speaking, sitting in front of the campfire and not saying a goddamn word, or why they can just sit there working on their truck and not even communicate, not talk to you? The reality of it is that men are consistently chasing that silence rather than the noise, the inconsistencies, the drama, and the fakeness in other people. Men find strength and harmony within the silence, a sense of peace. Their minds are consistently working overtime and constantly having to think about bills and how to put food on the table. That next project they gotta do. Consistent nagging of someone in their ear telling they're not doing enough. Silence becomes strength, harmony, and peace.
Fuck you hooker.
If you're using chat.
Low, 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 low. Haddy be bow, low, low. Oh my god, it's another hammer up, low, low. Up, down, left, right, and then low, low. Up, down, left, right, and low, low. When I sing daily, I sing my song daily. I sing my song daily. Low, 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 up, down, left, right, then you go low, low. Spectrum. Isn't that the new Bond film, isn't it? Up, down, left, right, then you go low, low. Everybody sing my song, I say no, no. Oh my God, my song is so shit, yo, yo. Spectrum. That's the Bond film, isn't it? With Dave Bautista.
What if I told you Insane was working 50 hours a week in some office for 50 years, at the end of which they tell you that...
It is. Have you seen the train scene? Like when he runs up and he kicks the table and have the fight. That's really good. I like that scene really much.
She does what she wants.
I haven't seen it all, but I've seen that scene when Dave Bautista's in it. Have you seen it?
Oh my God. Nothing worse.
Yeah.
I just take the whole thing down to the bin sheet.
All round good film, yeah? What was your favourite scene? Wait! You're not trolling me, are you? Are you trolling me? Are you... Don't tell me you're trolling me and I blagged you. No, don't tell me that. It is, bro. You fucking knob. Fuck off, you dickhead. I know you're asking if I'm on the spectrum, weren't you? All you had to do was say, hey, dude, how's it going? And be genuine, yeah? Yeah, I was testing you and you failed, you fucking knob. Yeah, ha, 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 exactly, you fucking retard. Not at all. Just ask me, say, hello, dude, whatever. Spectrum, question mark. Just be genuine. Just be genuine. What you should have said is like, no, dude, what I mean is, do you have ADHD or something? That would have been genuine, yeah? Fix up, look sharp. You've just been had. Yeah, I've got severe ADHD. I have severe ADHD. Oh, no, leave. Oh, okay. I was going to give him a chance to say sorry or whatever. You might have been all right. Oh, my God, that's a sexy outfit. Time out, sure. Low, 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 low. Up, down, left, right, then you go low, low. Oh, my God, that's such a sexy dress, yo. I hope they don't trip on it, though. That's the only thing.
Nobody, like at all, nobody. So it's very simple. I stay in my house and my little puppy I just got, and I don't fuck with nobody. I don't go anywhere. I don't go to parties. I barely go outside, like literally, because I don't fuck with nobody. Yeah, I don't fuck with nobody, like at all, nobody. So It's very simple. I've said this once and I'll say it again.
I hate it. Look how he flicks the page. Look how he flicks the page. Yeah, check this out.
I've said this once and I'll say it again. A man has one guarantee in this life, that he is disposable. They don't love you. They use you. There are 3 states for men. They're needed, they're tolerated, and then they're replaced.
He's always got steps. That's how you do it. You got to do it in steps. It's always, you have to simplify issues that actually require nuance. You always have to simplify issues that require nuance and thinking.
Brings on one of the days. Take it slow, but it's not.
I don't have your money. This isn't like skipping out on the check. You owe me money. I have interests. You owe them money. I don't even know how much money I owe you. $33,000.
He's up!
You, Minge, put me on 5-minute timeout. Colin, leave this one for a sec. Yeah. You, Minge, put me on 5-minute timeout. You want Spectrum? Oh, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, boy? What's your next comment? Go on. Let's see your next comment, you little muppet. Let the hatred flow through your body, my friend. Let the hatred flow through your body. What's your next comment? Go on. You Minge, put me on a 5-minute timeout. All you want, Spectrum. You're so happy, aren't you? You got no reply, have you? Go on, Colin. Do as you wish. Do as you wish with him. You've got no reply.
I've no more fucks to give. My fucks have run at drop.
Imagine looking like that. Oh, shit, mate. Imagine looking like that. Ow! I don't know. Come back from that one. Imagine looking like that. Imagine watching someone looking like that, writing little comments, yeah? Imagine looking like that. Yeah, he's not going to come back from this, mate. Yeah. We didn't have a little fucking tug. Why is it not working? It's not working. What the fuck? Yeah, laters. Fucking goon. Check this guy's hard drive. See? How weak is that? How weak is that? Fucking goon. At least be funny. Yeah? Funny.
If you're in the UK, there's a simple way to make £3,000.
Say I, McKenna, promise, Daddy, that I will not have any boyfriends. Have any boyfriends? Say it. Say, I will not have any boyfriends.
I just want to look at them though.
Say, I, McKenna.
Busy women are not attractive. You want to...
God, Jesus Christ, look at this guy. He's always got his fucking coffee like he's actually fucking doing it. Look.
Busy women are not attractive. You want to know who's hot? Girls with empty calendars. And nobody says this, but a full schedule means that she has a full audience. Too many guys are in rotation in her life, and she calls it high value, but it's not.
It's the worst self-projection in the world is these guys.
The stretch on this skirt is crazy, bro. This skirt.
You ever notice how some people think the whole world is broken only in the direction of them? Everywhere they go, there's an idiot. At the drive-thru, idiot. At work, idiot. On the freeway, idiot. At the grocery store, idiot. At home, surrounded by idiots. These people live like they've been cast in a documentary called Trapped Among Morons. That's the amazing part. They trust their own bad luck more than basic fucking arithmetic. Now, look, I'm not saying there aren't assholes. Of course there are assholes. Human beings are one of nature's sloppiest little disasters. There are plenty of rude, loud, selfish, pushy, entitled pricks out there making life harder than it needs to be. That's what people hate. Self-examination. Nobody wants to look in the mirror and think, maybe I'm the pain in the ass. No, that would require honesty. And honesty is bad for the ego. The ego wants an enemy. The ego needs a villain. The ego wakes up every morning and says, please, God, let this be somebody else's bullshit again. That's why some people spend their whole lives collecting grudges like fucking souvenirs. This guy cut me off. That lady was rude. My boss is a dick. My neighbor's an idiot. My ex is insane. The cashier had an attitude. The waiter looked at me funny. They string them up like Christmas lights and call it a personality. And then wonder why they're in the dark. And what's the only thing every one of those miserable little stories had in common? You. So here's a useful little rule for life. If you meet one asshole in the morning, you met an asshole. If you meet 3 assholes before noon, you're the asshole. You ever notice how some people think the whole world is broken only in the direction of them? Everywhere they...
We're going to be live streaming later today. That's right, ladies and gents. Because of course. Oh, how I love my fans. Oh, my fans so good. My fans really are quite something special when you think about it, ladies and gentlemen. Well, that's just what it is, isn't it? Right now, I've got some pasta on the go. We got coffee. Hello, Anton. How are you doing, buddy? How was your 5-minute break? Have you had a time to reflect a little bit? Have you had time to reflect upon your bad behavior? Huh? You were naughty. Yeah, you were naughty. And you got tricked by the one and only Sheepus Maximus. That's right. That's me. Come on, I'm cool, aren't I? You're still screaming lady. So you're not funny. I fucking owned you hard, didn't I? I totally convinced you, you fucking goon. Yeah, it is, bro. It's a good film. I'm trolling this guy. Fucking have a little wanky little cunt. Go on. You're still screaming lady. So funny little cunt, ain't ya? You thought you had me on the go, didn't ya? You thought you had me on the go. Oh my God, this one on the go. I'm so happy in my life. Fucking goon. How's it going, UK Asylum? They lied, man. They lied. They were telling lies. All along, they were telling lies, man. Maybe some homemade bread today, later, actually. Maybe I'll do that on a live stream. I'm going to be live streaming later. Sheepus Maximus 2, let the people know. Because they're cute.
Nobody's said this before. The more a woman loves you,
nobody want me. Nobody loving me. Me feeling badly. Me feeling sadly. You got a bird. That's what I thought also. Dude. Work on your jokes, yeah? If you're going to be hateful, take the mick. You got to be funny. When you take the mick, you got to be funny. Otherwise, it's no good. If you want to bring someone down, you got to be funny with it. You got to be funny. You know, funny? You know, Funny. Funny. Yeah? Funny. Comedy. Ha ha. That's good. Yeah? I mean, you failed so hard when you entered. You failed so hard, you got put on a 5-minute timeout and you just sat there gooning, didn't you? If I got put on a 5-minute timeout, I'm out of there. You put me on a 5-minute timeout. Fuck off, you cunt. I'm off. But you're there sitting there like gooning, waiting. You're edging like, oh, 5 minutes. What am I going to say when I get back? Go on, next. Your turn, bitch. Go on then. Let's have some comedy gold. I'm taking my pasta. Yeah, take your time, mate. Take your time. Come up with something good, yeah? Fucking gooner. Yeah, I make really all my life. Yeah. When you see me gooning. When you see me gooning. What is goonish? What a gooner. With the bacon, you're right. Yeah. He came at me with 3 accounts. What a slag. What a slag. What a slag. What a slag. wouldn't brag about coming at someone with 3 accounts. You know what I mean? It makes you look pathetic. What a little slapper. Little slapper. Right. Mm. 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 Weak men. This is true. Weak men come in packs. Weak men come in packs. Mm. 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 Weak men come in packs.
Attacking those sites is more painful to the Kremlin.
There are many reasons why the Iranians had.
Hours before a 2-week ceasefire between the United States and Iran was due to expire, and shortly after signaling that American forces were prepared to resume strikes, President Trump announced
The amount of attacking those sites is more painful to the Kremlin than it would be for divisions and troops on the front line. And ultimately, of course, it's the Kremlin that will make any decisions. So it's, I think it's a pretty smart move. So on the one hand, as we were discussing earlier, Putin's getting a lot more bang for his buck for his oil. But then that doesn't really matter if he can't refine it into petrol and can't actually use it.
Frontline. Hamish, welcome back to Frontline.
Well, Philip, very good to be back on and continuing our discussions on what is an incredibly complex and difficult time at the moment.
It is. We'll talk tanks before we get into the difficulty, because I was very heartened. I saw a piece of video only yesterday when I was recording something for another outlet in the same building that Frontline is based. So we let Frontline towers be used by other people. But it was a video of a Ukrainian tank going forward and attacking a Russian position with 3 hardened positions in a series of trenches, taking each of the hardened positions out before the infantry then followed afterwards. And we were seeing classic, good old-fashioned tank warfare or armored warfare tactics being used on the battlefield in Ukraine. Has the age of the tank died, or are we just starting to use it in a different way?
Well, I think we're not, and my book, Tank Command, as you very kindly alluded to, published in a few weeks' time. I mean, really, the mantra of the book is the tank is dead, long live the tank. And I think what you're describing is exactly that, the longevity of it. And to me, it's all about, and I haven't looked in detail at the video myself, is if you can control the drone space, as it were. It's a bit like earlier on the war, it was the electromagnetic spectrum. If you could control that, you could then start to operate and maneuver and have freedom of maneuver. In the last few years, it's been the drones, it's been the plethora, the thousands and thousands of drones. But certainly from my understanding of Ukraine operations and actually looking at some of the stuff we're doing and other NATO countries are doing, is actually if you can suppress those drones and the Challenger 3 coming in now and some of the other armoured vehicles, have a really effective defensive aid suite.
There are many reasons why.
There might be a planet hiding in our own solar system right now, not a tiny frozen rock like Pluto, a world roughly 4 to 10 times the mass of Earth, lurking so far from the sun that a beam of light would need more than 2 days just to reach it. Astronomers have spent nearly a decade hunting for it. The most powerful telescopes on Earth and in orbit have scanned billions of points of light across the sky. In 2025, researchers announced the most promising candidate detection yet. And still, nobody can confirm whether Planet 9 is real. The reason is not that
This is 44-year-old Stephanie Pavlon leaving her apartment for a doctor's appointment. And this is her boyfriend, 55-year-old Matthew Paul. Just 2 hours from now, he'll return home with Stephanie's purse and water bottle, but without Stephanie. In fact, she won't be seen again for 17 long days when the police receive this harrowing 911 call.
Can you tell me exactly what happened? We found a dead body in the woods.
In the days that follow, detectives will work tirelessly to gather the information and evidence needed to convict.
The SA-80, designed by committee, doomed by politics, hate.
If I can, Bill Day, very good point. I mean, it's hard for people to believe, but in 1960, for average age first-time home buyer was indeed only 23 years old. By 1970, it was 29 years old. It went up during the 60s quite. That's a big shift. When I bought my first house in 1971, I was 22. But the first-time homebuyer age by then, I think.
Borneo and Sumatra, tropical islands of epic.
Justice, the GOAT. One shot, one life is the Steven Seagal mega blockbuster hit movie. Where he showed the world a movie that's somehow even less coherent than that f***ing title. It starts off with Seagal looking confused as shit, like he's never seen the top of stairs before and doesn't get what all the fuss is about. Now they're disarming a nuke for some reason when Seagal realizes the code is big for some reason.
It's the wrong code.
And then they attack for some reason. And after slap-tap blocking a punch that had already missed, this guy goes for the high risk.
The amount of
of losses per kilometre that the Russians are gaining is increasing incrementally, and we've got this notion that the increase in lethality of the Ukrainian drones means it could be possible to get to what Zelensky called the tipping point in manpower losses of the Russians this year, because you've got a sort of elimination efficiency from the Ukrainians. So in March, I think the Russian figures were they lost 35,351. The benchmark Zelensky is suggesting is
years later, and
Scene 1, episode 2.
I think he likes me.
Little Jack, are you hungry? Are you hungry?
Not the most handsome young man you ever see in your life. It's true. I used to call him.
Madam Deputy Speaker, everybody said pretty much everything, but I'm going to say some of it again.
In the vast aridity of the Mexican desert, while the country breathed in an illusory peace, this is the story of a clash between three princes, three rulers who between 2013 and 2015 rose to power in the richest oil monarchies in the world: Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates.
What do you think about him?
In the vast aridity of the Mexican desert.
How you doing, buddy? Sorry, I've been sitting here eating. I've been sitting here eating. Are you still there? Yeah, really easy. Then people can come on your stream. Okay. Yeah, okay. I've only got like a Chromebook at the moment. Sorry for my slow reply. It's been like daydreaming. Are you still there? Have you gone? Well, thank you. I'll check it out, buddy. I'll check it out. When I get my laptop, I'll do that. They've only got like MacBook, Chromebook.
While the country breathed in an illusory peace,
A storm was brewing, silent and merciless. They were not ordinary narcos. They were soldiers, men trained to eliminate, forged in the elite ranks of the Mexican army, now serving the Gulf Cartel. They were called Los Zetas. Their discipline was military, their violence surgical, their reputation terrifying. What began as a simple armed escort would metamorphose into something far more sinister, an organization that would redefine the very notion of terror in Mexico. Faced with this growing threat, other cartels understood a fundamental truth: unite or perish. In dark rooms and isolated ranches, pacts began to take shape. Thus was born the Federation, not as a single organization, but as an alliance forged by necessity, united by fear, and fueled by ambition. What followed was not simply a war over territory or money. It was a battle for the soul of Mexico, and no one would emerge unscathed. In the 1990s, the Gulf Cartel was a major institution of Mexican organized crime. Based in the state of Tamaulipas in the northeastern part of the country, it controlled strategic routes into the United States dating back to the Prohibition era. In 1996, everything changed. Juan Garcia Abrego, the cartel's charismatic leader, was arrested and transferred to an American prison. It was a major victory for authorities who had tracked him for years. But for the Gulf Cartel, it marked the beginning of chaos. The succession proved difficult. Garcia Abrego's lieutenants turned on one another in a struggle for control. Several leaders rose to the top, but their reigns were short-lived. Arrests and assassinations caused leadership to change hands repeatedly. Reports from American authorities reflected this instability. Their focus had shifted to the Juarez and Tijuana cartels, pushing the Gulf region into the background. They believed that once Garcia Abrego was gone, no successor of equal stature remained. They were wrong, a reality they would only grasp years later when it was already too late. Amid this instability, a stocky man with outsized ambitions emerged as a candidate to seize power. Ociel Cardenas Guillen had risen through the cartel's ranks as one of Garcia Abrego's primary enforcers. Now, he hungered for power, to make a name for himself. His time had come. This moment coincided with a major shift in Mexico's security strategy, the militarization of the police. Hundreds of soldiers were deployed to reinforce the federal judicial police, deeply corrupted in the north, particularly in Nuevo León and Tamaulipas, the Gulf Cartel's stronghold. The objective was twofold: prevent cartels from corrupting police ranks and stop the flow of drugs into the United States, then in the midst of its war on drugs. Yet the cure proved worse than the disease. Among the deployed troops were former members of elite Mexican army units, notably GAFE, Grupo Aeromóvil de Fuerzas Especiales. These men had received advanced training, some instructed by American and Israeli specialists. They mastered counterinsurgency tactics, urban warfare, and special operations. In other words, they were elite warriors with exceptional military skills, the most fearsome force in the country. Their presence in northeastern Mexico was meant to embody state authority against the cartels. But in a climate of rampant corruption and meager pay, these men would become the players in a very different story. Among them was Arturo Guzman de Sena. During a police operation in Tamaulipas, his fate shifted when he crossed paths with Ociel. That encounter changed everything. Ociel possessed a formidable talent, the art of persuasion and corruption. Faced with him, the elite soldier crossed the red line and became his personal bodyguard. At the time, Garcia Abrego's empire was still mired in a chaotic succession struggle. After violent infighting among rival factions, control of the cartel ultimately fell to two men. On one side was El Chava, a respected veteran and historical figure who had helped build the Gulf Empire in Tamaulipas. On the other was his longtime friend and business associate, Ociel. But the partnership was superficial. Chava focused on eliminating rivals while indulging in his lifestyle, delegating daily operations and logistics to Ociel. This division of roles created a dangerous imbalance. Chava treated Ociel as a subordinate, while Ociel controlled supply routes and maintained direct contact with Colombian suppliers. Tensions escalated. Ociel realized he was not seen as an equal partner, but as an employee. Sharing control meant sharing profits, and more importantly, diluting authority over the strategic coke routes into the United States. For a man of Ociel's ambition, such an arrangement was unacceptable. The power struggle following Garcia Abrego's arrest dragged on for years before reaching a brutal conclusion. Chava was ambushed and wiped out. The execution was allegedly orchestrated by former elite soldier Arturo, acting on Ociel's orders. With a single stroke, Ociel ended the succession battle and established himself as the sole ruler of the Gulf Cartel. This moment marked a major symbolic turning point. Ociel earned a nickname that would follow him for life, El Mata Amigos, the one who executes his friends. It also marked the entrance of the first Zeta onto the criminal stage. Arturo became Zeta Uno. Ociel quickly grasped that the landscape was changing and rival cartels were growing stronger. No sooner had he taken control than challenges began to emerge from all sides. The years of chaos following Garcia Abrego's fall had not gone unnoticed by local narcos, who saw this transition as an opportunity to challenge the new master of the territory. Geography only intensified the stakes. Demand was exploding along the U.S. East Coast. Higher margins, greater profits, and the most direct routes ran through Nuevo León and Tamaulipas, territory long controlled by the Gulf Cartel. But Ociel lacked his predecessor's political influence. He knew it. To impose his authority, he would rely on brute force. To secure the region, he massively corrupted local authorities, allowing him to operate freely in Matamoros, the historic heart of the Gulf Cartel, a border city facing the United States. Law enforcement was bought off to ensure the uninterrupted flow of traffic. Then he moved to execute his most radical idea. He entrusted Z1 with a specific mission: recruit other elite soldiers to form an unprecedented private security force.
I want the best of the best.
Ociel tells Z1.
What kind of men do you need?
Asks Z1.
The best shooters. Those are only found in the army. I want them all here.
Ociel responded, according to accounts reconstructed over the years by the Attorney General's office. Z1 knew exactly whom to recruit. He identified those disillusioned with the army, those facing financial hardship, and those whose psychological profiles made them capable of crossing the line. Z1 implemented a methodical, targeted recruitment strategy. He first approached his former GAFE comrades, men he trusted, then gradually expanded his network to other military units and select police officers. One by one, they joined the ranks. The core group, made up of roughly 30 hand-picked men, formed an intervention force of remarkable precision. While not all came from special forces, their military training placed them far above ordinary sicarios. At first, the group had no official name, but one quickly emerged naturally: Los Zetas. The name came from their internal identification system. Each member was assigned a radio code beginning with the letter Z, followed by a number: Z1, Z2, Z3, and so on. Recruitment intensified over the years. New recruits flocked to Matamoros to undergo training from the original Zetas, true war machines. Over time, the training expanded to the neighboring state of Nuevo León, where sicarios received more advanced military instruction on isolated ranches. Constantly drilled in military discipline and tactics, the Zetas became capable of providing personal security for Ociel and, above all, eliminating his local competition.
The Zetas resemble less a street gang than an efficient, highly evolved criminal organization. The group is considered by U.S. officials to be the most technologically advanced, sophisticated, and violent private army in Mexico.
A crucial question emerged. How did elite soldiers trained to defend their nation end up terrorizing it? These men had been deployed to fight the cartels, yet they witnessed, day after day, their superiors pocketing bribes, turning a blind eye to certain traffickers while pursuing others. The system's hypocrisy was glaring. If the state itself was riddled with corruption and the war on drugs was clearly a lost cause from the outset, why continue risking one's life? Joining the Zetas was not about becoming an ordinary sicario. It meant joining an elite force, preserving one's dignity as a warrior, and receiving compensation commensurate with one's skills. Corrupt military and police officers exist everywhere, but never before had such a cohesive and specialized group been formed. The Zetas were not mere henchmen. Ociel made an unprecedented decision in the Mexican underworld. To secure their loyalty, he granted them a share of the cartel's profits. Initially, they remained elite enforcers, but over time they gradually gained autonomy and influence within the organization. This maneuver gave Ociel the support he needed to control the Gulf Cartel, but it also opened Pandora's box, as would become clear much later. But for the moment, the offensive just began. City by city, Ociel's group seized territory by deploying its shock force against local rivals. The Zetas were mobilized to secure the Gulf Cartel's control over key border crossings, Matamoros, Reynosa, and other strategic cities in the region. These cities were not mere population centers. They were golden gateways to the American market. Each conquered city, known as a plaza, allowed the cartel to impose taxes on anyone seeking to move drugs through its territory. Border plazas were the most lucrative. They represent the final control point before merchandise reaches American soil. Until then, the Zetas had faced only easy targets, small local bosses who needed little more than a violent demonstration to understand who was now in charge. Gradually, the systematic deployment of Ociel's men allowed him to control nearly the entire state of Tamaulipas. But one final stronghold remained unconquered: Nuevo Laredo. Here, everything changed. This was no longer a matter of small traffickers easily intimidated. Nuevo Laredo was the most lucrative plaza along the entire northeastern border, a true commercial empire through which billions of dollars in goods, legal and illegal, passed each year.
Oh, man.
Whoever controlled Nuevo Laredo controlled the beating heart of trafficking in the United States, and the city already belonged to someone.
Oh, man. The drug dealers, yes. That's what it's about. Yes.
Nuevo Laredo sits on the border between Mexico and Texas, facing its American twin city, Laredo. With a population of roughly 400,000, it appears modest compared to major border metropolises like Ciudad Juarez or Tijuana. Yet behind this average size lies an economic powerhouse unlike any other. In the early 2000s, more than 40% of all land trade between Mexico and the United States passed through this city. Nuevo Laredo was not merely a crossing point. It was, then as now, the main artery of North American commerce. Unlike most border entry points, which focused on private vehicles, Nuevo Laredo invested heavily in commercial transport, a winning gamble. Every day, more than 10,000 trucks crossed the border, carrying everything from auto parts to frozen strawberries, offering traffickers endless opportunities to conceal drugs. The numbers spoke for themselves. Each customs agent had barely 10 seconds to inspect a vehicle. Faced with such volume, thorough inspections were impossible. The city benefited from an exceptional geographic position. Northeastern Mexico had established itself as a major industrial hub due to its proximity to the United States. Hundreds of export-oriented Mexican assembly plants had set up operations in the region to ship goods to the American market. Nuevo Laredo represented the natural exit point, the shortest and most efficient route to distribution centers serving half of the United States. Faced with congestion at existing border crossings where aging infrastructure created major bottlenecks, the twin cities of Laredo and Nuevo Laredo joined forces to develop an innovative solution, the World Trade Bridge, inaugurated in 2000. This modern infrastructure, dedicated exclusively to commercial freight, was designed to meet the growing demands of cross-border trade and streamline the flow of goods. Nuevo Laredo was not the product of chance. It was the result of deliberate strategic planning aimed at making it the most efficient commercial hub in the country. Located along a major highway cutting through the heart of the United States, Nuevo Laredo offered direct access to the most lucrative American markets, the East Coast and the Midwest. To reach the major metropolitan centers of these regions, there was simply no faster route. Such a strategic position could only attract the greed of the narcos. The city was doomed to become a victim of its own success. To understand the strategic importance of Nuevo Laredo, we must first revisit how cartel logistics functioned at the time. Historically, Colombian organizations produced coke and transported it to Mexico. Mexican cartels then took over, ensuring land transit into the United States. Most of the drugs were destined for the West Coast, primarily California, which served as the traditional distribution hub. To reach the East Coast, Colombians favored Caribbean routes. But in the 1990s, the United States significantly reinforced surveillance along these corridors, making them increasingly risky. Traffickers were left with little choice but to route nearly everything through Mexico. Over time, the share of white powder transiting through Mexico rose from 20% to 70%, then to 90%. By the early 2000s, American demand remained massive, particularly in lucrative markets such as New York, Chicago, and Atlanta. This economic reality made the northeastern border, and especially Nuevo Laredo, the most direct and strategic route for shipping the product to these final destinations. Ociel grasped the strategic
I'm about to have a shower, mate.
Laredo
I'm about to have a
and the
shower in a
colossal
sec.
profits it represented. But the city
Say hello
eluded
to
them.
him for me, please.
After the fall of his predecessor and the prolonged period of chaos with the Gulf Cartel, Nuevo Laredo fractured among several independent traffickers who shared control. Among them emerged a figure known as El Chacho, the most powerful and notorious of them all. His group, Los Chachos, specialized in cross-border smuggling and now controlled the main entry routes into the United States. Their business model was based on a simple but effective principle. Any trafficker wishing to move merchandise through Nuevo Laredo had to pay a toll, known as a piso. In return, Los Chachos guaranteed safe passage to the border and the absence of police interference. Their corruption network protected the operation and ensured that competitors who refused to pay would see their shipments seized. In other words, they did not operate like a traditional cartel, but more like a service provider. They didn't take on the risks of drug production or long-distance transport. Their role was limited to controlling the final link in the chain, the border crossing, where they taxed anyone who wanted access. Los Chachos acted as facilitators and maintained strict commercial neutrality. No discrimination. They worked with everyone, as long as the fee was paid. Whether cartel affiliated or independent, the rule was the same. No passage without payment. Ociel and the Gulf Cartel were no exception. Unlike other territories where cartels fought for monopoly control, Nuevo Laredo remained a relatively neutral plaza where multiple organizations conducted business side by side. Among Los Chachos' most consistent and important clients was the Valencia Cartel, also known as the Milenio Cartel. This largely family-run organization, led by Armando Valencia and his associates, operated out of the western state of Michoacán. Unlike major cartels such as Sinaloa, Tijuana, or the Gulf, which dominated headlines, the Valencias preferred to remain in the shadows. Yet their operations were in no way inferior to those of the others. The Valencias began as major transporters of cannabis and Colombian coke for various groups, notably the Juarez organization, led at the time by Amado Carrillo Fuentes. They quickly accumulated influence and eventually became an independent organization. Their key advantage lay in the strategic location of their base in Michoacán, the world's largest avocado producing region, often called the avocado capital of the world. The Valencias expanded into avocado production and export to the United States. These legitimate and highly profitable businesses provided the perfect front to conceal drugs. Profits were then laundered through the same industry, allowing them to expand further, a self-reinforcing cycle. Trucks transporting avocados to the United States concealed shipments of white powder. Because avocados are perishable and require rapid border clearance, this offered a major logistical advantage by minimizing inspection time. It was no coincidence they were known as the Avocado Kings. For years, this trade quietly served as a cover for drug trafficking. Over time, they became increasingly professional by exploiting their geographic position along the Pacific coast. In the 1990s, major cartels raised their fees. For every kilogram of coke transported through Mexico, Colombians were required to surrender an additional kilo to the increasingly powerful Mexican organizations. Colombians could handle the transport themselves, but doing so meant assuming all the risks, particularly seizure or loss of shipments. This is why many opted to pay established Mexican organizations who ensured safer passage and took on the risk of any losses. Without abandoning their traditional Mexican partners, some Colombians began searching for more profitable alternatives. They discovered the Valencias, who opted for maritime transport rather than air routes to ship coke more efficiently. Their proximity to the Pacific Ocean allowed them to receive shipments directly from Colombia. The partnership proved extremely lucrative and business flourished. Loyalty, family, and honor were the pillars of the Valencia organization. Their strategy was simple: remain discreet. No bodyguards, no ostentatious
Lila Barini, Hadibib, Hadibib, Hamahu, Hadibidi, Badibini, Hamadibib, Hamadibib. Everybody pee with me. Everybody pee with me. Ah, let's go to the toilet together.
If those characters ever went head to head. Today,
nobody ever loved me. Nobody ever wanted me.
Answer the question.
So now I'm feeling sadly. Ham haddy beep, ham haddy beep, ham haddy beep, ham haddy beep, boo, ham haddy beep, ham haddy beep, ham haddy beep, ham haddy beep, boo, ham haddy beep.
Brings the jacks to the gills look that causes women to forget they're still wearing clothes in the shower. Or that he's bleeding profusely. Not even teenagers can resist this sexy sack of manhood.
He's gone mad! He's gone crazy! Oh no! How's our total thing? What happened to that?
Like the Hard to Kill, where the whole comatose plot was added in post. As audiences were confused on why he looked like that. Then later, they said fuck it and just pretended like he was in shape. And nobody even noticed for almost 20 years, because that's how long it took before someone accidentally watched one of his money laundering travesties. Nobody wins this round, but Neil Breen loses just a little less. Round 2. Better for the environment. Neil Breen is big on the environment.
It's clean. It's all clean.
This guy's pointing a very real rifle at him, and his only concern is cleaning up these soup cans. Later, he's cleaning up another mess of soup cans.
When you think about it,
Here, he's actually
when you think about it, when you think about it,
don't worry,
and you another
scene of him cleaning up soup cans, this time with
Hello, buddies. Oh, so silly me. Oh, I'm such a brain. Airhead. I couldn't even say airhead. That's how airheaded I am. Yes. Stuffing. There's so many dark people, aren't there? As in dark characters. There really are. You don't even know me. So why do you judge my wife? 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 Judge my wife. Judge my wife. Judge my wife. Everybody judge my wife. Everybody judging my little wifey. Oh, my so sweetie little wifey. Oh my God, ever so small. Oh my God, ever so small. My little wifey. She is so smallie. She is so smallie. Oh, my wife is ever so small. Oh, my wife is ever so small. Oh my God, she's so smallie. Yes, it was muted, my friend. It was muted, yes. Yes. Think about it. When you see my wifey, tell her I ain't settling the divorce. Tell her why did she leave me in the first place? She didn't have the right to do that. We should change the laws. Divorcing Britney, yeah. And I want half. I want half of her hundreds of millions. You think she deserves all that money by herself, yeah? Britney Spears, oh yeah. 1, 2, 3, looking sexy, dancing nice, very talented, pretty lady. No. Just because she's pretty, talented, interesting, all that, fuck it. She ain't worth nothing, man. That's what you got to learn about women. They ain't worth nothing, man. They ain't worth nothing. Yeah? What you got to know about a pretty girl is they're a dime a dozen. They're a dime a dozen, mate. Yeah? And I know you can't get one and never will, yeah? But that's not the point. The point is women hate. See, women, they don't think. Yeah? They make up their decisions with emotions. It's so pathetic. Yeah. It is. That's what I heard. I get by with a little help from my friends. I get by with... Ow! A little help from my friends. Oh my. Welcome to the Sinaloa cartel. That's right. I'm going to start a cartel. And we will import avocados. We will be the avocado cartel. We will smuggle avocados around the world. I don't know. Avocados are surely illegal in some countries. We will smuggle avocados around the world. In our chests, we will we will wear bras and we will smuggle avocados in bras. We're like, oh, hello. Oh, yeah, I'm just trans. That's all it is. Oh, they're my nice boobies. Oh, yeah, it's just so soft and nice. Oh, don't touch me there. And then I'll go through and I will smuggle them. That's right, 2 at a time. I get by with a little help from my friend. That's right. Yes, it's all about the cartel. It's all about the cartel. Yes. On Amir Island, that's right. I get by with a little help from my friends. I say my friends. Yes, that's what they say. That's what they say. Well, that's what I heard anyway. I knew. No. Hey, how dare you judge me? How dare you judge me? I'm so good, nice person. You don't have the right to judge me, do you? Hey, stay away from me. Yes, that's right. You're going to be smuggling avocados around the world. We're going to be smuggling avocados in bras. 2 at a time, buddy, 2 at a time. But don't worry. When we get there, we can sell the avocados for $100,000 a piece. That's right. The trade will have to be in dollars. Then we can change it to pounds. Also good things. I have my friends. I have my beep. Beep. Is there anything there? No, just shiny lips. They call me Lippy at school. Because so cute. But now look at them. Look at them. Think about it. Learn. Make notes whenever I talk and be like, oh, yes, you're so interesting. Oh, my God, you're so intelligent, so good. I got it. Oh, my, I've learned so much. I get by with a little help from my friends in a week. I get by with a little help from my friends in a week. I'm just curious, buddy. Oh, hello. Oh, my God, so good things. We've been talking about the avocado cartel. Colin, the avocado cartel. I'm going to smuggle avocados in a bra. Yeah? And we're going to become rich. I don't know. It's a good plan, isn't it? Oh, so simple thing. Oh, I'm so sweet, so nice. I'm going to become an avocado smuggler. Yes, that's right. Big money in it, big money. Did you know avocados are nuts? Apparently. That's what I heard. They're not like a vegetable, they're like a nut. Isn't that funny? Oh, so interesting things. Ah, well, that's just really what it is, isn't it? When you invite anybody else, all good things. I get bam-a-de-beep. I get bam-a-de-beep. I get bam-a-de-bam-a-de-bam-a-de-bam-bam. Bam-a-de-beep. Ham-a-de-beep. Grapefruit in your bra, that's right. We're going to smuggle some grapefruits as well. Big money in it, big money in it.
Hello, welcome to the Trump Report. I'm
not Maddie Hale.
There's a lot going on today with Iran. There's also a lot on
She's so
how
annoying.
Putin is involved in this and who benefits.
And who benefits, yeah? You know? Yeah. No, go away. Yeah.
Great to be here.
Let's start off with
I get by a little help. Yeah, you best be taking notes, girl. That's right. Get your calculator out as well. I'm going to be dropping some bad knowledge on you, yeah? I'm going to be dropping knowledge on you. You're going to be like, I don't know about.
We've got all the time in the world.
Calm down, girl.
You're confused right now. You're probably in heat. You're probably in heat, girl, yeah? What time of the month for some of that stupid girly shit? Calm the fuck down. Good girl. Shh. That's right. Calm down. Doesn't that feel better now? Remember when the man talk? You sit down and listen and be quiet. Yes. 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 That's right. Yeah, true story. That's what they say. That's what they say. In a way. Yes. Biscuits. You said you put me tumbling. You said you put me motherfucking tumbling. You said you put me tumbling. You said you put me tumbling. Haddy beep. Haddy beep beep. Ham haddy beep 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 beep.
There are things that get eaten.
Get so cute. Ah, come on, you like me, don't you? No, I hate you. I hate you. No, I hate you so much. No. Every major mistake parents made that created school. What does that mean? School shootings. Let's have a look.
Case 1, the Crumbleys. In 2021, Jennifer Crumbly was a part-time worker at
Allahu
in
Akbar.
Oxford Township, Michigan, splitting her time between the stable and an affair with a local fire captain. Her husband, James, worked odd jobs. Their 15-year-old son, Ethan, was a freshman at Oxford High School, and he'd been asking his parents for help. He wanted to see a therapist. They told him to suck it up. His journal, which neither parent ever read, contained 21 pages. Every single page mentioned a shooting. On November 26th, James Crumbly took his son to a gun store and bought him a 9mm Sig Sauer handgun as an early Christmas present. The boy was 15. Ethan posted on social media, "Just got my new beauty today." The next morning, Jennifer took him to a shooting range and posted her own photo. Mom and Son Day, testing out his new Christmas present. 2 days later, on November 29th, Ethan wrote in his journal, "I got my gun. The shooting is tomorrow. I have access to the gun and the ammo." Later that day in school, a teacher caught Ethan searching for ammunition on his phone during class and emailed the school. The school called Jennifer. She didn't come in. She texted her son instead. "LOL, I'm not mad at you. You have to learn not to get caught."
Wow.
The next morning, November 30th, Ethan's math teacher found a drawing on his desk. A handgun pointed at the words, "The thoughts won't stop. Help me." A bullet with blood everywhere, and a body shot twice with, "My life is useless." The school pulled Ethan from class and called his parents in. James and Jennifer arrived at the school around 10:30 that morning. Counselors showed them the drawing. They were told to get their son into counseling within 48 hours, or the school would contact Child Protective Services. They refused to take him home. They never mentioned the gun they had bought him 4 days earlier. They never checked his backpack. The loaded Sig Sauer was inside it during the entire meeting. Jennifer left the school and texted her affair partner that she was free to meet up. At 12:50 that afternoon, Ethan walked out of a school bathroom and opened fire in the hallway.
Nice.
He fired 32 rounds. He killed Tate Meyer, 16, Hannah St. Juliana, 14, Madison Baldwin, 17, Justin Schilling, 17. 7 others were wounded, including a teacher who texted her husband, "I love you, active shooter." 7 minutes after the first news reports and before anyone had publicly named the shooter, Jennifer texted her son, "Don't do it." She already knew. James called 911 15 minutes later to report a gun missing from his house. Within hours, the Crumbleys drained Ethan's bank account down to 99 cents, withdrew over $6,000 in cash, bought 4 burner phones, and vanished. On December 4th, police found them crouching inside an art studio in Detroit, near the Canadian border. Their lawyers said they were not fleeing. The police chief's response: "This isn't indicative of turning yourself in, hiding in a warehouse." Ethan surrendered to police inside the school. He was charged as an adult with 24 counts, including 4 counts of first-degree murder and 1 count of terrorism. In October 2022, he pleaded guilty to all charges. In December 2023, he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, the harshest sentence available for a minor in Michigan. He told the courtroom, "I am a really bad person." Jennifer Crumbly was convicted of 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter in February 2024.
Yeah.
The first parent in American history criminally convicted for a child school shooting. James was convicted the following month. Both received 10 to 15 years. At trial, Jennifer was asked if she would have done anything differently.
No.
She said she wouldn't have. Case 2. Nancy Lanza. In 2001, Nancy Lanza was living in a 4-bedroom colonial house in Newtown, Connecticut, raising her son Adam after divorcing Peter Lanza, an executive at General Electric. She received nearly $290,000 a year in alimony. She didn't need to work. She lived in a 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 2-kitchen, 2-bath, 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 Her entire world was Adam. He had been diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome, sensory processing disorder, and obsessive compulsive disorder. He couldn't stand certain fabrics against his skin. He would only eat specific foods arranged in a specific way. He washed his hands so often that they were raw and red. Nancy accommodated everything. She changed his sheets daily, prepared every meal to his exact requirements, and made sure nobody touched him without warning. As Adam got older, his world shrank. By high school, he had stopped attending classes in person. By his late teens, he had stopped leaving the house almost entirely. He communicated with Nancy, who lived in the same house, primarily through email. He covered his bedroom windows with black garbage bags. He ate meals alone. In 2006, researchers at the Yale Child Study Center evaluated Adam and told Nancy directly her son was in a box and it would only get smaller. They recommended intensive intervention. Nancy rejected the diagnosis. She pulled him out of Yale's care and decided she could handle it on her own. Nancy's answer to her son's isolation was to take him shooting. She owned at least a dozen firearms, a Bushmaster rifle, a Sig Sauer handgun, a Glock, and several others. And she brought Adam to shooting ranges regularly. She told friends the range was one of the few places where he seemed calm. She kept the guns in a safe, but gave Adam unrestricted access. By every technical definition, she was a responsible gun owner, trained, licensed, careful with storage. But she was handing firearms to a young man who hadn't spoken to another person face-to-face in months, who communicated with his own mother by email, and whose bedroom windows were covered in black garbage bags. By 2012, Adam had become obsessed with mass shootings. He had built a 7x4-foot spreadsheet cataloging hundreds of mass killings, dates, weapons, body counts, names. His hard drive contained thousands of pages of material on school shootings, military massacres, and firearm specifications. He had also created artwork depicting children being harmed. Nancy, meanwhile, was making plans. She was going to move them both to Washington State for a fresh start. She told friends she thought a change of scenery would help. In the weeks before December, she left Adam alone in the house for days at a time while she visited friends out of state. She left him alone with the guns. On December 14th, 2012, Adam Lanza shot his mother 4 times in the head while she slept. He took her Bushmaster rifle, her Sig Sauer, and her Glock, drove to Sandy Hook Elementary School, the school he had once attended as a child, and killed 20 first graders and 6 staff members in under 5 minutes. The children were 6 and 7 years old.
Jesus.
He then shot himself. It remains the deadliest elementary school shooting in American history. The Connecticut State Report concluded that Nancy had been Adam's only meaningful connection to the outside world, and that her decision to immerse a profoundly isolated young man in firearms culture, while rejecting the clinical help experts had begged her to accept, created the conditions for the massacre. Nancy Lanza loved her son completely. That love was the weapon. Case 3, Nicholas Cruz. Nicholas Cruz was adopted in 1998 by Linda and Roger Cruz, a couple in their late 40s who had tried for years to have children. Linda had suffered 4 miscarriages. When they brought Nicholas home, she was described by friends as ecstatic. Roger died of a heart attack when Nicholas was 5 years old. The boy had been in the den with him when it happened. He ran to the kitchen, past his mother, crying. She asked if his father had yelled at him. Nicholas said clearly, "No, Daddy is dead." He didn't receive grief counseling until 4 years later. Linda was, by almost every account, a devoted and patient mother. But her approach to Nicholas had a pattern. When he screamed, she gave him whatever he wanted. When he destroyed furniture, she replaced it. When he threatened her, she apologized. A family friend who watched this for years testified later. It had to be his way or no way. His mother gave him everything, except the ability to hear no. He was never held accountable, never taught that the world doesn't bend to you. So when life finally pushed back, when things stopped going his way, he had no tools to handle it. He didn't adapt. He broke. Between 2011 and 2016, Broward County Sheriff's deputies were called to the Cruz home 39 times for his violent behavior. He was never arrested, not once. A neighbor called 911 after seeing an Instagram post where Nicholas wrote that he wanted to shoot up a school. The responding officer's conclusion: until he does something, there is nothing I can do. Linda Cruz died of pneumonia in November 2017. Nicholas was 19. He moved in with a family whose son he knew from school, James and Kimberly Sneed. James knew Nicholas owned an AR-15 and several other firearms when he moved in. He made Nicholas keep the guns in a safe and believed he held the only key. Nicholas had made himself a second one. In January 2018, someone who knew Nicholas personally called the FBI's tip line. They said he owned guns, had expressed a desire to kill people, posted disturbing content online, and could be planning a school shooting. The tip should have been forwarded to the Miami field office as a potential threat to life. It wasn't. The FBI later confirmed these protocols were not followed. On Valentine's Day 2018, Nicholas told the Sneeds he didn't want to go to school. He took an Uber instead to Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School.
That's what everyone's been doing.
The school that had
Everyone
expelled him the
panics.
previous year for
Everyone
violent
panics.
He walked in carrying an AR,
Scottish the hair, sure.
a gas mask.
I put some hair mask in it,
Minutes, he moved
and I'm going to wash it out soon.
and killed 17 people.
Gets so fucking
14
tangled up.
students and 3 staff members.
All his hair's coming
He
out
then
as well.
walked out with the fleeing crowd.
When you
went to
think
a
about
Walmart,
it.
bought a drink at a Subway, and stopped at a McDonald's. A police officer recognized him walking through a neighborhood and arrested him at 3:41 in the afternoon. Kimberly Sneed was at the police station when Nicholas was brought in.
Needs a
She
scrunch,
looked at him
sure.
and said,
Well, I'm going to wash this out. This is like hair thing.
A reporter
I'm going to wash it out,
later
and when I
asked
put this
Sneed
serum in, I'll
felt
do the
differently about
scrunch.
letting a 19-year-old keep an AR-15 in his house after 17 people had died. James said, nope. Nicholas Cruz pleaded guilty in 2021. A jury voted 9-3 for life in prison.
I'm just detangling it a bit, and then I'll wash it out in a little bit.
Unanimous vote required for execution.
Do you use what do you use in your hair? I use like this serum. It's called like serum or something. I need to find it.
Youth-led demonstrations.
Yeah, that's right. That's what they say, my friend.
Students who survived that building.
When I get money, I want to get some hair implants in the front of my head so that I have more hair because I'm going bald.
A South Korean couple,
I'm going bald.
Sung Tae
Yes.
and Yang In Cho,
Oh, cheers,
moved to
buddy.
the United States and settled in Centerville, Virginia.
I'm going bald.
Their
I don't want to go
children's
bald.
education.
I want nice
Sung
long
Tae
hair all my life,
worked
all my
as a
life.
cleaner 6 days a week, 12 hours a day. Their daughter, Sung Kyung, got into Princeton. When relatives in Korea called, Hyang In talked about her daughter. About Sung Hui, she said almost nothing. Their son had been different since childhood. He didn't like being touched. He barely spoke. When visitors came, he would freeze and start sweating. His parents told him to have more courage. His mother, frustrated by his silence, would sometimes shake him. By 8th grade, he was diagnosed with severe social anxiety disorder and selective mutism. His parents drove him to therapy and worked with his school to build a support system. It worked at school. He graduated with a 3.52 GPA, but because his grades were good, his mother stopped pushing for treatment. A great aunt in Korea later told reporters, because he did well in school, his mother did not seem very determined to get treatment for him. At home, Sung Tae was rarely present, 6 days a week, 12 hours a day at work. His involvement with his son didn't go beyond demanding respect.
Yeah.
In 11th grade, Sung Hui refused to continue therapy. His parents let it happen. They figured he was almost an adult. He enrolled at Virginia Tech over their objections. His parents and his counselors believed the school was too large for someone with his condition. They did not disclose his mental health history to the university. Virginia Tech had no idea who they were accepting. The moment he arrived on campus, every support structure was gone. The counseling center only saw walk-ins. Federal privacy laws prevented faculty from contacting his parents, and his parents hadn't given the university a reason to try. By his junior year, multiple professors had flagged his creative writing as deeply violent. One professor, Lucinda Roy, pulled him from her class because his writing was terrifying other students. She tutored him one-on-one, but grew so afraid for her own safety that she created a code word with her assistant. If anything went wrong, the assistant would call security. In December 2005, after Sung Hui texted his roommate,
"Oh, thank you,
"I
buddy.
might as well kill myself now," campus police took him to a psychiatric facility. A judge found him in imminent danger and ordered outpatient treatment. He was released the next day. He never received it. Nobody followed up. His parents were never told. His mother grew desperate, but only later. In the summer of 2006, Yang In went from church to church across Northern Virginia. One church told her Sung Hui had demonic power and needed an exorcism. She considered it. At some point, she pulled aside his roommate and whispered 2 words: "Help him." On April 16, 2007, Sung Hui Cho chained the doors of Norris Hall from the inside and opened fire. He killed 32 people in under 9 minutes, then shot himself. It remains the deadliest school shooting in American history. The state review panel later found that the university had failed to connect the dots, and that the privacy laws everyone hid behind didn't actually prevent information sharing.
Where did you
in an
send it?
emergency. His sister issued a statement. "He has made the world weep. We are living a nightmare." The Cho family went into hiding. When they finally came
Okay,
home,
okay.
they papered over every
Okay,
window.
okay.
Their
In
only
the
outside
thing.
contact
Okay.
was an FBI agent. In
Okay,
Korea,
yeah.
relatives said they had always known something was wrong.
So in the edges.
Yang In
More in the
only
edges.
ever talked about her daughter. Case 5, Jeffrey Wise. Jeffrey Wise was born in Minneapolis in 1988. His mother, Joanne, told him his birth was a mistake and that she wished he had never been born. His father, Darrell Lucier Jr., lived 200 miles north on the Red Lake Indian Reservation. Neighbors said he was a real nice guy when he was sober. He was not sober often. Joanne drank heavily and was physically abusive. Jeffrey later wrote online, "My mom used to abuse me a lot when I was little. She used to drink excessively too. Her boyfriend at the time allegedly joined in. Jeffrey was 8. In 1997, his father barricaded himself inside a house on the reservation during a standoff with tribal police. The sergeant leading those officers was Jeffrey's own grandfather, Darrell Lucier Sr. The standoff ended when Darrell Jr. turned a shotgun on himself.
Nice.
2 years later, Joanne crashed her car while driving drunk and suffered severe brain damage. Jeffrey was 10. He was sent to live with his grandmother on the reservation.
Oh, okay.
A place he barely knew, with no friends, no
Oh,
parents,
the liquid, the
and
oil,
no one
yeah?
who had chosen to keep it. When Joanne divorced in 2004, the custody arrangements covered her other children. Jeffrey was not included.
But anything like these, like a leave-in
Lovely
curl
nails.
or scrunchie
Love your
jelly
nails.
is good for curls. This
Love
is
your
the
nails.
oil that
Fucking
I
wicked.
use. It's from
Okay. So do you use all of that at once? Or you just...
This is the oil that I use. It's from Superdrug.
You do them yourself?
And this is the
Fuck off.
stuff that I
That's
use.
well good.
This is from TK Maxx.
So what, do you use them all together? Curl jelly. Leave-in conditioner. Okay. So that's like a hair mask and the leave-in conditioner, I guess, is it? Curl reviving spray. Ah, okay. That's interesting. It's a curl routine. Yeah, I want to have a curl routine. So
This is the
okay. Love. Oh, well, once I buy this stuff, I guess I can ask you. Air dry. Professional quality. Air dry. Tresemme.
This is the oil that I use. It's from Superdrug. And this is the curl stuff that I use. This is from TK Maxx. But anything like these, like a leave-in curl balm or scrunching jelly, is good for curls.
Ah, bless you. Thank you so much, buddy. I love your nails. You know the one in your thumb, that little decoration thing? You stick them in yourself and then you put varnish over it.
This is the
I want to see your... And are they... Did you stick them on or did you paint them on with your nails? That looks amazing.
that I use. It's from Superdrug. And this is the curl stuff that I use.
Nail stickers, and then you paint them. Okay, looks great. I love that shit.
This is from TK Maxx.
Curly jelly. Color reviving spray. And do you use these products with the Tresemme products? Or do you use them separately? Oh, wicked, show me nails.
They need redoing, but there's a little flower there. That's a K, that's a C. This one says X. This one says O, and then I've got KC.
I fucking love that.
Sparkles. They need redoing, but there's a little flower there. That's a K, that's a C. This
Hell
one says
yeah.
X. This one says O, and then I've got KC again.
Love that shit.
Sparkles. They need redoing, but there's a little flower there. That's a K, that's a C. This one says X.
Doing it yourself as well.
Says O,
That's hard.
KC again with some little.
Doing it yourself, especially doing it the left hand. Right hand's okay, doing left hand. I haven't done my nails in ages. Time consuming, yeah. But that's the kind of effort that, like, you know, like guys love that shit, but they don't appreciate it at all. They take it for granted. It's like, try and do that your fucking self, mate. Go on. Try and do that yourself. Yeah, but that's not the point. Fuck off, Muppet. I fucking love it. Wicked. And those are your actual nails. Did you say I use nail stickers? Yeah, but I paint them. So you put the nail stickers onto your nails. Oh, they are extensions. Yeah, okay. So you get the extensions and then you do it on the extensions. I fucking love it. It's hard though if you put them on first time, like fucking trying to, like, you know, if I can type on your phone and shit, drive me nuts. I was going crazy. I've had them a few times, some extensions and stuff. But I didn't. If I went out, I'd put gloves on when I'd go out. I would put gloves on just because of the harassment. Literally, just for the fuck. It was the harassment. Some fucking goons would come up to you and be like, literally, or dickheads playing loud music. Play some loud music and look at you. Like, that's fucking hot. Glue the extensions on, but you glue them on yourself. Fucking hell. Because I've done that before. And I'm just like, each time I do it, I just hold one on for ages with my thumb. I just hold it really tight for like a minute or something. But it never came out too great. I have it done in like a salon, or not a salon, like a nail place. They do it really good. The first time I did it, this fucking typing on the phone drove me fucking nuts. It would drive me fucking nuts. You have to go like flat. Yes, true story, buddy. You do my nails? Oh yeah, I'd like that. That'd be nice. Haddy beep, haddy bitty beep. I'm in such a state at the moment. I just look so awful. I need to get a bit slimmer, lose some weight and stuff, and shave my body hairs and stuff. I don't like it, body hairs. Yes, when you think about it. Top shit though. I fucking love it. I love that shit so much. And just the fucking effort of it. Do you know what I mean? Like, yeah. So I hate fucking guys. Like, I remember, like, say if I'd, like, you know, been like lady clothes or whatever, or have nails or whatever, be sitting in the park somewhere, people will just stop playing loud music. They start turning the music up and they'll be looking at you and shit. It's like, I don't know. Just dickheads. It's like those, you know, like those fruit. Have you seen them fruit things? Did I show those fruit things yet? I was proud of them. Yeah, you should be fucking proud of them. That's work. That shit is work. But it looks oh so good. When you think about it. The weird ones. What was I talking about? The weird ones. Oh yeah, yeah, with the fruits, yeah. It's like rapey vibes on TikTok, like the fruit AI generated videos with the fruits, and it's like, I think it's just, I think probably like most guys kind of fantasize about that, like they're forcing a woman to like it, like in some sick way, like that rapey thing, like, you know, being rejected and then like, you know, forcing themselves on it and then like making her like it against her will, you know, some weird nonsense like that. That's what that's playing on. That's what it's playing on. I think most guys are just so fucking worthless. You know, like the guys who's making a video about like how to catch women and shit, all that bullshit. And it's average guys are fucking worthless. Why would a woman want to get with an average guy? And they're bitter about that. Instead of making themselves not average, making themselves better in some way, they just hate. It's like, why don't you make yourself better in some way? Yeah, exactly. Because it's like the people like people are inputting into the AI what they kind of want to come out with it. One of them was this like fruit. She woke up from like, she was unconscious. She goes, oh, and she goes, oh, and she's looking at her boobs and she goes, oh, and there's a kiss mark here. She goes, what? And she looks up and there's a guy sitting there. So you've woken up from your sleep, my property. It's like, what? So he just drugged her and raped her. It's like suggesting that so hard. It's suggesting that really hard. And another one is like where a woman's like, stop. Like there's a really big guy who overpowered her and she's like, stop, no, I don't want this. And she's crying. Then he starts kissing her and she goes, oh, and starts enjoying it. You know, it's like, what the fuck? It's fucking sick. All these tips, how to get a hot girl and shit, you know, and they monetize it. Exactly. Fuck women. It's like, yeah, but that's not the thing, though. Have you heard of men going their own way? I really want to get some hair implants. I'm going bald. I don't want to go bald. Have you heard about men going their own way? It's so funny. Like, I remember watching it. Like, it's like men going their own way. It's like anti-women, right? It's like men going their own way. And I was watching the video. I was thinking, what? So you shag other men, do you? No, it's like some group against women. Men going their own way, right? Of course, you haven't heard of it because no one's heard of it. They're dickheads. But they were like, I was like, okay, so I guess they shag each other or something, right? It's like, no, they shag women. So it's not really men going their own way then, is it? Right? So you still need women, don't you? Like they said, they don't need women, but they so desperately need them. You know, we don't need women. No, it's women don't need you. That's the problem. The self-projection is so hard. You're like, hey, she's not doing that. She's calculating her options. No, men do that a lot more. Yeah? Yeah, she's thinking about her options or whatever, but men do that worse. Men cheat a lot more, yeah? The projection is so hard, and they just can't handle it. And they're always going about their status. I'm a high status male. You've got to increase your status. Yeah. I live in a mansion. Have you seen that video with that guy with the tattoos on his face? Bitch, I live in a mansion. And she's like, yeah, whatever. And she's got so much sass. I love it. It's like, no, what kind of car do you drive? It's like, look, mate, is that how you think you're going to get laid? It's just, I don't know. I think men, unless you fucking slap that shit out of them as they're growing up, I don't mean literally slap. You know, they're like, they kind of hate women because they don't appreciate it. They don't appreciate the work. They're going about what women are worth. And a lot of them, a lot of the people on the channels, there's some like guys, their channel like anti-women, how women don't bother them. It's like, but you've dedicated your life to a channel about how you're not bothered by women. So obviously you're really bothered by women and you're ugly as fuck and you've got nothing to offer except hatred. Just bitter cunts. There was one where this guy was making this video complaining about a woman, criticizing her looks. And I looked at him and I looked at her, I was like, as if you wouldn't, dude. As if you wouldn't. In a heartbeat, you'd be on your knees begging for it, as long as no one's watching. I hate men so much. They're such cowards. Go around starting fights and shit.
Me feeling badly. Me feeling sadly. Me drinking coffee. It's in my belly. It's in my belly. Coffee in my belly. Coffee in my belly so good. I like coffee in my belly. It's in my belly. Coffee in my belly so good. Coffee in my belly so nice. Ah, Scheiße! That was close. I nearly fell over, buddy. Oh my! Well, thanks to my cat-like agility, I was okay. That's right. I nearly fell over, but I used my cat-like agility to regain my balance. You know what I'm saying? That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Cat-like agility. That's right. That's me. I have cat-like agility. Just like a cat. Yeah. That's why it's called cat-like agility, ladies and gentlemen. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Cat-like agility. Okay, see you later, buddy. Oh, yes. Good luck at the dentist. I wish you well, buddy. I reckon you're going to have to take all your teeth out. Yeah, that's right, buddy. If I were you, I'd be really nervous. That's right. Think about it. Just joking. I'm sure you'll be fine. Yes.
No one filed for custody of him. He had no legal parent. The reservation was one of the most isolated communities in the country. The nearest grocery store was 32 miles away. Youth suicide rates were among the highest in the nation. Kids at school bullied Jeffrey relentlessly about not having parents, not having a home. His grandmother later said, kids would always say stuff about his mom. He posted online about feeling trapped, about living in a place where he couldn't escape the grave I'm continually digging for myself. He attempted suicide twice. His aunts, not his parents, arranged for him to be hospitalized and placed on antidepressants. A child advocate who studied the case later said, this child was not born crazy. He was made crazy by the adults in his life. By early 2005, he had been expelled from Red Lake Senior High School and placed on homebound tutoring. The week before March 21st, a doctor significantly increased his antidepressant dosage. On the morning of March 21st, 2005, Jeffrey shot his grandfather 12 times as he slept.
Wow.
He shot his grandfather's girlfriend twice in the head as she carried laundry up the stairs. He took his grandfather's police-issue Glock, his shotgun, his bulletproof vest, and his police cruiser. He drove to Red Lake Senior High School and rammed the cruiser into the building. He killed the security guard, walked into a classroom, and shot the teacher as she prayed aloud. He told the students, if any of you believe in God, now would be a good time to call in a favor. He killed 3 students and wounded 5 more. One student lunged at him with a pencil. The struggle let several classmates escape through a window. Tribal police arrived.
Why didn't they help?
Jeffrey retreated to the
Why didn't they help?
Killed 2 more students.
Why didn't they help?
Tables, then turned the shotgun on himself. 9 people were dead, not counting Jeffrey himself. His mother drank herself into brain damage. His father shot himself during a standoff with his own father. Nobody filed for custody. Nobody chose him. The adults in Jeffrey Weiss's life didn't make mistakes. They weren't there to make them. If you enjoyed this video, hit like and subscribe for more. And tell us in the comments what topic you want us to cover next.
Your name is Mary. Are you kidding me? Your name is Mary.
Aliens. They already roam this planet.
Hi, Mary. I guess that's your son on your account. He's a big boy.
He's a big boy.
What are they on about? What is this about? Who the fuck is this? Is that our son? Is that Mary?
Yeah, Mary. He's a big boy. Fuck off, you muppet. Piss off, you muppet.
Piss off, you muppet. What a cunt. My name is Mary. Yeah, and I'm Jesus. And anyone's in Joseph. Just get Joseph.
Prime Minister is a barefaced lie.
Yeah.
Hi guys, right, I've been toying with.
That full due diligence report saying Lord Mandelson was a walking red flag. Keir Starmer reads it, decides to appoint a walking red flag to be the US ambassador, and nobody thinks that's a problem at the time.
Well, I think, look, it was a very risky appointment, and it turns out to be been extremely risky for all the reasons
I'm
that
not
we
sure, if I'm watching you, I'm not sure what else anyone needed to tell the person at the top of government about this individual that would have made it clear it wasn't just risky, it was wrong. What else did you need to know at that moment?
Look, it's a fair point.
You tried to sway Donald Trump not to go to war with Iran. You met him 3 times in the run-up to February 28th, and you spoke to him on the phone multiple times. Donald Trump now says because of this action that he has taken, the US and the American people are safer. Is he wrong?
Well, of course, that's an absurd statement. He doesn't believe it, I don't think. No, of course not. I mean, we were told after the 12-day war in June that the United States had eliminated Iran's nuclear program, and then we were told in February that somehow that nuclear program.
And mate?
Fuck is that?
Gentlemen, you come over and untie me. Jeff, you're just going to have to tough it out. Your mother can't control her! Jesus, man. Hey, man. Remember way back when I said your mother was a cankerous whore? I'm sorry, man. I did not mean that. She's not.
How about you, man? Got some little mix waiting for you on the other side of tomorrow.
Me? I barely even had a girlfriend, and I was really hoping I'd get laid when this movie came out, but
That couldn't happen. That's you, Master Bless. You got a certain something you're trying to get with back in the safe.
Al Pacino? He's like 10 girls deep 24/7.
Oh, you missing me now, talking about something special.
Al Pacino.
Yeah. Yeah, there is.
Well, what's the skinny? Y'all been on a date or what?
No. I mean, I always wanted to, but I guess I just never had the courage to ask. It's complicated.
No. It's simple as pie, man. You plant your feet in the ground, you look her square in the eyes, and you say, hey, baby, you and me's going on a date. That's in the story. What's the name?
Lance.
Listen, hey, Lance. Lance. What the fuck did I just hear, Lance?
You said Lance? No. That sounded like Lance.
No, I said Nance. That's what I said, Nance.
It sounded like Lance.
Look, I'm Al Pacino, okay? I love the pussy, all right? Lay your ass back down and look at the stars.
When you wrote I love your pussy, was you thinking of dangling your dice on Lance's forehead?
No, hell no. What? Look,
Man, everyone's gay once in a while.
I know. How about we all get back to work? Okay. This is ridiculous. We got a big day tomorrow. Get focused.
Look, if you untie me, I will literally suck your dick right now.
I told you for the last time, I love the pussy.
I'll cradle the balls, stroke the shaft, work the pipe, swallow the gravy. Get it over here, buddy. Let's do this.
Say hello to my little friend. Oh, dude, I went the other day, booty sweat.
Yeah, getting chugging on some of the alpha's ass water. That'll bring him around. It's a cure-all. Man, what you coming out and moving slow anyway? Do you need another revenue stream?
For your information, my revenue stream currently generates $2 million a year in charitable contributions for my community.
I think.
And why am I in this movie? Maybe I just knew I had to represent because they had one good part in for a black man. They gave it to Crocodile Dundee.
Pump the brakes, kid. That man's a national treasure.
I just wanted to throw another shrimp on your Bobby.
That shit ain't funny.
Hey, fellas, it's hot. We're tired. It stinks. I'm fucking with you, Kangaroo Jack. I'm sorry if Dingo ate your baby.
You know that's a true story. Lady lost a kid. You about to cross some fucking line.
Guys, relax. You know what? Fuck that, man. I'm sick of this koala hugging nigga. Tell me some.
For 400 years, that word has kept us down.
What the fuck?
Took a whole lot of time just to get up that hill. Now we up in the big leagues. Kid not turn back. Long as it didn't see me, baby.
That's the thing.
You love to get the sniffing. I always have to sniff it to see if it's okay. Yes. Yeah. I love the pussy.
Theme song for the Jeffersons. You really need help.
Yeah, just because the theme song don't make it not true.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you what's true. I'm gonna take it back. You better believe that, baby. Guys!
All right, so we just got out of the sentencing for Johnny Somali, and he was arrested on the spot and taken out back. He was handcuffed, and now he's currently being processed right here in Seoul, South Korea. So we have a crazy video for you guys. As of right now, this might be one of the slowest yet most preventable creator train wrecks that I've ever seen in my life. This dude has received so many chances to essentially change his life path and not be a complete burden to society, but still, he continues to double down with his behavior. This guy is essentially actively choosing to destroy his life for some attention online. Like, imagine having the arrogance to fly out to random countries and harass their citizens for profit. The dude went to court in Japan and ended up in jail for 3 months before they finally let him go. And apparently they let him go because he was actively lying to the judge. And this person obviously is the IRL streamer by the name of Johnny Somali. And yet, after doing all of that, when he got out of the Japanese jail after being stuck there for 3 months, he didn't take it as a massive wake-up call to get his life together. No, he chose to double down by publicly bragging about how he lied to the judge.
I lied to the judge. The lawyer said lie to the judge and apologize, say that you're sorry. I don't give a Johnny.
All I told you, I said, yo, I'll never make a YouTube video again. I'll never.
Dude, and essentially, he thought he was completely invincible, so he decided to go to Israel, of all places, right after he got out from Japan. And there, he repeated the exact same formula. He harassed a bunch of strangers on the street, and then, of course, got detained, and then he got scared by the police, and he ended up fleeing the country. Why did he flee the country? Well, he thought he was going to be stuck there like he was in Japan. But, again, he didn't take this as a wake-up call. No, he continued re-rolling. So, next up, he went to South Korea. And in South Korea, he was way worse than what he was in the other countries. He continued to harass the citizens, and he did things way out of line here. He bought a fish, he started shoving it in people's faces, he had this weird crash out at 7-Eleven for no reason whatsoever. The woman was telling him to please leave, and instead...
All three, baby. All three, baby. 1, 2. Do me a favor. I don't want to do countdown before I do. No countdown. I'm just getting off of action. Just in your own time. Good. So I'm not a rocket ship, okay? And action. Let's see both.
You know what it is, Damien? I'm sorry, not to get into his thing, but if I'm crying, shouldn't Cyrus be crying too?
No, we're crying. No, cry. Just call it, man. You can cry. Oh, thanks. Everybody crying. You know what? See how agitated he is now? I know. Let's make lemonade. Okay, let's go to work.
Let's make lemonade.
These jets are about to crash this rig squad. I got about 200 pounds of shit your pants. I need to know if we're ready to go.
You were mine.
See, that's what I think it is, Damien. I think it's the line.
Tropic Thunder. When you're thinking isn't it is about it. Haddy bip, I'm bow. Haddy bip, I'm haddy bow.
We do it just like in the book. Chapter 26, The Wet Offensive.
The book of Tropic Thunder.
Yeah, did you guys read the book?
Oh, the flap. I read the back flap. Some pictures.
So it's okay. It's exactly the same as in the script.
Cool.
You guys don't read the script, right?
I don't read script. Script reads me.
What the hell does that even mean?
What you getting at with the book script? Spit that shit out, man!
All right. The Wet Offensive.
While Anaconda has everyone looking forward to a movie about making a movie in a jungle,
we're gonna shoot it indie style, run and gun.
We wanted to look back at the OG classic of the genre, Tropic Thunder.
You can shoot the whole thing guerrilla style. Gritty, dirty, get away from their helpers and ass-stricken assistants.
So take a break from life for the cast of Tropic Thunder, making everyone around them break.
Hello, buddy. How you doing?
Okay. Damn. I was ripping on them M&Ms. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2.
Tropic Thunder is a ridiculous movie made by serious people.
Stop looking at me with them Illuminati eyes.
These guys are dudes playing dudes disguised as other dudes.
I just needed a summer gig to follow up.
When you think about it. When you motherfucking think about it. You know.
I'm Ron Burgundy. Go stick a up your ass, San Diego.
For every Will Ferrell line you hear in a movie, there are 15 others that are even dumber in the best way possible.
I rained out on those villagers with frothy ejaculates.
Take a little break from life with Ferrell, breaking his co-stars from SNL to Anchorman and everything in between.
Brian, I read somewhere, and tell me if this is true, that some of the silicone breast implants were filled with taco meat.
Getting the Anchorman cast back together for a sequel was either the best or worst idea in movie history. There are probably enough alternate takes for an entirely different version of the movie.
Save the children! You.
Feel that. Tell me that doesn't feel like a...
Going by the behind-the-scenes footage, everyone cracked up constantly. Well, everyone except Harrison Ford.
You like what you see, huh?
What's the most famous Will Ferrell SNL sketch of all time? You know it.
I got a fever, and the only prescription is more cowbell.
More Cowbell went down in SNL history in 2000, and to this day, it's one of the most popular and quotable sketches to come out of Studio 8H, thanks mostly to Christopher Walken's straight-faced love of cowbell and Ferrell's straight-faced ability to play it. Everyone else? Well, they didn't quite manage the whole straight-face part.
We don't have a whole lot of songs that feature the.
He's such a goon.
What are you doing?
Excuse.
They took off on us! What? One more what? You'll be a light bulb! What?
That Carrie and improv go together like lamb and tuna fish, so it's not surprising to find out that one or two lines from his films came from the top of his head. The most annoying sound scene in Dumb and Dumber is one of the comedy classic's funniest scenes, and it was entirely improvised by Jim Carrey. You can actually see Jeff Daniels start to crack up right before the cut, and hats off to the actor in the middle for not breaking character. Because of him, this stayed in the script. Carrey ad-libbed a ton of the funniest lines in Dumb and Dumber. For example, he didn't originally have a line when he was leaving the hotel bar, but he improvised by looking at the framed 1969 newspaper and saying,
No way! We landed on the moon!
Revisiting his role in Lemony Snicket's A Series of Unfortunate Events, Carrey shines once again. In the scene where Klaus states, "Our parents just died," Carrey refuses to break character and asks if he can take the line again.
Our parents just died.
How very, very awful. Wait, let me do that one more time. Give me the line again. Quickly, let's fresh in my mind.
The cameras never stopped rolling. Because of Carrey's natural ability to embody his characters entirely, the line in the scene feels totally seamless, and therefore it was kept in the final cut of the film.
Wait, let me do that one more time. Give me the line again. Quickly, let's fresh in my mind.
Our parents just died?
During a scene from How the Grinch Stole Christmas, where Jim Carrey rips the tablecloth off the table, all of these plates and dishes were supposed to fly off the table as well. But Jim Carrey accidentally succeeded in physics and perfectly removed the cloth without damaging anything. So him going back to the table and knocking everything over was completely improvised. Jim Carrey's entire vibe revolves around keeping the audience on their toes, as demonstrated in scenes like the one in The Mask, where Carrey is being chased by gangsters and pulls out a wet condom out of one of his pockets and says,
Sorry, wrong pocket.
This line was actually improvised on the spot, and the director decided to include it in the final cut.
Sorry, wrong pocket.
In another scene from Dumb and Dumber,
I made it a freaking miracle to get to work on time. I made it a freaking miracle to get to work on time. Go the boy. Keep it dirty. No one wants to see a fair fight. Eat lightning and crap thunder.
Candy bracelet.
fellows. Martin Scorsese uses super slow motion photography to enhance his chilling tale of 5 men and a baby.
What we have here is a failure to communicate. Possible. There are alarms on all the windows.
Not on the 3rd floor.
Sorry.
Enough of recent history. Let's go back in a time machine. Time machine. Time machine. 2 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 3 o'clock. All the way to prehistoric times when dinosaurs ruled the earth.
Go away.
Okay, now you're just ignoring me.
20 minutes ago, I tracked a Sour Patch Kid. And the only house within the radius of that pulse is 55 Plymouth Drive. This bid.
Kiss of Cubes. Yes. Venice.
Jim Carrey doesn't just impersonate people, he becomes them. From classic icons to A-list stars, these are the moments when celebrities got brutally outdone by their own impression.
Bruce Dern is nominated for an Oscar this year, and I'm so excited about that. Bruce Dern nominated for an Oscar. Can't keep a good man down, can you, Bruce? Can you? You look at me when I'm talking to you, son. Kind of tough being on the other side of that, isn't it?
Jim Carrey left Canada, but Canada never left him, and this impression proves that he never forgot his roots, or the stereotypes for that matter.
I used to get really upset when I told people where I came from down in Los Angeles, because I always got the same response. Canada? Wow. Must have been cold. Now I just go along with it.
Yes, Canada. It was a frozen, hostile wasteland, and there was much work to be done if we were to survive the elements. My good friend Nantuck and I would build an igloo to protect ourselves from polar bears and flying hockey pucks.
While most stars can't stand paparazzi, Jim sees them as stand-up material, and he's never missed an opportunity to make them part of the joke.
Brad, wild outside there.
What's going
The
on?
whole, when you come in this theater, the paparazzi.
They're
They're out of control.
Is that right? Really?
Unbelievable, man.
What are they doing?
Well, they're taking your picture, but it's like, they're probably selling it to Blue Boy magazine or something. But it's wild. They just change so quickly. 1 minute they love you, the next minute it's like, you're scum. As soon as you walk away,
Right.
it's like, Jim, hey, good to see you. You're looking great tonight. Give me a smile. Come on, Jim. Jim, come on. Tom Hanks, let us take 3 rolls, man. You got a nice, real intense close-up here.
Okay, David Cruz or something.
I have that voice.
These are the most hilarious moments. Actors completely lost it on set.
Hello, buddy. When you're thinking about it, when you're thinking about it, when you're thinking about it. When you think about it. I'm okay. I'm about to go out.
RoboCop is the RoboCop mega blockbuster hit movie where he showed the world he's tired of everyone's shit. It starts off with this tragic story.
3 dead police officers, 1 critically injured.
Where he offers his heartfelt condolences.
You can't stand the heat, you better stay out of the kitchen.
Thanks, bro. Their families needed that. Plus, this is Detroit, where everyone's murdered eventually. Now, it's a very normal business meeting when this guy gets out of line by ignoring basic gun safety.
Please put down your weapon.
Thank you for complying.
Are you okay?
Harsh, but fair. Meanwhile, this guy's pissed. You found the f***ing money! Just wait till he finds out it's not even f***ing real. But no time for that, because the police are coming up nice and slowly on them. And holy shit, chill the fuck out. He's driving in slow circles around these parking lots. What more do you want from him? What do you want? You know what? Never mind then. You dick. Anyways, now they're gonna take out the cops when, son of a bitch, they disappear. Oh my god, you guys are so stupid. See how you're in the right lane? Well, so are they. And if teleporting cops double-fisting handguns like Yosemite Sam isn't terrifying enough, I'm pretty sure that tower's gaining on them. And when Texas Industries starts flipping sides, enough is enough, so they sacrifice Jerry to appease their god and break the curse, and now they're free. They managed to track them down to one of Detroit's nicer buildings, and as soon as they show their Steven Seagal level tactics, like walking backwards into the unknown, you know it's gonna be good. They agree that the only thing stupider than splitting up would be to take that fucking ladder. Then while he's tap dancing down the stairs, she's busting this guy, and things are going great until she's caught Peter peeking. Women can be such pigs. Anyways, this isn't a Steven Seagal movie being terrible.
I'm just going to go to just walk. Just walk, really, when you think about it. Nothing special.
So the next day, he drives himself to the hospital, and after some quick work by the pit crew, he's good as new.
You're gonna be a bad motherfucker.
Fuck yeah, thanks, bro. And just when you think this hospital can't get any more lit, the doctors here are so nice. He almost doesn't want to leave, but it is Detroit, so I'm sure he'll be back soon. Now he's back at work normally, doing normal pre-shift things. I love that guy. Thanks, bro. Time for a little target practice. And sure, she's completely worthless most of the time, but get within 5 feet and see what happens. Meanwhile, he's doing some normal burst mode with a 150-round magazine shooting. Because, yeah. And now that they all look like total bitches, he can get to work. the hospital seems to have really done him some good because now he's walking with an air of confidence that's rarely seen in this day and age. But it's not all clotheslines and dick shots. There's also some intense hostage situations.
I want a bigger office. Okay. I want some fresh coffee. Okay. Huh? I want a new car.
Yeah, bro, this isn't Canada. They don't just throw money at terrorists here.
Okay. Don't jerk me off.
He never said he would, but you bringing it up makes it seem like it's something you do. Oh, thank God. I didn't like where that was going. Now his shift's over and he's heading home when he sees this shit. There's nothing he hates more than f***ing nerds. Then he remembers, oh yeah, those guys that shot him like 500 times. He should probably look into that. Good afternoon, gentlemen. He just has a few... But something seems a little off, and he's starting to think they might be hiding something. So he regains control of the situation with 10 to 15 dick shots. Just like they teach in the academy. Then some textbook Miranda rights.
You have the right to remain silent.
Because nowhere in the Fifth Amendment
You have the right to an attorney.
does it say you can't do that.
Anything you say may be used against you.
But there's still 2 windows left. So he improvises some small talk.
I am a cop.
And now they can leave. So he brings him to the station.
Book him. What's the charge?
Oh my God, nobody fucking cares. Just do it. He's got more important shit to deal with, like taking the sick cornflakes for dinner eating son of a bitch off the streets.
Sounds like I'm in a lot of trouble.
You're a fucking monster. But just when he starts celebrating the bust of a lifetime, some Star Wars shit busts in. Cause it was the 80s. And they were fucking wild. But he was here to investigate crimes against common decency, not find a giant microphone. So, and if there's one thing stop motion and Steven Seagal have in common, it's the not really moving thing. But if there's 2 things, it's that they just can't deal with stairs. He's getting too old for this shit. When son of a bitch. It's just one of those days. But he gets out of it by doing the craziest thing you'll ever see. Which he somehow survives, and things are going great until he finds out this lady has...
A British soldier was killed.
Yeah, right. Possible exposure. Yeah, right. Possible exposure.
Tavares police said they're releasing this difficult footage of an officer who is now doing okay as a warning about how dangerous fentanyl can be. Courtney Sullivan with the Tavares Police Department said Officer Courtney Bannock found drugs on a passenger during a traffic stop Monday night.
She said she just barely opened it, saw that it was, narcotics, closed it quickly.
Sullivan said Bannock wore gloves as she always did. The officers agreed to test the substance back at the department, trying to avoid exposure because it was windy.
Next thing you know, she was trying to key up on the radio, and you could hear in the radio traffic almost like she was choking.
Sullivan said the officers found Bannock in and out of consciousness. They got Bannock out of the car and ran to get the emergency medication Narcan.
Small window to get to the hospital and to get the care that you need.
You're good. You're good. Keep breathing. Hey, 7 minutes, okay?
The
body camera footage shows Officer Bannock reviving, even talking. Not long after, she's passed out again.
They administered a third Narcan.
Officer Bannock survived.
You're saying that
Who played? No shit. No shit, most replayed. It's so the best bit. There's Ginger cunt. Oh, he's about to get it good.
1 meter away from us, a bullet has just ricocheted into this man's mouth. Without medical assistance, he dies before nightfall. We take advantage of the short respite to slip away. The fighting continues and becomes even fiercer. As for the village, it finally falls several days later. At the wheel of the pickup, Abu Muhammad agrees to take us to a secret place in Aleppo where no camera has ever been before.
حلفتك بالله إذا قابلت رسول الله سلم عليه حلفتك بالله سلم على رسول الله يش
سلم على رسول الله يلا سلم على رسول الله يلا انت من وين يلا لا هم ما يفهمون شيء سلم عليه سلم عليه رسول الله سلم عليه رسول الله لا غلط انت يا غبي انت.
His idea is to gain access and open fire on the enemy soldiers. And if this doesn't work, he has a plan B. To blow himself up.
كيف صنيعكم أنت اليوم يعني أمير هنا أنت تلبس هنا حزام ناسف ويعني سف لي الموقف بالله عليك.
نسأل الله يعني العظيم رب العرش العظيم أن يتقبل شهدائنا. سبحان الله يا أخي الحبيب الأمر معمول فيه أمر صعب فنحن الكفار ولا يذيع بتماد على أعراضهم على أمر فوالله ما جئناهم إلا بهذه الأحكام. والله أنه في جنود خرجت من أرض الشام إن شاء الله للأول فمن سوف يخرج معي الثاني يكون إن شاء الله لناس بهذه العمل إن شاء الله سبحان الله نحن مجموعه من الاخوه ان شاء الله سوف نتقدم في عمل ان شاء الله اذا قام هذه الليله في عمل انغماسي يضاعف النظام ان شاء الله في الداخل في نحومه هذا العمل
Slightly shitting it. Oh fuck! Wait, what am I doing?
محمد جاهز؟ تكبير تكبير الله
Faced with their chief and our camera, everyone volunteers, even the prisoner. The fateful hour draws near. Some find it hard to hold back the tears. A final prayer together.
ثم ارجع البصر كرتين ينقلب إليك البصر خاسئا وهو حسير.
Abu Layef goes off on his own for a long while. Then comes the time for farewells.
Fucking bellend. Sheikh.
حلفتك بالله حلفت.
Dozens of armed Al-Shabaab militants chant and embrace before launching an attack on a
أهلا يا شباب، أهلا يا أطفال، أهلا يا شباب، أهلا يا أطفال، هدبيب هدبيب هدبيب، أهلا يا هدبيب. العراق والشام. أهلا يا شباب هديبي أهلا يا أطفال أهلا يا شباب أهلا يا أطفال أهلا يا شباب هديبي أهلا يا أطفال أهلا يا شباب أهلا يا أطفال أهلا يا أطفال أهلا يا شباب ريميكس أهلا يا أطفال let's go أهلا يا شباب ريميكس أهلا oh my god let's go I couldn't move. Everybody love me, but nobody want me. Everybody pretending like they like me, but they don't really like me. Why people pretending they like me when they don't really like me? Oh my god, so good. أهلا يا شباب أهلا يا أطفال هديبي أهلا يا هديبي Nobody want me. Nobody love me. Hadaby, hadaby. You don't even know me, hammadibib. So why do you judge my wife? Stop judging my wife. Stop judging my wife. Why do you judge my wife? Why do you judge my wife? Leave my wife out of eat. Leave my wife out of eat. Leave my wife out of eat. You don't even know me. Yes, in a way. I think about it, yes. Coos. Coos, my dear friends, coos of coos. أهلا يا أطفال هديبي أهلا يا شباب أهلا يا شباب أهلا يا أطفال هديبي You don't like my music. Why don't you like my music? I really make the best music. Yes, that's what they say. Yes. Well, it's just been said. I don't know, that's what I heard, in a way. It's been said, my friend, it's been said. Yeah, because it's been said. أهلا 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 يا أهلا 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 يا I sing my music every day, but nobody like me. I sing my music every day, but still nobody like me. I sing my music every day, but still nobody like me. Oh my god, so sad song, truly tragedy. Oh my god, it's a tragedy. Oh my god, it's a tragedy. Have you heard my tragedy? Have you heard my tragedy? Oh my god, so tragic song. It's such a motherfucking tragic song. Have you heard my tragic song? He sings such tragedy. He sings so tragic song. He sings tragic song. He makes tragic singing. When he sings his song, he makes it so tragedy. Oh my god, so tragedy. Oh my god, so motherfucking tragedy. Have you heard my tragedy? Have you heard my tragedy? It's such a sad song. Oh my god, so sad. Oh my god, so sad music. Have you heard my tragedy, yeah? Of course you haven't, because you are stupid. I make the best music, motherfucker, yeah. He makes the best music, motherfucker, yeah. Have you heard his music? It's the best music. He makes the best music. أهلا يا شباب هديبي أهلا يا أطفال هديبي أهلا يا شباب هديبي أهلا يا أطفال هديبي I make so good music, the best in the very world. I make the best music you've ever heard. When I sing my song, Everyone dances alone. I make the best music. Come on, sing my song. Come on, sing my song so good. Oh my God, my song's so good. Better than your song. Go on, let's hear your song then. Go on. Yeah, exactly. Just what I thought. Just what I thought. You fucking gooner. Goonage is a lifestyle, man. What the fuck? No. No. It's not like that, man. أهلا يا شباب. أهلا يا أطفال. أهلا يا شباب. It's a remix, come on. Have you heard my song? It is ever so good. Have you heard my song? I make the best music. I make the best music.
Do you like coffee? I like coffee in the morning. First thing, 3. That's 3 numbers. Across the screen like that. One guy with...
You don't even know me. So why do you judge my wife? Why do you judge my wife? Hum hitty beep. Why do you judge my wife? My wife might judge my wife. Why do you judge my wife? My wife is so innocent, leave her alone. My wife is so lovely. She is really lovely. Everybody hate me. You think it's a game. It's not a game. It's not a game anymore, dude. No. Ow. Why? What the fuck? What in the actual fuck? No. I said no. Energy unmatched. You can't handle my energy. That's your problem, cunt. أهلا يا شباب. أهلا يا أطفال. أهلا يا شباب remix. أهلا يا أطفال. أهلا يا شباب هدي. أهلا يا أطفال. أهلا يا شباب. أهلا يا أطفال. إحنا من وينك؟ أنت والله من وين؟ أهلا يا شباب هدي. أهلا يا أطفال هدي. أهلا يا شباب remix. أهلا بدي بامبو. When you sing my song, sing it every day. When you sing my song, I am feeling gay. When you sing my song, oh my God, so good. When you sing my song, I'm feeling very good. I'm feeling very good. You feeling very bad. When you put it together, we get very mad. Some more screenshots of the people harassing me. أهلا يا أطفال أدبي. أهلا يا شباب أدبي. أدبي. When you think about it, I make the best music. When you think about it, I make the best music. When you think about it, I make the best songs. When you think about it, I make the best music. I make the best music. أهلا يا شباب. أهلا يا أطفال. أهلا يا شباب. أهلا يا أطفال. أهلا يا شباب. أهلا يا أطفال. When you put it together, everyone sing along. When you hear my music, it really is the best. When you think about it, you should take a rest. I am really cool. I am really sweet. I like eating chicken. I like eating meat. أهلا يا شباب. أهلا يا أطفال. أهلا يا شباب. أهلا يا أطفال. When you put it together, everyone sing along. When أهلا يا شباب. أهلا. أهلا يا. أهلا. أهلا. أهلا يا. أهلا يا حمد. Da-da-da-da-da. أهلا يا حبيبي. أهلا يا شباب. أهلا يا أطفال. أهلا يا شباب. No, it's off. أهلا يا شباب. أهلا يا أطفال. أهلا يا شباب. That worked. That'll do. أهلا يا شباب. أهلا يا شباب. When you think about it, I make so good songs. When you think about it, so good. When you think about my music, I sing it very nice. أهلا يا أطفال. أهلا يا شباب. أهلا يا أطفال. When you put it together, everyone sing along. When you hear my music, it really is the best. When you think about it, when you think about it, you should take a race. I am really cool. I am really nice. When you think about it, you smell just like spice. Have you seen my head? Have you seen my heady bow, heady bow, heady bow? Have you seen a heady bip? When I sing my song, when I sing it so good, you like my music, you even like my food. When you think أهلا يا شباب. أهلا يا أطفال. أهلا يا شباب. أهلا يا شباب هدي بيب. أهلا يا أطفال هدي بو. أهلا يا شباب remix. Everyone sing along. When you think about it, I make the best music. أهلا يا شباب. أهلا يا أطفال. أهلا يا شباب. أهلا يا أطفال. When you put it together, everyone sing along. When you hear my music, it really is the best. When you think about it, you should take a race. I am really cool. I am really cool. I am really cool. I am really fine. When you sit down with me, we will drink some wine. Drinking wine, wine out. Hummity beep, 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 hum bummity bow. Everybody dancing, but no. Everybody dancing, hummity beep, bow. Where to go? Is there someone? Some more people. all day. When you think about it, I am really gay. Oh my God, so gay song. When you think about it, it's the best music. Everyone sing my song. When you think about it. القرآن يجيب القرآن بيصير القرآن والسيف. السلام على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. تكبير الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر.
After consolidating their power base in Syria, the group known as the Islamic State set about creating their caliphate. Hardline, religious.
When you think about it, when you sing my song, when you dance with me, I will dance alone. When you think about it, and if
In June, they began a rapid military expansion into Iraq.
Allahu Akbar!
Pushing the army back into
Takbir!
the region, just 45 miles from Baghdad. Within a few weeks, they were in control of huge areas of two countries, shocking the world at the speed of their advance and the ease with which they brushed aside an American-equipped and trained army. Vice News was taken by IS fighters on a journey nearly 200 miles from their power base in Raqqa to what used to be the Iraqi border and is now part of the Islamic State.
طلع البدر علينا عمالي بيها مهدي
بدون جواز سفر. انا من تونس.
انت من تونس، يلا انقلع يا كلب. شو تسوي هنا؟ انت شو تسوي هنا انت؟ شو تسوي هنا؟ ايه صح، شو تسوي هنا انت؟ لا ما اقول حون. شو تسوي انت هنا؟ طلع البدر علينا من ثنيات الوداع. طلع البدر علينا مرحبا يا خير داع. Remix, let's go. طلع البدر علينا من ثنيات الوداع. طلع البدر. هذا ريم. انت من وين؟ انت من وين؟ انت من وين يا كلب انت؟ انت من وين يا كلب؟ طلع البدر علينا. When you think about it, it's another mother. Oh my God, it's a remix. Oh my God, another motherfucking remix. Yes, there's another motherfucking remix. Have you seen my remix? Have you seen my motherfucking remix? Let's go. Hadibib, hadibo. طلع البدر علينا من ثنية الوداع. طلع البدر علينا مرحبا يا خير داع. Remix, let's go. It's another motherfucking remix. Hadibib, hadibib. It's another motherfucking remix. Have you seen my remix? Have you seen my remix? Nobody wants me. Have you seen my remix? Nobody wants me. طلع البدر هذا ريميكس هم دبيدا هم دبو هذا ريميكس هذا ريميكس. أهلا يا شباب أهلا يا أطفال أهلا يا شباب. Everything remix so good. Have you heard my song? It really is the best. Have you heard my song? Can I drink from your breast? Yes, I would like to drink from your breast, please. I would like some fresh milk. أهلا يا شباب هدبي أهلا يا أطفال هدبو أهلا يا شباب remix. Here we go, let's go.
اهلا يا هريبي. انت من وين؟ اسمع انت من وين؟ اسمع انت من وين؟ اسمع انت من وين؟ انت من وين؟ اسمع يا غبي، انت من وين؟ انت من وين يا اخويا؟ انت من وين؟ من تونس ما شاء الله، من تونس. اهلا يا تونسي. اسمع انت من وين؟ Where are you from my friend? انت من وين؟ اسمع يا غبي، انت من وين؟ انت من وين يا اخويا؟ انت من وين؟ من تونس ما شاء الله، من تونس. اهلا يا تونسي. بريطانيا. نعم. او انجليزي يكون شغل. او انجليزي يكون شغل. طبيكي هديبي، طبيكي هديبو. When you suck my dick, I will suck off you. أهلا يا هديبي، أهلا يا هديبو. When you think about it, it's another remix. Let's go. It's another remix. Have you heard my remix in a way? Oh my God, it's a good song in a way. Oh my God, it's a good song in a way. Your mum. أهلا يا شباب هديبي، أهلا يا أطفال هديبو. When you think about it, it is come and go. When you sing my song, I will sing it too. You are smelly pants, now I need to poo. Where are you from, my little friend? I don't even know. When you think about it. It's another motherfucking remix. It's another motherfucking remix. It's another motherfucking remix. It's another remix. It's another remix. Have you heard my remix? Have you heard my remix? Have you heard my remix? Let's go. Have you heard my remix? Have you heard my remix? Let's go. Have you heard my remix? When is? Oh, you haven't heard my remix. When is? Ah, but I make the best remix. When is? When is?
أول مرة
هذه الأول مرة. هذه الأول مرة.
ما استعمل جواز سفر ولا تأشيرة ولا شيء. والآن أصبحنا في دولة واحدة هي دولة الإسلامية وخليفة أمير المؤمنين أبو بكر البغدادي.
The Caliphate currently occupies around 35% of Syria, including most of its oil-producing region, and a large part of Sunni-dominated Iraq.
They're Sunni-dominated, yes? The Sunnis been
dominating
dominating the whole place.
35,000.
35,000, they say. I do not believe it myself, quite frankly. They've been telling lies. It's a kid.
Senior Islamic State leaders were keen to show us how they were literally dissolving borders.
When you think about, oh no, I'm walking around naked.
أرض الشام وأرض الرافدين ولله والمنة. هذه أرض الشام.
هذه أرض الشام. Fuck you, cunt. هذا أرض الشام. Fuck you, cunt. تريد اللبن.
وفتح الطريق.
وهذا الطريق هنا هون يعني وبعدين fucking you had a fucking picnic and fucking kill some people. You know how it is, like. These are not the nice people. They are not the best of people. They are the West. They are all the West of all of their people.
History lesson in the middle of the desert from a hardline fighter. The Sykes-Picot Agreement is key to the end.
They are the West of their people. What are you saying? People. Right, let's go.
Just a few weeks earlier, this was
no more people. Only liars and they
overran it.
All of them are there.
They filmed the action and published the results.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, a minute. أهلا يا شلبي أهلا يا شلبو. When you think about it, my song is rock and roll. When I sing my song, I sing it very good. When I sing my song, I need to eat some food. I make the best music. I make the best song. لا 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 والله لا.
انت دولة عراقي ولا سوري ولا دولة
لا سوري من الدولة الإسلامية.
ايه من العراق من
تقريبا ثاني مرة جيت. اي حدود قبل ما نقدر اصلا نسوي بالحدود. والحمد لله يوم الله جاب المسلمين وفتحت صارت ديار المسلمين ديارا واحده لا فرق بين عربي واعجمي الا بالتقوى. نحمد الله ونشكره ونتمنى انه الوضع يسود الى بغداد يصير ومن بغداد الى الاحواز. الملك سوى الملك كل شيء ما سوى. اصلا سوريا احنا بسوريا ابن واخت وخال وابن اخي ما حصلنا كل شيء ما نقدر نشوفهم الا انك بالجيش الصفوي. اذا انت بالجيش الصفوي ما تقدر تروح على سوريا.
قبل الدولة وخلال الدولة.
والله قبل الدولة المعاملة كانت فاينة سيئة، وحاليا المعاملة جيدة ويانا حيل ومرتاحين والحمد لله يعني.
نحن الآن نمشي على الأقدام ولله الحمد والمنة قادمون من أرض الشام إلى أرض الرافدين. هذا ما نبتغيه وهو هدم الحواجز وكسر الحدود ولله الحمد والمنة كما وعد شيخنا. بالله عليكم لو أن
أهلا يا شباب هديبي أهلا يا remix. When you think about it, I need to take a piece. When you sing my song.
هل كان أحد يردهم عن ذلك؟ هل كان أحد يقاتلهم؟ هل كان أحد يمنعهم؟ لابد نحن المسلمين نحن الذين نريد أن نقيم شرع الله في هذه الأرض. والله الذي لا إله إلا هو لا يقام شرع الله إلا بالسلاح.
Throughout July and August, the Islamic State continued to expand, making significant territorial gains. They were now in control of a major dam, oil fields, and well armed with looted weapons and bundles of cash to fund their ambitions. It also appeared there was no one in the region capable of curbing their advance. IS routed Kurdish Peshmerga forces, sending shockwaves through the international community and creating a flood of refugees as thousands of Christians fled for their lives. A massive humanitarian crisis has developed, with over 30,000 Yazidi Kurds trapped on a mountainside, surrounded by IS fighters. This sparked calls for international action.
Virtue signalers have no virtue, that's why they try to signal it. Hi, David.
When there's a situation like the one on this
When there's a
mountain,
motherfucking
innocent people are facing humanity. And when leaders have the ability to prevent it, the United States cannot just look away.
Nearly 3 years after withdrawing from Iraq, President Obama ordered US military action against IS, as well as a humanitarian mission. The bombing may relieve the plight of refugees, but it has so far had minimal impact on the Islamic State's military capability. While no one knows exactly how to deal with the escalating crisis, the fighters of the Islamic State were emboldened by the dead.
Everyone sing alone. I make the best of I make the best of song.
أبى من أبى ورضي من رضي إلا أن نقيم شرع الله في هذه الأرض وعلى هذه الأرض والصلاة والسلام. تكبير الله أكبر تكبير الله أكبر.
Yeah. No, because everyone wants to stifle you. Everyone wants to stifle you. Why? Because they're jelly belly. That's it, simple as that. Yeah. أهلا يا شباب أهلا يا أطفال. Have you heard my remix? It's really the best thing.
This is a war of annihilation, says the United States.
Explaining to a goldfish.
Raqqa is the battleground and the victim. These are Western coalition bombs targeting the fighters of the so-called Islamic State. More than 5,000 hit Raqqa last month alone. An entire city has become a no man's land. Mile after mile, there's no life, no people. For years, IS terrorized and controlled these streets. Now, hundreds of those who called Raqqa home have been killed by coalition bombs meant to free them. The US-led mission disputes the figure and says that this is the most precise bombing campaign in history. They may be young and their army new, but the men of the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces are winning. IS promised a new empire would grow here. Instead, the corpses of its fighters fill the gutters. First Mosul, now Raqqa. The caliphate is already dead. Nearby, another corpse rots, likely caused by a drone strike. The threat here is from snipers. Pause too long, or a misstep, this female fighter would have lost her head. Instead, the shot hits the wall to the right. The danger lies around corners and in Raqqa's shadows.
أهلا يا شباب remix. أهلا يا أطفال. When you think about it, I make the best song by far. I make the best music. When you think about it, I am really cool. And you are smelly paints. You are smelly pants. You are the smelly pants. You are the smelly pants. And I am the clean pants. That's right, my friends. You are the smelly pants and I am the clean pants. That's right. That's how it goes, buddy. When you think about it. I mean, my music is so good. أهلا يا شباب حبيبي. أهلا يا أطفال. When you hear my remix, it's better than you are. When I sing my song, I really sing it good. When you eat some belly, I will eat some food. Everybody sing along my song. When you think about it, an adventure without us. Sounds a bit sus. Oh, what do you mean, buddy?
He fires at us, but misses. The shots ricochet off the wall.
What do you mean sounds a bit... I don't understand what you mean, buddy.
The deeper into the city,
I don't know what's sus.
It's
Well, unless I guess you're joking, probably.
Arab fighters have salvaged an IS armored car. Like a prehistoric piece.
أهلا يا شباب حبيبي. أهلا يا أطفال.
Commander Abu knows that snipers only need a tiny window of opportunity.
أهلا يا شباب. أهلا يا أطفال. Everyone's so nasty. Everyone's so smelly paints. That's right. Yes, that's what I heard anyway. I don't know. That's what I heard. I'm not spreading rumors. I just heard about it. What did you hear about? I heard all of the rumors. I'm not spreading rumors. I just heard the rumors. Yes, I'm not going to take any accountability for my bad behavior. Why? Because I am the average person. أهلا يا شباب. أهلا يا أطفال. When you think about it.
Few hundred meters away from here. Locals call it the Circle of Hell. For these fighters, it's critical territory to retake. But it's much more than that, because there their comrades and their friends were beheaded, and there they were crucified. When they take that territory, they say, they will cleanse Raqqa
That's
of
a
the
nice.
Islamic State.
No, they're going to cleanse it.
But before the cleansing, more blood has to be spilled.
When you think about it, I sing the best songs. When you think about it, I make the best music. I make the best songs. I make them really good. When I sing my song, you can eat some food. أهلا يا شباب أدبي. أهلا يا أطفال.
He rushed to a field hospital, but he doesn't survive. His name was Nadim Abu Aziz. He was 21 years old. The fighters are exhausted. They've had too many days end like this.
We'll keep going. We will sacrifice our blood for our people inside, because they're having a tough time, a really tough time. Yesterday, Daesh attacked us with their men dressed as women, and there were big numbers.
like 100. We thought they were civilians, and they also had children with them. And suddenly, the civilians and children went to the side of the road, and then they started to fire at us.
In the 60s, we were inside Raqqa and didn't see a single civilian. Thousands, though, were still trapped in IS areas. Raqqa, for them, is an ironclad death trap. They'd have to go through all of this to escape. It's no clear who is friend or foe. Raqqa was the Islamic State's Syrian capital. Now it's a city fit for ruin.
It's March 2009.
أهلا يا مدبيب أهلا يا مدبو.
Well, America has turned against Donald Trump. America has turned against Donald Trump again in Virginia tonight. Voters in Virginia turned against Donald Trump tonight. Tucker Carlson has now turned against Donald Trump. A new poll shows that 2/3 of Americans disapprove of Donald Trump. Donald Trump's lies aren't working anymore. Nothing Donald Trump says is working anymore. Donald Trump began his day by saying, I don't want to do that. And then he did that because he is Donald Trump. He is the only president of the United States in history who thinks his words mean absolutely nothing. Donald Trump once again today proved that his words mean absolutely nothing when he ended his workday doing exactly what he said he didn't want to do this morning. At 8:30 a.m., in a phone call to the morning crew at CNBC, Joe Kernan asked if Donald Trump's deadline for attacking Iran again, beginning tonight, was a real deadline, unlike almost every other Trump deadline.
If it looks like things are progressing, will you not necessarily extend it to a definitive amount of time, but will you let it keep going if there's progress in the talks before
MSNBC, when you sing my song, MSNBC, come on, sing along.
By everyone in the world, including Iran's dictatorial regime, Donald Trump's deadline evaporated at 4:09 p.m. in a social media post saying that he decided to extend the ceasefire. And now there is no deadline. Of course, this is Donald Trump's war and Donald Trump's so-called negotiating style, so surely he will issue more threats of war crimes and more deadlines that will surely once again be ignored by everyone, including Donald Trump. No one violates Trump-issued deadlines more than Donald Trump. No one ignores those deadlines more than Donald Trump. Imagine what Donald Trump would be saying tonight. Imagine what the news media generally would be saying tonight. If President Obama or President Biden kept issuing deadlines to Iran and then kept caving on those deadlines. Imagine what the Fox propaganda channel would be saying tonight. It's not working. Donald Trump's lies are not working. And the Trump-supporting lies of the Fox propaganda channel are not working.
When you think about it, when I sing the best music. You don't think I sing the best music? No?
Who once had the highest rated show on that network and has now turned against Donald Trump because of the Trump war in Iran.
No, they're looking for an excuse.
Carlson, who went from
I
publicly
predicted
supporting
all
Donald
this.
Trump while on television while privately hating him, to then publicly supporting him again, now says, we are implicated, meaning him and all Trump voters.
Oh, no way.
We're implicated in this for sure. Yes. It's not enough to say, well, I changed my mind, or like, oh, this is bad, I'm out. It's like, in very small ways, but in real ways, you and me and millions of people like us are the reason this is happening right now. Yes. So I do think it's like a moment to wrestle with our consciences.
Yeah. Well, I think the moment was a while ago. Yeah.
I will be.
Oh, I didn't know. Yeah, but you did know.
And so, people
That's
who
the
have
thing, you
been
did know.
against Donald Trump every
You wanted
day
it
of
like
his
that.
political career are going to have to get used to this.
Voted
They're going to have to get used to Tucker Carlson publicly, suddenly realizing the obvious about Donald, that he never should have been president.
When you think about it, I sing the best music. When you think about it, I sing the best music. When you think about it, I sing the best music. When I sing my song, everyone dance along. When I sing my song, I sing it very good. Nobody likes me, but they like my food. When I cook them food, they put it in their belly. And when they sing my song, they sing it merrily.
And it represents millions and millions of Trump supporters turning against Donald Trump.
Turning against Donald Trump!
In polls that show
Yes!
the
That's what they've been doing. They've been turning against him. All along. All along. It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie. They've been lying. Lying. Yes. That's the truth, buddy, right there. Yes, they've been lying. All along. All along. That's right, my friend. Yes. Hey, what do you think about it? They're not telling the truth anymore. They're not telling the truth anymore. They're lying. They're liars. Why? Eat my pie. Yes, eat my pie. You don't even know. It's my pie. I want my pie.
Donald Trump finds new ways every day to sink lower and lower in the polls. This morning on CNBC, when he said,
Hi, buddy. I'm okay. How are
his
you?
war in Iran has turned out to be more difficult for the region than he expected. He actually wants to take money from the American people, 76% of whom are struggling with the cost of living, and give that American money to the richest people, not in America, but the richest people in the world.
Yeah, that's something about it, yeah.
Donald Trump wants to give money to the dictatorship running the United Arab Emirates.
I found a Cadbury cream egg. And then I'm going to go out.
Asking the U.S. for some type of financial lifeline. I don't know if it's a sovereignty problem. It's more of a.
Hello, Cara. How's it going, buddy?
And I know we did. Secretary Bessent did something with Argentina that worked out. Is there some type of swap possible? Currency swap with the UAE to help if they need it? And do you think there would be backlash because it's such a wealthy, or perceived to be such a wealthy country?
When I sing my song, I sing it very good. When I sing my song, it'll make you eat some food. I make the best music when I sing so good. When I sing my song, you want to eat some food. Yes, I'm trying to put some hair serum in it because of course. When you think about it, I make the best music.
He has to do that because they're really rich. That's what he's saying. That's what he's telling the world this morning. Islam, a religion Donald Trump mocks and tweets threatening Iran, is the official religion of the United Arab Emirates, which does not believe in separation of church and state, to put it mildly. It is a country of staggering wealth. And Donald Trump now wants American taxpayers to help out that dictatorship because Iran took a few shots at them with drones during Donald Trump's war. Here's a Trump voter today in Orlando, Florida, who is not getting any of the help that Donald Trump wants to give to the richest people in the world in the United Arab Emirates.
What would you grade the economy right now? Definitely a D. Is there an F up there? Yeah, F. That's it though. Why? It's bad. Like gas prices are like the highest they've ever been. Rent is the highest. The buying a house is the highest it's ever been. Everything's higher than normal. Like, and then minimum wage hasn't really budged much as prices have gone up. So that is a bad economy.
Tucker Carlson was a Trump voter. He was a vocal Trump supporter on the
Hello.
channel while he privately hated Donald Trump.
I'm having a cabbage pre-made. Ah, come on, buddy, when is?
Lying about the Dominion voting
Yeah.
systems for Donald Trump. A lawsuit Fox
I like it.
of nearly $1 billion.
I like it in my belly.
Text messages emerged in that lawsuit with Tucker Carlson saying, "We are very, very close to being able to ignore Trump most nights. I truly can't wait. I hate him passionately." Tucker Carlson later became a public Trump supporter once again and campaigned with Donald Trump, supporting him for president very happily. And so we have no idea how long Tucker Carlson's current feud with Donald Trump will continue. But the Trump voters who are now turning against Donald Trump won't be as easy for Donald Trump and Republicans to win back.
Ah, Fopping. Look at the infection. So sad story when you think about it. Yes.
Our main story tonight concerns forced monkey labour on coconuts.
That's right, buddy.
It is real, by the way. Monkeys
I'm
are
21 forever.
captured and raised to harvest coconuts. You're probably thinking, oh, fuck. This is going to ruin coconuts for me, isn't it? I'm never going to be able to enjoy them again without the mental image of a chained-up monkey forced to work long hours in a Thai sun for pay that is, I'm guessing, well below Thai monkey minimum wage. Well, I've got some good news. We're not actually talking about blood coconuts tonight. That was just a decoy, so you'd be less bummed
Yeah,
when I revealed
I'm 21. It's true.
Now, oh yes, suddenly, forced monkey labour sounds pretty good to you, doesn't it? Oh, please, John, tell me about the sad monkeys. Is one named Bobo? Is he already dead? No? Sorry, you had your chance. We're doing Israel. Israel is a country that I'm guessing you're already aware of, but in case you need a primer on its exact size and location, here is someone with a helpful vision.
It's a small country in terms of land. See this pen, this wonderful pen? My desk is the Middle East. And this pen, the top of the pen, that's Israel. That's not good, right? You know, it's a pretty big difference. I use that as an analogy. It's pretty accurate, actually.
Not really.
So, that's objectively very funny from him calling the pen wonderful to practically the only one way to hold it if you're comparing it to a country on a horizontal map. To taking credit for that analogy as if it were definitely how an exhausted A just taught him the size of Israel minutes before. Specifically, when we talk about Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, Bibi is being asked, otherwise known as the original source material for Mr. Potato Head. Netanyahu has been in power on and off since 1996, to the point that he's actually Israel's longest-serving Prime Minister.
Born 91.
He's portrayed himself as the
Bless you, buddy.
capable
I born
of
85.
Israel safe, sometimes making that
Yeah,
argument through fun campaign.
It's true,
ads.
it's true.
This one where a couple are getting ready to go out, wondering where their babysitter is, when this happens.
איזה כבוד. מה אתה עושה פה? הזמנתם בייביסיטר? קיבלתם בייביסיטר. איפה הילדים?
אבל אתה ראש הממשלה. אתה תשמור לנו על הילדים?
בבחירות הקרובות אתם בוחרים מי לשמור על הילדים שלנו. בבחירות הקרובות מצביעים רק הליכוד.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the name BB does kind of sound like the
I
word
have.
baby, but it is a bit of a stretch.
In 10 years, I'll be 50. It's true. It's a true story. Yes, that's what they say. It's a true story. Yes.
My pick is Dick. It would actually be a great prop for a gender reveal party coming. Guess how many diapers, then grab a button and see that my pick is Dick or I got twat. Bad news, the losing team has to listen to the mother-in-law tell her birth story. Netanyahu's argument to voters has always been that he's a big, strong guy who won't let Israel get pushed around. And even some of his most ardent supporters describe him as a belligerent piece of shit. Here are some
It does go by. It does fly.
in the 90s.
In a way.
Only Bibi. He's the #1 politician in the country. Bibi Netanyahu. He has a mouth that can wrap the whole country around his finger.
We need a prime minister to stand up to the world, not a sucker. Someone who knows how to lie, too. We need a prime minister who's an asshole son of a bitch.
Wow! That is pretty damning. What kind of person are you when even your biggest fans are going, this guy's a fucking nightmare, it's a yes from me?
Also, stop interviewing that guy while he's still driving. No one wants a news alert that says 12-car pile-up on the highway. We were first on the scene because we kind of caused it. In recent years, Netanyahu's that whole notion of a strong offense to the absolute limits. Just this year, he's continued to preside over the longest and deadliest war in Israel's history. He starved Gaza, bombed Iran, and carried out airstrikes in Qatar, Yemen, Syria, and Lebanon. It seems like someone gave him a rise and grind coffee mug, and he took it sociopathically literally. But it is worth knowing Netanyahu and his coalition are not currently that popular in Israel. Polls continue to show his coalition would lose the next election were it to be held today. And many of his fellow politicians don't seem big fans either, with Bibi's former ambassador to the US saying he's unable to distinguish between personal and political interests, and even this minister in his government calling him at one point a danger to the state of Israel, which is pretty direct from a political ally. In this country, the most damning thing Republicans have been brave enough to say publicly about Trump was Mitch McConnell suggesting we're living through a time with certain similarities to the 30s. And you're thinking, wait, did he mean that thing or just that ankle hemlines are coming back in fashion? The answer's neither. He's apparently referring to the Smoot-Hawley tariff bill, which is definitely where all our heads went when he dropped the 1930s reference. But despite all that, Netanyahu always seems to find a way to hang on to power. He's been unseated as prime minister twice, only to come back this time. The point is,
when you think about it,
when people tell the story of Israel,
I don't know if this guy, if Lem Lemons is joking or not. Why is it sus? An adventure without us sounds a bit sus. Is he joking?
But they'll also need to tell the story of one Benjamin Netanyahu, a man so singularly focused on remaining in power, he's allied with the most extreme voices in his country. So given that, tonight, let's talk about Netanyahu. And let's start with some background. He grew up with a father who was a well-known proponent of an uncompromising form of Zionism called revisionist Zionism, which focused on the need for a military force strong enough to compel the Arabs to accept a Jewish state on their native land. Bibi actually spent some formative years in the US, attending high school in Philadelphia. In his mid-20s, his brother Yoni, commander in the IDF, was killed while rescuing more than 100 Israelis who'd been taken hostage after a plane hijacking. And he was hailed as a national hero. And following that, Bibi, who was still living in the US and going by Ben Nitai, began to get more attention. And he got pretty good at arguing Israel's case. Here he is on a Boston area TV show.
Mr. Nitai, is the issue of self-determination the core of the conflict in the Middle East?
No, I don't believe it is. The real core of the conflict is the unfortunate Arab refusal to accept the state of Israel.
Yeah, that was a young Netanyahu defending Israel on Boston TV. That program, by the way, Tack and Sacks with Chip and Chowder. Over the years, the show's held some surprisingly nuanced debates on issues like the Mideast conflict, as well as exactly how many penises Derek Jeter could fit in his mouth.
What do you think about it?
Netanyahu got into
Yeah, when you think about it, in a way. When you think about it, you should start singing to him. When you think about it, when you think about it,
famously laid out a framework for Israel negotiating peace.
When you think about it, everyone will think you're very cool. Yes, I'm telling you. When you think about it. I love dominating people's brains. I don't even try to, it just happens. It's just my nature.
And chanting for his death
tonight.
Later, he was assassinated
in a few hours, 2 hours.
And many blamed Netanyahu for stoking the anger that led to that assassination, including Rabin's widow.
To what extent do you blame Mr. Netanyahu and the coup for what has happened?
I do blame them. The rally in Kikar Zion in Jerusalem, they chose him in the uniform of a Nazi. So Mr. Bibi Netanyahu, now we can say from here to eternity that he didn't support it and didn't agree with it, but he was there and he didn't stop it.
Right. Now, Netanyahu denies.
I love a bit of domination. I love dominating and I love getting dominated. I love it all. It's all good.
Would be
Base station all day.
Except, of course, he was very much filmed doing exactly that. There is Netanyahu.
It's all good fun, really, when you think about it.
And most unfortunate metaphors imaginable. Honestly,
it's nice to dominate and be dominated. When you think about it. With my natural nature, I don't mean to like own everyone, but my charisma is such. Do you know what I mean? Just my charisma is such. Yes. When you think about it. Gotta love it, you slags. You dirty slags, you love it. Get off my windowsill! You fucking get out of it. My fucking windowsill. Get out of it! Whoa, fucking hell, slags. Slags everywhere you go, bloody slags. Everywhere I go out here, oh, fuck me, fuck off, you slags. Fuck off, you slags. Fucking hell, cool. I swear. Yeah, when you think about it. Of course, there's no real women on my windowsill, of course. Just in case anyone's like, gonna fucking make a video about it. He's got slags on his windowsill. When you think about it. When you think about it, I need to make it pee-pee. When you think about it, I need to make him pee-pee. When you think about it, I need to make him pee-pee. When you think about it, I need to make him pee-pee. I need to make him pee-pee. I need to make him pee-pee. I'm so cheeky, so naughty. Nah, mind this. I don't think it's fun being so cheeky, so naughty. I do. I think it's so good. The sun always shines when I pee. Do you know what I mean? You know when you need to pee really bad? Like you've been holding it literally for ages, right? And then you pee and you're like, the sun is shining. The weather is sweet. Do you know what I mean? It's like it's that good. It's like, I think peeing when you're really bad, like, I think it's probably better than sex. If you think about it. The relief. Do you know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about. We've all got bladders. It's all biology, ladies and gents. Yeah, it's all biology. It's natural, yeah? Sometimes, you know, when you really need to pee and you're peeing and you're like, I see the rainbow. That's right. Exactly. Rainbows appear. It's like, sun always shines when I pee. Yes, it's a true story. Right, I'm going to go and relieve myself now. Yeah, so nice, isn't it, when you think about it? Just having a good old pee. Just a good old-fashioned traditional pee. You know how it goes. It's nature. The sun always shines when I pee. Hold me close to your heart. Oh, so nice. Oh, so fresh. I like to sing my song. I like to sing my song. You like to sing my song. I like to sing my song. Have you heard my little song? When you think about it. Benjamin Netanyahu. Benjamin Netanyahu.
Now, in the wake of Rabin's assassination, many thought Netanyahu was politically finished, but the next year, a series of
The sun always shines when I pee, yeah. The sun always shines when I pee, yeah.
pursuing peace was pointless, and Netanyahu was elected prime minister for the first time in 1996. It's a position that he served in, on and off, for 17 of the last 30 years. And a key claim he's repeatedly made is boasting that he can bring the US along with whatever he does. Here he is in 2001, during a period out of power, talking to settlers in the West Bank and explaining that if back in charge, he'd be able to aggressively support them and convince America to back him.
The world won't say anything. The world will say that we are protecting.
Aren't you afraid of the world, BB?
Especially today with America. I know what America is. America is something that can be easily pushed to the right direction.
Wow, America can be easily pushed. Even if that is true,
It's insulting to hear out loud. If I heard someone on my staff say, I know how to get John to do exactly what you want. He's so horny for horses. Just show him this picture and he'll forget the next 3 things you say. I'd be 1, furious, 2, intensely curious to see that picture. And I can't remember what the 3rd thing is. Just show me that fucking photo right now. And to be fair, Bibi has had a lot of success in pushing America, particularly with Republican presidents and especially with Donald Trump. In fact, it was during Trump's first term that Netanyahu celebrated what he considered his greatest foreign policy triumph, the Abraham Accords, which normalized diplomatic relations with several Arab states, most notably the UAE and Bahrain. It was a plan supported by Jared Kushner, who Trump, of course, put in charge of fixing the Middle East during his first term, even though he always looks like he just got his hair cut while sitting in a plastic race car chair. The thing about the Abraham Accords was they got those other nations to abandon the long-standing condition among many Arab countries that relations with Israel could only come after the establishment of a Palestinian state. Netanyahu's thinking was, if you can just get enough...
Do you have curly hair?
That, you could basically freeze
Yeah,
the Palestinians out. He's been trying to get Saudi Arabia to sign on.
Your hair's straight, isn't it?
Many observers have warned that these accords were always just going to end up further marginalising...
I like that. It'd be nice to have straight hair. It feels so nice. Like, so much more relaxed. I had my hair straightened once and it felt fucking amazing. It felt fucking amazing. With a slight wave. Oh, so sexy, so nice. That's lovely. You don't like it?
Over new peace treaties with Arab states.
It's so nice, straight hair, like makes your head feel so relaxed. Like it's like, do you know what I mean? Like it's not pulling on your head so much.
I'm sorry, but I will not excuse your French. The only person allowed to say fuck while discussing diplomatic complexities on TV is me, because if I lose that, I'm little more than a streamer explaining the news so that a dead-eyed 14-year-old can swipe past me without...
Ah, fucking Lawrence, that's our story.
Very expensive.
Is your hair straight then?
But second, yeah, of course it was a fuck
Yeah.
you to the Palestinians. That shouldn't be...
So what? Get curly then?
Everything Netanyahu
I like to
does
get dead straight hair at some point. Just go to a salon and get it done like really dead straight for a bit.
conditions in Gaza
Just for how it feels. Just for how it feels. Because it feels so good. Yeah.
Scientists working on how to make that dream come true. But obviously, while many focus on Netanyahu's foreign policy, he's also a domestic leader. At home, he's
I'm going bold. I'm going bold.
Yes. To cling to power, even as he's faced allegations of corruption, including charges of bribery and fraud in 3 separate cases. And while he denies those charges, to run through them very quickly, the first accuses him of accepting nearly $300,000 in gifts, including cigars.
Oh, bless you, Tash Tash.
From prominent businessmen. And I will say,
I've got a straightener. I just don't know fucking how to do it. You got to do it properly.
For the gift with cigars.
Do you put something in your hair before you straighten it?
Being called roses, which is just inherently suspicious. People only use code words for illicit activities. As anyone who's ever been disappointed by a Craigslist ad offering to go skiing with Tina Turner has discovered. Wait, hold on, that means cocaine and meth? Oh no, I was looking for a different kind of great time. The 2 other cases both accuse him of quid pro quo.
Heat protect spray, yeah, okay, yeah.
This newspaper and this website, Walla. In that case, prosecutors say he granted regulatory favors.
But I find it hard, like, I wish I had, like, if I had 3 hands, it'd be easier.
And his wife. And just listen to Walla's former editor
Obviously.
explain how particular Netanyahu could be.
Oh yeah, I can see that. That's quite good. That works. That's a good idea.
Wanted positive coverage so that anyone who visits Walla frequently would think he's the King David of Israel, that he's the wonderful leader leading Israel. He wanted his wife to be pleased that she looked good in photographs. How many photos were there? How were the photos? Did they have the right angle? And he felt like a restaurant serving only one person. He arrives and he wants that meat and this salad and gets whatever he wants. So we used code words like parsley was the request for more photos. Add lots of parsley to the dish coming out.
It's true, apparently lots of parsley meant more photos, which is kind of brilliant because no one would ever say add more parsley about their actual foods. Parsley tastes like nothing. It's like Shrek trimmed his pubes while standing directly over your soup. It's fine, Shrek, it's fine. I'll just eat around it, it's fine. Netanyahu is supposed to finish testifying this year, but has tried to drag out the process to the point that
Ahlan ya shabab. Ahlan ya atfal.
he can be sentenced up to 10 years.
You got 2 tattoos today. Hell yeah.
And up to 3 for fraud and breach of trust.
A llama and my son's handwriting.
And
and who allegedly spent
Oh.
years mainlining free.
Oh, so sweet. Oh, so sweet, Fiend. Oh, you live son's handwriting, so sweet. Oh, so nice. That's very, very sweet. I like it. Hello, buddy.
Abusive behaviour towards her household staff, which she both denies and has twice paid out damages for. Bibi and Sarah have also been accused of misspending taxpayer money from $1,700 on scented candles to $127,000 to have a plane fitted with a double bed to attend the funeral of Margaret Thatcher. And to be fair, scented candles and the sight of Thatcher's corpse, they needed that bed. I'm rock hard even thinking about it. Now, in 2019,
That's very sweet. I like it. Hello, TNA, Tina, whatever.
From celebrity chefs. And I
Tia.
think of a single celebrity chef I would spend that much on, except, what's his face? The one who's yelling all the time. No, not him. Yes, that's the one. That is the one. Now, when those charges first arose,
I'm going out in a second. I'm delaying it a bit because I'm anxious.
a tour of their official residence.
That's the
to
truth.
Show off their modest lifestyle, and she seemed delighted.
I'm very, very
and joked
anxious.
about the squalor that they were forced to live in.
My day's going okay.
This door has been painted 1,000 times.
It's been painted a lot.
What is this?
A lamp just broke and it was glued.
What is this? I'm sorry, what is this? Wow, I'm in shock that this is your kitchen. It looks like the kitchen of a boarding school in Romania in 1954. What's this here in the back? This here's the closet? I think Anne Frank is hiding here in the back.
Unless there is a second Anne Frank that I'm unaware of. That is a rough reference.
Payday so badly, yeah.
Terror of an organised system of ethnic
I'm going to call my health insurance tomorrow.
Ratchet. And while Sarah is giggling and smiling there, she has a temper.
On the third what?
In 2002, she was recorded saying, "BB is bigger than this."
Friday, yeah, me too.
Why should he even bother? We'll move the
Can't wait.
The whole country can burn. And while I don't need to show you this next clip, I do want to, because back in 2009, a newspaper gossip column published an item about Sarah attending a charity event, but didn't mention her professional credentials. It's a slight that she then discussed with one of her aides on a call that it turns out was recorded. And it is a lot. Oh my God! That is
I can't buy anything.
meltdown.
Oh, what on payday? I'm gonna see. I'm gonna pay for my dental thing. And I want to get ID.
You're about to find out who I am.
Yes.
Smith slap and Kristen.
Mayonnaise.
Oh, good for you. And I don't say that lightly. Now, the drumbeat of scandals surrounding Netanyahu and his reactions to them led more centrist parties in Israel to decide they wouldn't form a coalition with him, forcing him to drift to the right. So, when he returned as Prime Minister in 2022, it was by relying heavily on two constituencies.
I'll buy some CBD as well.
The ultra-Orthodox religious parties and the far-right ultra-nationalists. And they are extreme. Because his inner circle now includes people like Itamar Ben-Gvir, a man once labelled the David Duke of Israel. A nickname I'm pretty sure would make the actual David Duke's head explode. It's like calling someone the J.K. Rowling of trans people. How does that
Oh, so
work
naughty.
exactly?
Oh, so nice.
Netanyahu
Oh, so sugar. Oh,
is
so
a
spice.
Yes. And he's a hardline believer in the settlement.
Ahlan ya shabab. Ahlan ya atbal. Come sing my song. Come on, it's so good. You know, when I sing my song, it really is the best. Singing like a nursery rhyme. Oh my God, so good.
In 1994,
Does that make it curlier?
Which doesn't just reflect badly on him, it reflects badly on his wife too. Because that should have raised a lot of questions, none of them being, do you want to go on a second date?
And here's Ben-Gvir, shortly before Rabin's assassination, bragging about having gotten close enough to Rabin's car to steal his hood ornament.
You managed to remove the emblem from Rabin's car. An emblem is a symbol, and this symbol shows that just like we can get to Rabin's car, we can get to Rabin.
That is chilling. And for what it's worth, I'm not even sure Rabin would have got that message, because when he noticed his hood ornament was gone, I'm guessing he thought, oh shit.
Oh, bless you,
some
buddy.
arsehole stole the little Cadillac thing.
I'm going to make some videos, of course.
I shouldn't have signed the Oslo Accords.
Ah,
Come back to my hubcaps. Since then, Ben-Gvir has been convicted on at least 8 charges, including supporting a terrorist organisation and incitement to racism. In fact, as recently as 3 years ago, Netanyahu refused to share a stage with him or even be seen with him in photographs, once saying he was not fit to be a member of his government. But now, of course, he very much is. Then there's Bezalel Smotrich, Netanyahu's finance minister. Smotrich once called himself a proud homophobe and helped organise an anti-gay beast parade, as if the phrase beast parade didn't already sound like the most out and proud thing on earth. It sounds like a brand of poppers that's been recalled. It sounds like a Fire Island party where the only dress code is edible. It sounds like a bar in WeHo where a lost tourist from Iowa just woke up to the rest of his life.
أهلا يا شباب أهلا يا أطفال أهلا يا شباب. Everybody remix, let's go.
My fellow members of Knesset, I want to stand here and say unequivocally, there is no such thing as the Palestinian people, period. There is none. There was none, period.
Yeah, pretty offensive, and while he's clearly saying that to get a reaction there, the phrase "there's no such thing as the Palestinian people" also sounds like something that Smotrich says to help himself climax. This man is an unapologetic extremist. He suggested that the starvation of Gazan civilians, a war crime, may be just and moral, and he's led the calls for the West Bank to be annexed. And that is just 2 of the, to use a polite term, absolute nightmares central to Netanyahu's coalition, with another key constituency being the ultra-Orthodox.
I'm so anxious.
One of that group's biggest concerns is preserving a religious exemption.
أهلا يا شباب remix أهلا يا أطفال. When you sing my song, sing it come along. We're singing to gay bars. Oh my God, so good music. When you think about it, oh my God, yeah, so good music.
And a big flashpoint came in early 2023 when he moved against Israel's judiciary, specifically its Supreme Court. That is something that the far right has wanted for a bunch of reasons. The ultra-Orthodox were furious that the court had ruled against their military exemption, and the settlements crowd saw it as an obstacle to expansion in the West Bank. So Netanyahu, who remember, was facing corruption charges, so had his own reasons to undermine the court, pushed for a judicial reform bill that would
أهلا يا أطفال هديبي أهلا يا شباب. Everybody remix. Everyone, let's go, let's go.
Protesters gathered in Jerusalem and other Israeli cities. They say it's not just that the proposed legislation would reduce judicial checks and balances on the government, but it would also rob Israel of its identity as a democracy. Maybe the most surreal protest was by Navy SEALs, reservist frogmen, who, like other members of the Israeli military, believe that the government's plans are undemocratic.
Yeah, people were so mad, they protested underwater. And you know things are getting bad when the protests start to stretch all the way to Bikini fucking Bottom. And that was where things stood for Netanyahu in early 2023. But then, of course, in October, things changed tragically when Hamas launched the worst terrorist attack in Israel's history, killing some 1,200 people and taking 251 hostages, 48 of whom are still held in Gaza today, with around 20 believed to still be alive. And look, no one will say Netanyahu personally called
أهلا يا أطفال remix أهلا يا شباب.
after has caused exponentially more suffering than might otherwise have been the case. As we discussed before, for years, he deliberately allowed Qatar to funnel money into Gaza, literally sending suitcases full of money there in the backseats of cars. And he did this to try and keep Hamas in power, as it meant that he didn't have to deal with their more moderate rival, the Palestinian Authority. It was a massive gamble, and it was one that Israeli journalists still talk about today in utter disbelief.
This money was spent on digging tunnels and buying rockets and producing weapons, now killing Israelis. While Netanyahu was telling us that he was our great protector, he was actually contributing, not directly, to building Hamas and making it a regional power.
It's true, Netanyahu was secretly helping beef up the very organization that he claimed to be protecting Israelis against, and he was open about his thinking here. He once told a prominent Israeli journalist that a strong Hamas was actually a good thing, as it meant a divided Palestinian government, which would lessen the pressure on him to negotiate with the Palestinian state. And sure, if something's a threat, why not make it more dangerous? It's like the classic advice.
Hey, what's going on here?
Give the bear a gun as part of a long-term strategy to make negotiation with that bear less diplomatically feasible. What is the worst that could happen? That's not the only way in which Netanyahu underestimated Hamas. He also reportedly blew up a warning from Israel's internal security chief that the country faced a challenge at its doorstep. With Hamas, which Netanyahu dismissed, arguing that Hamas had been deterred. That is a statement. It was like the Asian about when Ellen had shirts that said, "Be kind to one another." And when Eric Adams gave Sean Connery in New York City in 2023.
It's better than your 50 song.
When
I sing my song, when I sing my little song in a week, when I sing my little song in a week, I make my own music. I know it's hard to believe.
Scores of experts and independent commission of the UN constitute a genocide.
Don't you do? Why did you got my wife, yeah? Why did you got my wife, yeah? Why did you got my wife? I am very anxious. I am very anxious. I am so very anxious. I am so anxious.
A pretty good sign it is not in the right is if you find yourself saying, "I'm sorry that the Hague and the International Court cannot appreciate that." No matter what comes before. If she said The Roses is a witty exploration of the trials of modern marriage, I'm sorry the Hague and the International Court cannot appreciate that, it would be fair to wonder what the fuck was in that movie. And responses like that are especially wrong, something like the extent that Netanyahu is being personally responsible for keeping this war going. Reports found that at key stages, his decisions extended the fighting in Gaza longer than even Israel's military leadership deemed necessary. For instance,
why like
this?
Why am I not like this?
And blamed Hamas's refusal to release more hostages before negotiations could proceed. No, that was not part of the ceasefire agreement. In reality, it was actually Netanyahu came to far-right ministers like Smotrich who had threatened, if God forbid the war is not resumed, I will bring the government down. Even now, Netanyahu's forged ahead with a ground offensive to take Gaza City over the objections of his own military leaders and in defiance of global condemnation. Now, as for Smotrich, he's openly talking about the annexation of Gaza. Just listen to him outline those plans at a conference last week in the grossest possible terms.
There's a business plan set by the most professional people there is, and is on President Trump's table. And how this thing turns into a real estate bonanza, I'm not kidding, it pays off. I've started negotiations with the Americans. I say this not jokingly now because I also demand. We paid a lot of money for this war, so we need to divide how we make a percentage on the land marketing later in Gaza. And now, no kidding, we've done the demolition phase, which is always the first phase of urban renewal. Now we need to build.
Holy shit! He's referring to mass murder and displacement as urban renewal. That is stretching a euphemism to breaking point. It's basically like calling the Trail of Tears high-speed mass transit. That is not remotely what that was. And again, it is impossible to overstate the death and suffering Netanyahu's decisions have caused to the over 65,000 Palestinians who are dead, the thousands of children who are amputees, and the thousands more who are starving, but also to the Israeli hostages who've either died or are still being held because of his refusal to prioritize their safety and freedom. It is all truly horrifying. And somehow, in the midst of all this, in June, he launched yet another war attacking Iran, claiming they were on the verge of developing a nuclear weapon, something that he's been claiming for 3 fucking decades now. And even after a US-brokered ceasefire,
sing my little
remix, continued to antagonize Iran, which finally seemed to wear on Trump's patience.
Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with Israel. You know, we made
long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Yeah, he is pissed there. Well, I guess that shouldn't be that surprising. It's one of these 6 moods Trump displays in public. There's pissed, bored, asleep, a little horny, a lot horny, blissed out on the energy of a cheering crowd, and momentarily oblivious to the crushing void that yawns within him, and of course, pissed formal edition. Perhaps because of Trump's irritation, though, not long after that, Netanyahu nominated him for the Nobel Peace Prize and went on Trump's favorite news network to say this.
If anyone deserves the Nobel Peace Prize, it's President Trump. First of all, he brokered with me the historic Abraham Accords, in which Israel made peace with 4 Arab states. I think that deserves maybe 4 Nobel Prizes for him.
Look, I don't know what is more embarrassing there, how thick he's laying on the flattery or how likely it is to work. You know, I'd give Trump an extra large Nobel Prize, a super Nobel, if you will, and instead of that dead Swede on the side, he'd have a chick with huge bazongas. That would be more appropriate to Mr. Trump's greatness. Look, it is very clear that Netanyahu's desperate to stay in power and will do whatever it takes, which on a personal level makes sense. If you are facing a potential prison term, you probably want every bit of leverage you can get to avoid that happening. But some Israelis do recognize the dynamic at work here and are understandably furious about it. Just look at this coverage of a protest there last month.
Well, these protesters in the centre of Tel Aviv are absolutely furious at their government's decision to expand its military operations inside the Gaza Strip.
This one says Bibi betrays the fighters. Bibi betrays the soldiers, the fighters. He sends them to die. He sends them to fight. He sends them to commit war crimes. And all for what? For what?
Well, his supporters say it's to make Israel safer.
Well, no, it's to make Bibi safe. And they believe that when Bibi's safe, we're safe. But I believe the opposite.
Yeah, I believe that too. And the thing is, that's kind of the problem with electing someone because he's an arsehole son of a bitch. You do wind up being governed by someone who's an arsehole and a son of a bitch. The point is, Netanyahu is not popular in Israel, and he's increasingly unpopular here too. A new poll found just 21% of Americans have a favourable view of him. Meanwhile, support for Palestinian statehood is currently at 58% in the US, and just recently a wave of countries, including France, the UK, Canada, and Australia, all officially recognise a Palestinian state. In fact, as this map shows, the US is now one of the few countries and the only permanent member of the UN Security Council that doesn't. And sure, Netanyahu might claim that he can easily push America back into supporting him, but I don't know if that's true this time. I think people have seen a little too much at this point. And let me be clear, to attribute the atrocities in Gaza to just one man would be naive. It would also ignore that while many Israelis vehemently disagree with choices that Netanyahu's made, there's also a fair amount of consensus there when it comes to deeper issues like the inevitability of ongoing Israeli occupation in general and the acceptability of denying self-determination to Palestinians. Those are conversations and issues that are going to take much longer and be much harder to resolve. But in the short term, Israelis removing this fucking guy from power might at the very least bring a stop to the horrific suffering in Gaza and bring the hostages home. The next election there is scheduled to occur by next October, though if Netanyahu's coalition ruptures, it could be early. But whenever it happens, to anyone in Israel who thinks like that woman, that he is just doing his best to protect the country, or that the ends justify the means, that he is somehow the babysitter everybody needs. It is worth asking just who is Netanyahu really looking out for? Is it the people of Israel who've been put at risk by endless war? Or is it the man who spent 17 years as prime minister and seems willing to do whatever it takes to squeeze out a few more? I would argue that it is the second. And I, for one, am looking forward to the day that Netanyahu is politically done. Because if and when that day finally comes, it truly will be time to break out in words that I'm pretty sure Netanyahu would understand. The roses and the fucking leaves. Our main story tonight concerns health. It's something a lot of people are shocked to learn I have, along with Peabody Awards, a viola I can actually play, and Eleanor Roosevelt's bones. Specifically, it concerns the MAHA movement, which stands for Make America Healthy Again. It's most closely associated with RFK Jr., who opened a video about it last fall like this.
Hey everyone, I'm here today to tell you how we can make America healthy again. And the first thing you need to do is get one of these hats.
Yeah, although you also don't actually need to do that at all. You really don't have to do anything that guy does, up to and including swim in a sewage-tainted creek, hike in jeans in 100-degree weather, and single-handedly make Google searches for bear carcass skyrocket. The MAHA movement is a broad coalition of people with a wide array of concerns about health, and for many in it, RFK's ascent has been seen as a great thing, as has the fact that he's been using his position to release videos like this.
This is a list of ingredients from foods: carrageenan, riboflavin, monosodium glutamate, and 20 others that I can't pronounce.
Sodium steroid lactoid. I think you're getting the picture that you can't pronounce this stuff.
Sodium gilionate, titanium dioxide, polycarbonate 80, DHT, TBHQ. If you are an American company poisoning us with ingredients you don't use in other countries, we're coming for you.
Okay, so first, riboflavin is just vitamin B2, but sure. Second, I'd love for the Secretary of Education to be able to read, just a personal preference. And finally, as long as we're blacklisting foods based on bad names, I've got some suggestions starting with kumquat, a word that starts with cum and gets worse from there. Now, some of the non-administration figures in that video are MAHA moms and influencers who played a big role in spreading this movement. Some have even been invited to the White House, like this influencer back in May.
So I'm in DC for the big announcement of the MAHA Chronic Disease Report, and I'm podcasting. I podcast with Bobby Kennedy. Everybody's in this room podcasting. I've got a raw milk smoothie in here. There's raw milk, blueberries, honey, and some raw meat, actually. I got some cherries, blueberries, apple, and that is my lunch in the White House. So I'm eating raw milk, raw meat, grass-fed beef in the White House.
Yeah, that is what the White House is up to these days, hosting podcast symposiums for influencers to eat like regionally powerful cavemen. That guy even got RFK to do a raw milk shot on camera, making raw milk one of the most disgusting things floating around in RFK at any given time, right up there with that dead worm in his brain. But obviously, the movement is about a lot more than selfie slogans and guzzling raw liquefied beef. It is a big tent, and not all its supporters are necessarily Republicans.
Prepping for after-school snack time at Sarah Cho's house starts long before her children get home.
Every ingredient in this is organic.
The mother of three is strict about what goes into her pantry and her kids, avoiding artificial and processed ingredients. She's part of the MAHA movement. Cho is a Democrat. She lives in New Jersey.
It's not a political issue. It's an issue of, do you want your kids to get the best food or not? Do you want your kid to have the best environment to live in?
Look, I admire her commitment to serving only organic food, but I will say, the day her kids get given a gusher by a neighborhood kid, their lives are going to change forever. But I do get it. Ultimately, everyone wants their kids to have the same set of things. Good food, good environment, and zero desire to own spiders. You just want them to be safe, nurtured, and you also want maybe a little bit more, a guarantee that at no point will there be any tarantulas in or around your house. Those are the things every parent prays for, both the regular God and whatever.
When you think about it.
God pertains to the second thing. Oh, and happiness. You want them to be.
Hello, buddy. How you doing?
The point is, people have found themselves in MAHA for all sorts of reasons.
I don't listen to Iraqi songs, no.
Legitimate concerns. We've done plenty of episodes dealing with topics that overlap with the MAHA agenda, and experts agree that there are times when RFK and this movement are pointing out real problems. For instance, one of the central claims he's made is that American kids are getting sicker, which is largely correct. A major study published last month in JAMA found, among other things, there's a growing mortality gap between the US and other developed countries, and that an American child was 15 to 20% more likely to have a chronic health condition in 2023 than in 2011. So for some, especially experts in diet and nutrition, suddenly seeing the MAHA movement bring attention to issues they're passionate about has been validating, if also bittersweet. Here is Dr. Marion Nestle, one of the country's foremost experts on nutrition policy, summing that up.
to hear RFK Jr. talk about the need to do something about chronic diseases, it's the first time I've heard anybody at that level of government talk about these things, and he sounds just like me. I can't get over it. And it's hard to put that together with some of the other things he's saying.
Right. It is bizarre to have someone you virulently disagree with in most respects echo your opinions in another. It'd be like if Kim Jong-un came out and said, Wirecutter has too many articles.
Hello, my friends.
And if you're looking at
We're about to go out together.
you need to reassess how you make
Well, I'm going to make videos,
decisions.
so
I mean,
that's kind of together, in a way.
But that would be weird.
أهلا يا شباب حبيبي أهلا يا أطفال. I'm going to restart the stream. Well, actually restart when I get back, actually. No in particular, just going to have a little walk and to make videos for my fans, Oh, I love my fans. Oh, my fans so good. Would you like me to leave YouTube on so you can listen to it?
To keep people at the top of it and examine where, if we are not very careful, we could be heading next. And let's start with the fact that some of Maha's big wins so far have been wildly oversold. For instance, Coke recently announced that it had started selling drinks made with cane sugar.
Yes.
And when Steak and Shake announced it had offered Coke with that instead of corn syrup.
Ah, okay, cool. I'll leave it out. Take care, my friends.
Despite Marion Nestle referring to Coke's news as nutritionally hilarious.
Bye, my friends.
Bye. And again, rid of synthetic food dyes, something prominent Maha influencers testified about at a Senate roundtable.
Many of the things discussed today, I think there is a nuanced debate. But with artificial food dyes, they have shown all over the world that they can use colorants that come from fruit.
This is the Canadian version.
This is the brightness of the Canadian version, just for visibility. And this is the brightness of artificial food dyes. So, of course, Kellogg and other food companies will argue children prefer this over this, just as they would prefer cocaine over sugar.
First, I don't think kids like cocaine more than sugar. I don't even think you could get a kid to do cocaine unless you told them it was sugar. And honestly, if what you're concerned about is kids liking cocaine, the food you need to focus your attention on is Pixie Sticks, a candy that seems to be explicitly designed to teach them how to do a line in the bathroom. I mean, it comes in a straw. And the theatrical gasp there when the colourful Fruit Loops are revealed is a bit over the top. Guys, they're called Fruit with 2 O's Loops. And their mascot's a rainbow-nosed toucan. Let's not get too shocked that the colours aren't natural. Now, I should say there is literature to support that synthetic food dyes can impact neurobehaviour in some children. And given that there is no real need to keep them, why not take them out of foods? Totally fine. And when the US dairy industry agreed to voluntarily remove synthetic dyes from ice cream, RFK touted it as another Maha win. Though, you should know, experts have said small moves like that won't actually move the needle when it comes to Americans' health, which does make sense because removing dyes doesn't address the fundamental issue with ice cream, which is that it is ice cream. A product with generally high sugar and fat content, not to mention the other issues it presents, like the awkward conversation every parent's forced to have the first time their child asked to know the meaning behind Ben & Jerry's Caramel Sutra. Well, you see, son, when two people truly love but have grown quite tired of each other, they can rediscover an emotional spark deep in the raw power of prolonged mutual orgasm. It was something I was kind of planning on never having to explain to you, but it turns out the ice cream boys couldn't think of another pun on the word caramel, so here we are. But making a big deal out of narrow wins is part and parcel of this movement. Take the woman you saw in that roundtable, Vani Hari. She was also in that White House video accusing companies of poisoning kids with their ingredients. Hari is a food blogger and author who goes by The Food Person and is an influential figure in the Maha movement. And one of her specialities is zeroing in on a single scary-sounding ingredient in common foods and pressuring companies to remove them. Here is one of her early hits.
Oh, hi there. I'm the Food Babe. I love yoga. It is so amazing for your body and stress and well-being, but it really does make me really hungry.
Wake up, people. Take a look at the ingredients in Subway's 9-grain bread. Did you know that one of them is the same ingredients found in yoga mat?
Yeah. She made a video calling out Subway for serving shitty food, something again we also did, albeit over the course of 21 minutes and culminating in a Korean soap opera about love, betrayal, and meatballs. But the point is, in the end, Subway announced it was in the process of removing that particular ingredient, which again, I am not against. But let's try and keep that win in some perspective here, because Subway is still Subway. It's a place where all the food is somehow wet, it sells cookies by the foot, and it fully had a pedophile as a spokesman for years, and yet their food is still so bad it's not even the first thing that people criticise. The critics have long argued that some of Hari's alerts about food are overblown, something she's responded to by saying, "I've never claimed to be a nutritionist, I'm an investigator." But those investigations have sometimes led to her going to some deeply unscientific conclusions, like in a deleted post that she says wasn't her most impressive work, where she cautioned against using microwaves by referencing an experiment in which microwaved water produced a similar physical structure to when the words Satan and Hitler were repeatedly exposed to the water, which is clearly ridiculous because it implies, one, that water can read, two, that it doesn't like being microwaved, and perhaps most importantly, that it not only knows who Hitler is and what he did, but it did nothing to stop him. What is more, like many influencers, Hari has her own product line, meaning that sometimes her warnings about particular ingredients can take a more self-serving turn, like in this video, warning about Chick-fil-A's frozen lemonade.
All of this sugar leads to weight gain and serious health conditions such as heart disease and type 2 diabetes. It's thickened up with several nasty emulsifiers like carrageenan that's known to be contaminated with carcinogens and monoindiglycerides that contain trans fats.
Save yourself from this madness and try our new frosted lemonade recipe made with Trubani's lemon cookie protein.
Yeah, that seems a little bit compromised. And for what it's worth, she actually shows you how to make her recipe in that video, and it looks absolutely disgusting. It honestly looks like she just showed it Hitler. And you might be thinking, well, who cares if some of Maha's boosters can be wobbly on the science or are hawking products, just so long as RFK's putting reliable people in charge at the top. But I'd argue he isn't. Which brings us to two key people, the brother and sister duo of Callie and Casey Meads. Callie is a top advisor to RFK, which makes sense given, as he will tell you, he's the one who convinced Kennedy to join the winning campaign.
I was in a sweat tent with him in Austin at a campaign event 6 months before, and I just had this strong vision of him standing with Trump, and how what RFK represents is actually what Trump represents, and actually what almost every American's feeling, which is this frustration and this rigged thing and this stuff thing that doesn't quite feel right, that you can't quite put your finger on.
Okay, I hope this goes without saying, but I would rather be anywhere on Earth than in a sweat tent with RFK. I'd rather be in a dumpster full of glass and cockroaches. I'd rather be in a flight where half the passengers are babies and half are Mel Gibsons. I'd rather be in Scottsdale. Callie Meads is constantly claiming the whole system surrounding health and food is rigged. And one of his key bona fides in arguing that is that he used to be involved in rigging it. He said that he was a lobbyist and consultant, and that one of my big accounts was the American Beverage Association, which is the front group for Coke. Here is what he says he did there.
Working for Coke, I helped steer money to the American...
Coca-Cola.
Yeah, working for Coca-Cola, they actually pay money to the American Diabetes Association. They actually pay money to the American Academy of Pediatrics. If there's one thing the American Diabetes Association, which sets the standard of care for diabetes management, should be doing, they should be saying, we're not going to accept money from Coke.
Now, look, I'm not going to sit here and argue that Coca-Cola is a good company. They are absolutely terrible, to the point that if I told you they had a section on their Wikipedia page titled Colombian Death Squad Allegations, you might even believe me, which is good because they actually do. But people who've looked into Callie's origin story have come away with some, let's call them, questions. For starters, when reporters reached out to the two firms where he worked, each insisted they didn't represent Coke or its trade group at the time. Now, Callie insisted to us that he did do this work, though not directly for Coke or the trade group, but for an unspecified coalition that they funded, and that he didn't name, which, as you'll note, is already much less specific than what he confidently blew Tucker's mind with there. And for what it is worth, former colleagues of his have no idea what he is talking about, with one saying maybe there was a 6-month window when we all blacked out. This client came in and Callie became the whisperer behind the scenes, plotting a supposedly nefarious role with soda executives. But one thing they definitely do remember is that Callie Means apparently used to walk around the office saying, Callie means business. And I probably could have saved us a whole lot of time if I just said that at the start. I wouldn't have needed to show you the Tucker appearance or even the RFK sweat tent detail if I just said, this is Callie Means. And he apparently used to walk around saying Callie means business. You would know all you need to know to accurately conclude he is a douche. Now, as for his sister Casey, she has an MD and is now RFK's choice to serve as Surgeon General. And she too is deeply steeped in the Maha world. Here she is on the Grounded Wellness podcast, enjoying a totally normal snack.
I'm so excited to be here on your beautiful farm. Oh my gosh, I know. We're drinking liver smoothies. It's the first time you've ever tried a liver smoothie, and you're like
I'm almost done
with it. I'm so glad.
It's really good. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Look, I think we as a society have collectively lost our grasp of what smoothies are supposed to be. Because there should not be meat in there, as that is definitionally no longer a smoothie. It is hospital food for a terminally ill hyena. Now, like her brother, Casey also has an eye-catching backstory. In her case, it concerns how she became disillusioned with the medical establishment because, in her telling, while studying to become a doctor, she got frustrated. She wasn't learning the root causes of illness. So, quote, I walked into the office of the chair of the department and I put down the scalpel and I walked away. And not for nothing, is that how doctors quit? Because it kind of makes sense for cops to hand in their badge and gun, but I'd always assume that if a doctor wanted to quit, they'd just walk into their boss's office, put a still beating heart down on the desk and say, I forgot where this goes. But obviously, that is a compelling story, and it's a big part of the book she co-wrote with her brother, Good Energy. In it, they tell the tragic story of how their mother died of pancreatic cancer and say that she was let down by the siloed medical system, which saw every health issue she faced as an isolated incident. And look, losing a parent is a terrible thing to go through, and being let down by the medical system is something virtually everybody can identify with. The thing is, the Means' book wraps that story into a much larger narrative about the importance of maintaining metabolic health, or as the book calls it, good energy capitalized. And I'm not saying metabolic health isn't a real thing or that it isn't important, but the Means take it much further. Just listen to Callie making a huge claim about the root cause of diseases.
We're being lied to that cancer is random, that dementia is random, that kidney disease is random, that all these issues that are killing us are random. They're not. They're all exploding, and they're all tied essentially to food.
Right, apparently they're all tied to food, and according to the Means' book, food is a massive part of maintaining good energy. It actually contains a long list of processed foods, which they say should be avoided as strongly as if they were illicit drugs, which includes instant oatmeal, granola bars, crackers, packaged bread, canned soup, and flavored yogurt. And look, I am not a scientist, despite my glasses and the many hours I spend doing surgical procedures on mice, but I don't think it's quite that simple. Most medical experts will tell you it's not that health outcomes can't be impacted by personal behaviors or diet, but health is complex and its components of personal, genetic, environmental, and systemic, on top of which sometimes, and this is a technical term, shit just happens, and it's out of your control. And while the book mentions other factors, its relentless focus on metabolic health suggests that if you can simply maintain good energy, not only can you enjoy the natural state of fertility that is your birthright, but you can live relieved of the nagging anxiety, the precipitous physical or mental decline awaits you, or you'll develop a disease that runs in the family. But it is hard not to read that and feel like if you're having trouble conceiving, or if you develop a genetic condition, it's somehow your fault. And for what it's worth, for all the Means' abundance of caution around processed foods, there are other areas where they are worryingly lax. For instance, Casey doesn't seem to favour restrictions on selling raw milk, saying, I want to be free to form a relationship with a local farmer, understand his integrity, look him in the eyes, pet his cow, and then decide if I feel safe to drink the milk from his farm, which traditionally is not how you decide if milk is safe to drink, it's how you decide if you want to fuck a dairy farmer. And it's worth noting, raw milk can carry dangerous pathogens such as Salmonella, E. coli, and Listeria, and is currently at the center of an outbreak in Florida that's sickened at least 21 people, including 6 children under the age of 10. And Casey's also shared some pretty concerning takes on vaccines, like when she appeared with her brother on Joe Rogan's podcast and said this.
It's like with vaccines, it's like, yeah, I bet that one vaccine probably isn't causing autism. But what about the 20 that they're getting before 18 months? Like, we don't look at it in synergistic, you know, and so that's a big problem.
Yeah, that's not great. In fact, I will go so far as to say that is the most obviously horseshit thing Casey Means has said since claiming that smoothie was really good on the Meat Juice Farmcast hosted by what appears to be Pinterest's final boss. That feels really dangerous. As to the fact that her brother on that same podcast said COVID was a foodborne illness, and if you were metabolically healthy, you did not die of COVID, which I hope you know is just not true. So that is worrying, and it's worth noting that while the Meanses correctly identified conflicts of interest in medicine and public health as a real concern, it is not like they are without potential conflicts of their own. Not only does Casey's newsletter have sponsors from supplements and products tied to the wellness industry, she also co-founded a company called Levels. This is her photo prominently featured on the website today. The company promotes glucose monitoring for non-diabetic, healthy individuals, despite the fact researchers found little evidence such monitoring provides health benefits for people without diabetes. And while it's been reported that she's left the company, all of this has understandably raised questions about whether Levels could benefit from this administration's health guidance and policies. Because if, say, the government started to push those monitors and Means did not fully divest, she would stand to benefit. And you'll never guess what, RFK, despite spending years warning his followers that wearable devices like glucose monitors were part of a sinister plan to surveil and control Americans, recently went before Congress to say this.
We're about to launch one of the biggest advertising campaigns in HHS history to encourage Americans to use wearables. My vision is that every American is wearing a wearable within 4 years. I've personally had friends who utterly changed their lives just from wearing a glucose meter. And they've lost weight, they've lost their diabetes, diagnoses, and you see this happen again and again.
He's basically doing a product shill to Congress there. And at that point, you may as well just go full QVC and offer to pair each glucose meter with a free aroma diffuser if you call in the next 10 minutes. And look, it would be one thing if these two were just private citizens hawking books and products to a willing customer base. But Callie is a top advisor at HHS, and it bears repeating, Casey is poised to become the next Surgeon General. And they seem ready to place their understanding of health, which can be heavily and sometimes callously centered on emphasizing individual responsibility, onto our public health system as a whole, which is a real concern. Just listen to Callie on C-SPAN early this year. He mentioned how every American is capable of improving their health outcomes just by eating less processed food. And a pretty basic follow-up question from a caller set him off.
You mentioned about whole food. Well, explain to me then, how are people who are in food deserts going to be able to get whole food? How are they going to be able to get fresh vegetables at some little shop somewhere that's selling cigarettes, beer, and fast food?
All right, Judy. So just to confirm, your question is how can lower income Americans possibly not poison their kids? Is that your question?
Well, her question was about food deserts and how are they supposed to use
her question is a nihilistic question. Her question is what the left is saying. Her question is how can lower income Americans possibly not poison their children? Well, ma'am, I think American mothers don't want to be poisoning their kids. I think Americans don't want to be poisoning themselves.
Okay, first, that was the most rancid delivery of ma'am I think I've ever heard. And second, she's asking a legitimate question there about where people are supposed to get fresh vegetables. It's not like she did something truly inflammatory, like, I don't know, point out that Callie's wife and his sister look strikingly alike. That would be worth really freaking out about. But the thing is, Callie wasn't done, and the more he talked, the clearer it became that there is a lot about how our food system works that he doesn't seem to fully understand.
The reason there are food deserts is because the fourth largest entitlement program in the country
is rigged through tens of millions of dollars of lobbying spending by our food companies to be totally going to addictive, ultra-processed food like soda and Twinkies. That is what the $150 billion annually of our SNAP program does. So I will give you another little secret. If President Trump and Bobby Kennedy are able to take soda and Twinkies off of food stamps, the food deserts would disappear because the food deserts are driven by the incentives of SNAP.
Okay, so look, we could talk about how food deserts came to be, why for many your local dollar store may be the only grocery store in reach. We actually did talk about that 2 years ago. We can also talk about how increasing SNAP benefits will make it easier for families to afford fresh produce, but that removing processed food from SNAP is likely to cause salad bars to instantly sprout up around the country. And while we are doing that, we should probably talk about how your general tone of condescension there makes you a pretty good candidate to be the next cover boy for Condescending Prick magazine. But let's leave all of that aside and assume that Callie Means just wants every family to have access to fresh, nutritious foods. Here is the thing about that. There's actually a program that's been trying to do that, and guess what just happened to it?
Yes, we can receive local shredded carrots, cucumbers, lettuce, because we feel that we need to support people in our own communities.
Jim Keaton runs the district's nutrition plan and says much of this produce comes from local growers under a USDA program that's been cut by the Trump administration. Some of that food is grown here at Pine Knot Farms, about an hour's drive from Riverside High. Linda Leach Hughes keeps the books.
Are you going to make America great again if you're taking food out of the mouth of babies, senior citizens, nursing homes, rehab centers, hospitals, all of these agencies that are dependent on federal dollars? How are you going to make America great again?
Yeah, good point, Linda. And I love everything about that, from her precision in calling out this administration to the fact that she clearly takes absolutely no shit. And I'll just say this, in general, if there was a woman in charge of your office named Linda, I bet it's run like the fucking Navy. If you walk in and Linda is at her desk, ponytail tight and QuickBooks open, drop to your knees and praise the Lord, you are in good hands. But the point is, this administration's cancelled $1 billion in funding for schools and food banks to buy food from local suppliers. And at the same time, it's made cuts to SNAP eligibility, meaning there are fewer recipients of free breakfast and lunch at school, which I guess is one way to accomplish Maha's goals. Kids can't eat any food dyes if they're not eating anything. And that is the thing. Whatever cosmetic gains Maha has won since Trump took office have been more than offset by massive losses elsewhere. Which brings us to our final point. What comes next? Because it could be a lot. We talked earlier this year about the massive defunding of scientific research that's occurred, but that is just the beginning. Recently, you may have seen that HHS is winding down its mRNA vaccine development activities, which could have a grave public health impact. They've already revoked a contract to develop a vaccine against bird flu, and there are real concerns that this could impact the promising research into developing mRNA vaccines for other infectious diseases like HIV, or even using them to treat cancer. One infectious disease researcher has called this the most dangerous public health decision I've ever seen made by a government body. And that's by no means the only attack on vaccines. In June, RFK fired everyone on the Advisory Committee for Immunization Practices, which meets regularly to establish vaccination recommendations. They're a very important body because, among other things, insurers usually have to cover the vaccines that they recommend. Since then, RFK's announced the appointment of 7 new members, only one of whom was a widely recognized expert in vaccines, and some are a real who's uh-oh of crackpots, including Robert Malone, who's claimed that millions of Americans were hypnotized into taking the COVID-19 shots and has suggested that booster shots cause a form of AIDS. And if that wasn't bad enough, which it very much is, there may soon be a similar attack on an obscure but critical corner of our health system.
Health Secretary RFK Jr. is planning to fire every member of an influential task force that decides what preventive health services must be covered by insurance at no cost to patients. So that includes everything from cancer screening to HIV prevention. Now, Kennedy, the source, says plans to oust all 16 members for being, quote, too woke.
Oh, come on! Too woke? That doesn't even mean anything anymore. But I guess if that is the reason, we can look forward to the new members of that task force being Joe Camel, Kid Rock, J.K. Rowling, and a glass of water that somehow doesn't mind Hitler. Surprised to say, this is a bleak time to be involved with public health. And I haven't even mentioned the horrific shooting at the CDC campus last week, where nearly 500 bullets were fired at 6 buildings by a man who apparently subscribed to conspiracies about the COVID vaccine. And it is frankly not ideal that RFK didn't issue an official statement on it till this tweet the next day, which only came after he posted photos from the fishing trip he was on, which is just shockingly insensitive. You are the head of the agency. People need to hear from you in a crisis. You can't be posting pictures of yourself holding fish like you're a dude on Tinder. Save those for your text to reporters. And beyond RFK's leadership of his own agency, it's worth noting that the administration that he's a part of is taking a buzzsaw to so many of Maha's stated priorities. And to be fair, that is something that some influencers who've been supportive of RFK in the past have been trying to point out.
What are the things about the Make America Healthy Again movement that concern you? Like cleaning up our food in America is going to require more regulation. And so I'm just not understanding how we're going to clean up our food through regulation in an administration that ran on deregulation.
Right. Regulation is the exact opposite of everything Trump stands for. He's about as likely to embrace regulation as he is to put an "In This House" sign on the White House lawn. Why would you think he would do that? And sadly, she is right to worry, as this administration's unleashed some catastrophes for public health, from the projected $1 trillion in Medicaid cuts over the next decade to Trump's EPA delaying implementing a new standard to limit the dangerous chemical PFAS in drinking water, to its efforts to rescind the long-standing finding that greenhouse gas emissions endanger human health, removing the legal foundation for all US greenhouse gas regulations. And look, it is maddening that for the first time in recent memory, there has been a genuine groundswell of support for a cleaner, healthier, less corporately controlled America, but it's taken this fucking form. Because for the final time, it is absolutely legitimate to want America to be healthier, and there are clearly systemic problems when it comes to America's health. But these just aren't the solutions. Remember that Major JAMA report that I mentioned earlier about increases to child mortality and illness? An editorial published alongside it included a list of policy recommendations, including investing in anti-poverty measures, broadening health insurance coverage, investing in primary care, and passing firearms safety laws, which is clearly pretty fucking far from what this administration is doing. Instead, they are shredding the social safety net while elevating voices that push the responsibility for health down to the individual. I guess what I'm really saying here is, in its current form, Maha is not about making America healthy again. At best, it is about laundering the reputation of an administration that is doing the exact opposite. And for those in this movement that truly are concerned about public health, I would argue that they should be going after these guys with, at the very least, the same kind of outrage that they typically reserve for fucking Fruit Loops. We're going to dive straight in with our main story tonight, which concerns immigration, the thing that brought America the likes of Gloria Estefan from Cuba, Albert Einstein from Germany, and Elon Musk from hell. Specifically, we're going to talk about immigration enforcement. Over the last few months, you've undoubtedly seen reports of armed, masked police raiding areas like farms, parks, and Home Depots. And the White House's social media has been cheering it on, from posts like this meme showing DEI standing for Deport Every Illegal, to this shit. Look, we all know this, but sometimes it is worth reiterating. This White House is full of the pettiest little bitches imaginable. And while that video is obviously disgusting, on the plus side, I now know what song I want played at Trump's funeral. I know it'll be hard to get in, but you can throw a Bluetooth speaker pretty far. And it's not just the White House. Others have been getting in on these shit posting, with perhaps the most telling example coming from a regional border patrol office, which posted this celebration of its agents in Southern California's premier sector. If I may quote an insufferable man on a first Bumble date, have you ever seen Star Wars? Because that's pretty famously the bad guy. Imagine how morally bankrupt you have to be to watch the most famous villain in cinematic history murdering a bunch of people, some of whom are literally begging for help, and think he is so us. But for all the administration's talk of targeting dangerous criminals, the reality is very different, as this LA neighborhood found out.
An abandoned cart, the only sign that Enrique, the ice cream man, had been taken into custody. Enrique had been selling ice cream in the area for almost 20 years. He was a part of community events, and neighbors insist not a threat.
I just don't understand it. Like, go after a criminal, don't go after the ice cream man.
Many can't believe how he was taken, they say, by unidentified men in unmarked SUVs. Doesn't seem legal to me at all. I would think that you'd have to have paperwork and, I mean, it just seems crazy.
Yeah, it does. And why the fuck are immigration agents going after ice cream sellers anyway? In that video where brave hero Darth Vader was fighting bad guys like meth, fentanyl, fake news and cocaine, I don't remember one of those labels being guy who sells popsicles. But that woman saying, hey, this doesn't feel legal, raises a question that a lot of people are asking right now. So given that, tonight, let's talk about immigration enforcement and try and answer a few things. What the fuck is happening right now? Who are the people in masks grabbing our neighbours off the streets? And what are the actual rules here? And let's start with what's happening, because as we've discussed before, immigration authorities have been given pretty clear marching orders by this fucking guy.
We are looking to set a goal of a minimum of 3,000 arrests for ICE every day. We can't take the risk of letting these Biden illegals roam around freely so that the next American daughter can get raped, the next American kid can get murdered, the next American family can get splintered and torn apart by people that came into this country unchecked, uncontrolled, unvetted, uninvited by the American people.
Now, that absolute fire hose of xenophobic bullshit would be hard to hear from anyone, let alone Stephen Miller, who looks like what would happen if Caillou smoked 2 packs a day for 1,000 years. He looks like a Funko Pop of Lex Luthor, except his eyes are somehow more lifeless. Now, that 3,000 arrests a day number is part of the administration's larger goal of deporting 1 million immigrants in 1 year, which, it's worth noting, would be more than double the previous record of 400,000 when Obama was president, which was already very high. But notably, they don't seem to be getting near their target numbers. They're apparently at just over 280,000 deportations. So getting to 1 million in just 6 months seems very unlikely. And they have backed themselves into this corner, because promising to deport 1 million criminal migrants is one thing, but once you're in charge, you then have to find that many of them, which is going to be hard if they don't exist in the numbers that you're claiming, which they don't. It's like promising to apprehend 10,000 Fred Dursts a day. There just aren't that many out there. So either you have to admit that your target number was bullshit in the first place, or you have to drastically widen your definition of what a Fred Durst is until you're eventually arresting any Gen Xer wearing a hat. But instead of conceding their numbers were inflated, the administration is trying to drive up arrests at all costs. Not only has Miller told ICE agents to target Home Depots and 7-Elevens, he's giving them a lot of extra help. ICE has rapidly deputized a record number of local police to function as deportation agents. They pulled in Border Patrol as well as the National Guard, at least 25% of the DEA, up to 80% of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobaccos and Firearms, and even members of the US Postal Inspection Service. And this cross-agency collaboration is why, at the size of a raid like this one at a nightclub in Colorado, you can see personnel wearing gear with logos for the DEA, FBI, postal inspectors, FBI again, ICE's enforcement and removal operations, and the IRS. And for what it's worth, I can't imagine the postal inspectors love getting thrown onto the 3 a.m. shift, nor can I imagine it's much fun to turn up at the club and end up getting arrested by the mail. And this mass reallocation of resources means other crimes are going less police. At the FBI, for instance, agents will be told to scale up immigration enforcement and deprioritize white-collar cases. And even within ICE, Their Homeland Security Investigations Unit, which usually focuses on major offences like cybercrime and drug trafficking, has been redeployed onto lower-level immigration cases. One agent there has even complained, no drug cases, no human trafficking, no child exploitation. It's infuriating. And I've got to say, for a guy who pandered so heavily to people convinced pedophile sex offenders and traffickers had infiltrated our government, Trump's sure making the government a lot friendlier to them. Ghislaine Maxwell's in a nicer cell now. Lawrence Taylor's advising on kids' physical fitness. Fuck it. At this point, if he's willing to wear a MAGA hat, I really don't see why Roman Polanski can't come back. Still, officials like Borders Czar Tom Homan insist that none of that matters because they're catching a ton of hardened criminals.
For those we arrest, 70%, approximately 70%, 70% of those we arrest are criminals. Who's the other 30%? The other 30% are national security threats. Most national security threats don't have a criminal history because they try to lay low until it's time for them to do things bad.
Okay. Speaking things bad aside, Hogan is getting a lot wrong there because under his logic, I guess anyone can be a national security threat, even for instance, your local ice cream man. Sure, the worst thing he's ever done was maybe give someone one of those SpongeBob popsicles a la Salvador Dali, but don't be fooled, according to this decaying corpse of a baseball umpire, he's probably just lying low till it's time for him to do things bad. But also, Homan's numbers there are nowhere near ICE's own data because it turns out only around 40% of those arrested by ICE had any criminal convictions, which can include things like traffic infractions, and just 7% were convicted of any sort of violent crime. In fact, as of the end of June, people with only civil immigration violations, no criminal charges or convictions, made up the largest percentage of ICE arrests nationwide. And maybe the clearest sign that this is more about pushing up numbers than catching violent criminals on the run is that one of the key places they're now fishing for arrests is immigration court, when people show up for their hearings.
We captured the moment two men went from migrants to detainees. It happened last week at Dallas Immigration Court when nearly a dozen people showed up to have their asylum cases heard. Their cases were dismissed by the judge, and when they walked out of the courtroom, plainclothes federal agents were waiting to take them into custody. ICE is asking immigration judges across the country to dismiss the court cases of certain migrants so the agency can arrest them once their hearings end and place them in a fast-track deportation process known as expedited removal. Outside of Miami courthouse, this migrant in cuffs says in Spanish, "It's a trap."
Look, that is all awful, very much including the term expedited removal, which sounds less like a legal process, more like a phrase you see with an exclamation point on the packaging for a particularly powerful laxative. And to be clear about what is happening there, generally, you can't be deported if you have an active immigration case pending in court. But if your case is dismissed and you've been here for less than 2 years, the government can move to put you through expedited removal, meaning you can be deported without any hearing at all. So, administration attorneys are asking for cases to be dismissed, and immigration judges, all of whom work for the DOJ, have been told to grant those requests. It is the laziest possible way to juice up your numbers because you're targeting people who are going through the system the right way and turning them into people that you can immediately arrest and deport. Trump is also working to end programs that give temporary legal protection to certain immigrants from countries like Afghanistan, Haiti, and Venezuela. By September, it's estimated these changes will cause nearly 1 million people who've been vetted and given permission to live and work here to lose those protections and become at risk for deportation. But obviously the most visible aspect of this surge in enforcement has been those raids that you see on TV. A term, by the way, that Tom Homan does not care for.
Well, I don't like the term raid because when we go out there, it's a targeted enforcement operation. We know who we're looking for, and we have repeated operations, operational sheets at every arrest. You say, here's I'm going to go arrest, here's where I think I'm going to find him, here's his immigration history, here's his criminal history. We're not going on the streets looking for people different. That's a targeted enforcement operation.
Well, that's reassuring. I'm glad that Homer's not just arresting people different from him, because that'd be bad news for anyone who doesn't sound like John C. Reilly being actively dragged. Unfortunately, his claim there that ICE is engaged in strictly targeted enforcement is at odds with internal emails showing immigration officials have been urged to turn the creative knob up to 11 when it comes to enforcement, and that if it involves handcuffs on wrists, it's probably worth pursuing, which in another context would obviously be very hot, but really isn't here. One tactic suggested is interviewing and potentially arresting what are called collaterals. Basically, people just encountered while looking for someone else. That is something that this local station witnessed firsthand when it did a ride-along with ICE.
These ICE agents were looking for an MS-13 gang member that spotted this man meeting up with a painting crew on his way to a work site.
This guy's been eyeballing him since he pulled up, so just trying to figure out what's going on with him.
He was arrested, also without a prior criminal record, and now sits in a holding facility in New Orleans.
Yeah, that is absurd for many reasons, including that eyeballing should never be a pretext for arrest, unless that is you're a tarsier, the nocturnal Asian primate that always looks like you just caught it cheating on its wife. Then should probably be consequences for eyeballing someone like that. So clearly, enforcement is nowhere near as targeted as this administration likes to claim. But the scary thing is, it doesn't have to be. And it's worth taking a minute to talk about the rules governing these arrests, which are a lot looser than you might think. When ICE sets out to arrest someone, they don't need a criminal arrest warrant, which are issued by judges. They can just do it with an administrative warrant, which can be signed off on by an agency staffer. Those don't entitle ICE to go into someone's home, but they don't have to tell you that. Officers can also just stop and question people on the street, and as Holman will tell you, they don't need much justification for that.
They just need the totality of the circumstances, right? They just got through the observation, get our typical facts based on the location, the occupation, their physical appearance, their actions. Agents are trained. What they need to detain somebody temporarily and question them is not probable cause, it's reasonable suspicion.
Okay, setting aside that stumbling over the word articulable is objectively very funny. Reasonable suspicion is a low bar. I have reasonable suspicion to believe that Tom Homan was doing that interview on about 12 Tylenol PMs, but that is different from me having proof, isn't it? And I should note, the administration is currently fighting a court ban on them stopping people based solely on their ethnicity, language, occupation, or presence at a particular location. And it's unclear if that will ultimately be allowed. But other things the administration is doing that sure feel like they're breaking the law often aren't. Take the dystopian visuals of agents wearing masks. It turns out no federal law forbids federal law enforcement personnel from wearing masks, so they can do it. But why are they? Well, the administration claims it's for their own protection, arguing early last month there'd been a 690% increase in assaults on agents from the year before, which does sound alarming, although you should know first, it turns out that meant there'd been a total of 79 assaults at that point, up from 10 the previous year. But also, they seem to be applying the word assault very loosely. Here's Kristi Noem defining what she sees as violence against federal agents in extremely broad terms.
I will tell you that violence is anything that threatens them and their safety. So it is doxing them, it's videotaping them, where they're at when they're out on operations, encouraging other people to come and to throw things, rocks, bottles, we've seen Molotov cocktails thrown at them.
Wow, that is quite an escalation from videotaping to Molotov cocktail. Those aren't remotely the same thing. I know that because one of those things is happening to me right now. And we've seen that standard in action in June when New York City mayoral candidate Brad Lander locked arms with an immigrant in a courthouse as ICE agents tried to detain him. He was arrested for impeding and assaulting officers, which sure isn't what this looks like. It looks more like something you see in the chapter of a history book titled How It Started. And for what it's worth, ICE agents wearing masks and not being identifiable makes everyone less safe, including them, especially in states with stand your ground laws. One law professor pointed out somebody's going to get shot or killed, and it may well be an officer. And I'm hesitant to even point that out, since imagining a crime against an ICE agent currently seems to be enough for this bird's nest of a human to count it as one. And it sure seems like all this, from the drive to hit numbers to the removal of safeguards, is a perfect storm for trouble, perhaps best encapsulated by the sheer number of videos out there of US citizens being detained or in some cases even arrested by federal agents.
Witnesses capturing a traffic stop involving ICE and Border Patrol agents on Brown Street in Rochester Tuesday.
What's your name?
My name is Jose Castro. I'm a citizen here.
I said, brother, I'm American.
He says the agent asked him what city and hospital he was born in.
I said, I don't know.
I said, I don't know. And because I didn't know, he threw me to the gate and he twisted my arm.
This was the moment Border Patrol and Florida Highway Patrol officers detained a U.S. citizen while conducting immigration enforcement.
I got rights to talk, bro.
You know, right here.
I do.
Okay, that is all obviously terrible. And while this is by no means the most important thing, who the fuck even knows what hospital they were born in? I mean, I do happen to know mine, Her Majesty's Royal Cummerbunch Hospital for Children and Paisley Adults, but that's only because I lived there until I was 30. But it's also pretty difficult to hear Tom Holland say people aren't targeted based on their race when you see an officer tell an American citizen who happens to be a Spanish-speaking brown guy on his way to a landscaping job, say, "You've got no rights here, you're an illegal." That feels like the most naked racism you could possibly see on camera, at least until Stephen Miller starts an OnlyFans. And if you want to see this whole story in one place, just look at this incident in LA.
Man, no le sobra. No, you serious, bro?
Phil Garcia was capturing it right on camera when he suddenly became the target as well. The 37-year-old U.S. citizen tackled and taken into custody.
You want to go to jail? Fine. You got it.
He says he was first taken to a holding area at Dodger Stadium where he heard the agents boasting about how many people they had grabbed.
Like, how many bodies did you guys catch today? And one of them said 31. And they started like, yay. Like, it was a good day today. They were like high-fiving each other.
He says the officers also debated about what they could charge him with.
At first, it was assault of a federal agent. But only later, the narrative started switching because the video was out.
Yeah, he's actually seeking damages over that incident. And I should say, we contacted DHS and they maintain he assaulted and verbally harassed a Border Patrol agent, only one of which is even a crime and neither of which they've charged him with. Also, while DHS ignored most of our questions, when we asked about that Darth Vader video, they said, not to spoil the plot, but as any Star Wars fan knows, Darth Vader is also Anakin Skywalker. I don't think DHS needs to regale the American public on the heroism of Skywalker they know, which is just an incredible, deeply shitty response. I'd honestly love to know their disingenuous takes on other movie villains. Actually, if you think about it, Thanos was the real hero of the Avengers movies because, as any Marvel fan knows, Thanos used to be a baby and babies aren't evil. And all of this gets even more worrying when you remember that Trump's big, beautiful bill contained a massive surge of funding for immigration enforcement, roughly $170 billion over the next few years, some of which is being set aside to fund the hiring of 10,000 more ICE agents. And for what it's worth, massive, rapid hiring sprees never tend to work out well. As we mentioned before, when Border Patrol surged hiring under Bush, they struggled to hit their numbers and wound up hiring cartel members and an actual serial killer. And it's not a great sign for who ICE is appealing to, that they're currently posting gross recruitment ads like this fake minivan ad tagged, think about how many criminal illegal aliens you could fit in this bad boy. And they seem more than a little bit desperate already as they removed age limits for hiring agents. And this week they shared this video starring their newest recruit.
Hey everybody, Dean Kane here. For those who don't know, I am a sworn law enforcement officer as well as being a filmmaker. I felt it was important to join with our first responders to help secure the safety of all Americans, not just talk about it. So I joined up.
You know, there's an old saying in Hollywood. If all you can get is Dean Kane, you are fucked. Now, I'm not saying that ICE isn't finding people. I'm just saying, when you are reduced to pinning a badge on the 59-year-old star of the dog who saved Christmas, the dog who saved Christmas Vacation, the dog who saved the holidays, the dog who saved Halloween, the dog who saved Easter, and the dog who saved summer, maybe you are in trouble. Although, on the plus side, no need for that guy to wear a mask because the chances of anyone recognizing are fucking zero. So what can we do here? Well, as powerless as this can feel, as individuals, there are still actions you can take. Experts say if you personally witness an ICE arrest and are able to safely record the interaction, you should do so. You've seen what a difference that can make tonight. For more guidance on how to do this and what to do with your recording, go to this address. And if you are approached by an immigration enforcement while out in public, whether or not you're a citizen, attorneys told us the only things you should say to them are, am I free to leave? And I want to speak to a lawyer. That's it. You have the right to remain silent. And I recognise that in some cases you may be unable to help yourself from saying, didn't you used to be Superman? I thought you died. I can't believe I'm meeting a filmmaker. But that really is it. For more specific information about your rights, which may be slightly different depending on where you are, you can visit this address. Well, no, very clear. It's worth remembering that supporting immigrants is actually the majority stance in this country. And people witnessing the brutal reality of these raids has had an impact. Trump's approval on immigration has dropped sharply in the last few months, with 55% now disapproving of what he's doing. Meanwhile, support for a pathway to citizenship for long-term undocumented immigrants has climbed to nearly 80%. Look, don't get me wrong, we are still in a very grim moment. But the right-wing narrative is that most people are rapid to punish anyone trying to become new Americans, but that is just not true. Nor are there bullshit claims about who's being targeted and arrested. And I'm not saying that everything ICE is doing right now is illegal. What I'm saying is a whole bunch of it feels like it really should be. And we need to change that at our earliest opportunity. Because the fact is, despite this administration's claims, the majority of people they are sweeping up are not drug dealers, human traffickers, or violent criminals. Instead, they're ice cream vendors, immigrants who show up to court hearings, and even US citizens. Although I will give immigration enforcement agencies one thing: the way they seem to view themselves is sadly increasingly spot on, and that is violent, cruel, and hiding behind a fucking mask. Our main story tonight concerns crime. Once again, voted #1 by Reasons to Tiptoe magazine. Specifically, we're going to talk about corporate crime, something our current president is famously not that concerned about. Not only was he convicted on 34 counts of falsifying business records, but long before he was president, CNBC ran a segment about a law banning American companies from bribing foreign governments. And I'll let this anti-corruption activist pick up the story from there.
I was asked to come on CNBC and give the anti-corruption argument. And I remember laughing at the time saying, well, is there somebody that you found who's willing to give the pro-corruption argument?
Now, every other country goes into these places and they do what they have to do. But every other country in the world is doing it. We're not allowed to. So it puts us at a huge disadvantage.
Yeah, they clearly got the right guy there. I can only assume the producer at CNBC said to their assistants, we need someone willing to give the pro-corruption argument. Who's the most unethical person you can think of? To which they replied, easily the Hamburglar. To which the producer said, no, wait, what? No, like a real person. To which they said, wait, that Hamburglar's not real. To which the producer said, no, he's a fictional character. To which the assistant replied, well, there goes that dream. To which the producer said, what dream? To which they said, of marrying the Hamburglar. To which the producer said, I'm sorry, what? To which the assistant said, let's not talk about it. How about we get Donald Trump? To which the producer said, oh, that is a good idea. Are you crying? To which the assistant said, yeah, sorry, this Hamburglar news is just hitting me pretty hard. To which the producer said, did you really have a crush on a cartoon beef thief? To which they replied, the heart wants what it wants! Before storming off to go cry in the bathroom stall. Anyway, the point is, of course they got Donald Trump to defend corruption on live TV. And since taking office, his administration's halted or dropped more than 100 enforcement actions against corporate misconduct. And he even issued the first ever pardon of a corporation, pardoning this cryptocurrency exchange, which had been sentenced to a $100 million fine for violating an anti-money laundering law. It is frankly no wonder experts have called this moment the ripest environment for corruption by public officials and business executives in a generation. Though, to be fair, it's not like the environment was exactly unripe before Trump took office. Republican and Democratic administrations have both taken a pretty lax approach to corporate crime for a while now. You might have noticed stories about corporate malfeasance rarely end with executives going to jail or the companies getting shut down. And tonight's story is going to focus on a key reason for that: deferred prosecution agreements, or DPAs. They're basically an out-of-court settlement for companies to avoid being prosecuted. Essentially, the government will come to a company and say, hi, company, government here, you did a crime, and we have enough evidence to prosecute you. But instead of then doing that, they strike a deal where if the company behaves itself for a certain amount of time, the criminal charges eventually disappear. Sometimes they'll go with an even weaker option, a non-prosecution agreement, or NPA, which doesn't even have to be filed in court. But either way, They're terms that tend to slide past you whenever you hear them on the news.
The Justice Department announcing a deferred prosecution agreement with Teva Pharmaceuticals.
First Energy entered into what's called a deferred prosecution agreement.
McKinsey has also entered into a deferred prosecution agreement. Uber has entered into a non-prosecution agreement. Credit Suisse close to finalizing that deferred prosecution agreement.
What's known as a deferred prosecution agreement.
Deferred prosecution agreement. Deferred prosecution agreement. Every bank on Wall Street has a deferred prosecution or an NPA. Every bank has more than one, most likely.
It's true. AIG has 2 NPAs and a DPA. Barclays has a DPA and an NPA. Credit Suisse has a DPA. JP Morgan has an NPA and a DPA. Lloyds has 2 DPAs. The Royal Bank of Scotland has a DPA. Wachovia has a DPA and an NPA. And UBS has a DPA and 2 NPAs. And just so you know, when I say a sentence like UBS has a DPA and 2 NPAs, I do hear myself. I'm fully aware that one day this show will just be me reading one long acronym for 40 minutes. We'll have achieved our perfect form, and on that day, I'll finally be allowed to die. But the point is, these agreements are absolutely everywhere. Honestly, the only things more ubiquitous than DPAs on Wall Street are fleece vests and undiagnosed sociopaths. Unfortunately, as you're about to see, DPAs don't really do much. In fact, sometimes companies that have done massive harm have used them to literally get away with murder. So given that, tonight, let's talk about deferred prosecution agreements, where they came from, how ineffective they can be, and a few amazing examples of what they can look like in practice. Let's start with the fact that DPAs were never actually intended to be used on corporations. The concept grew out of a 1974 law that was meant to help first-time and juvenile non-violent offenders avoid prosecution so they could focus on rehabilitation. But that is not how we use them today. And you can trace the explosion of corporate DPAs back to one of the most famous times a large company was prosecuted in this country, Arthur Andersen. It was the accounting firm for Enron, whose name is now synonymous with accounting fraud. Very basically, with the help of Andersen, Enron completely invented future earnings for itself. And when the government tried to investigate, Andersen undertook a massive document purge during which they deleted around 30,000 computer files and emails, and at one point shredded more documents in 3 days than they usually destroyed in a year. Something that became so famous, it was even parodied in a Heineken commercial, where the documents became snowflakes, and the tagline was, "To all those who weren't naughty this year, happy holidays." And just think how remarkable that is. A beer company thought to themselves, you know, we could just show off our crisp, refreshing product in this commercial, but instead, let's give people what they really want this Christmas and say fuck you to an accounting firm. But the thing is, the Justice Department actually got a lot of blowback for prosecuting Andersen because at the time, it was a massive firm with 28,000 employees, many of whom felt like they'd done nothing wrong.
After weeks of suffering in silence, Andersen workers have found their voice.
Fight! Stand tall! Don't give up! By the grace of God, we're gonna win because we're Andersen!
Everybody you see out here is worried about their job right now.
We're all being penalized for something that we didn't have anything to do with.
Yeah, Arthur Andersen's employees felt a range of emotions from resentment to anxiety to a level of unbridled exuberance, best described as Price is Right contestant who just won a Honda Civic. And they were right to be concerned. Andersen being convicted of a felony meant they lost their accounting license, which for an accounting firm is generally not great for business. The company eventually folded, thousands of people lost their jobs, and many, like this Andersen partner, placed the blame squarely on the government.
In the history of the world of business, this will come out, in my judgment, as the largest act of corporate murder ever.
Okay, that is a wild overstatement, though, because what happened to Andersen is a lot more complicated than that. The company had started shedding clients long before their conviction, and the SEC was already investigating them. So the truth is, Andersen was likely heading out of business anyway. Saying this prosecution is what doomed Andersen is like saying that the ground is what doomed the Hindenburg. Sure, it might have been the final issue it encountered, but things weren't exactly smooth sailing before then. But after Andersen, prosecutors became very reluctant to risk putting a company out of business, and that is when DPAs became popular. In the decade prior to Andersen's collapse, DPAs and NPAs have been used just 18 times. But in the 14 years following, the DOJ entered into 419 such settlements. And the argument for DPAs is that they prevent innocent employees from getting hurt, dissuade future wrongdoing, and still allow the DOJ to go after individuals. But there are problems with literally all that. For starters, nearly half of those getting deferred and non-prosecution agreements paid no fine at all. And when it comes to individuals, in 2/3 of cases, no employees were prosecuted. And show you just how glaringly apparent this system's shortcomings can be, we're going to focus on 3 companies: GM, HSBC, and Boeing. We actually talked about GM all the way back in our first season, but just in case I wasted my precious, let's call it youth, shouting at you about things you don't remember, here's a quick refresher on what the company did wrong.
Last year, GM began recalling 2.5 million cars with ignition switches that could suddenly shut off the engine, cutting off the power to the airbags and disabling the power steering and power brakes, causing crashes. GM has since determined that the switches caused accidents that led to 124 deaths and 273 injuries.
Yeah, it was a wild story. GM sold cars with faulty switches that could shut off the engine, steering, brakes, and airbags, despite the fact that they are, and this is true, some of the key differences between something being an automobile or a metal coffin moving at 70 miles an hour. And there was evidence the company knew about the problem. In 2008, they showed their employees a PowerPoint encouraging them to avoid words like problem, safety, and defect when writing about GM's cars, and added as a fun joke that they should also probably stay away from terms like Kevorkian-esque, tomb-like, maniacal, or rolling sarcophagus. And I kind of hope that just inspired GM employees to use other options instead, like the Widowmaker, Chitty Chitty Smash Bang, Final Destination The Car, and the Lean Mean James Dean Machine. GM reached a DPA with the government in 2015, which meant they didn't have to plead guilty, just agree to a statement of facts about their misconduct. For instance, they admitted that by early 2012, they not only knew about the problem, they were aware of several fatal incidents that may have been caused by the defective switch. And while the law required GM to report such knowledge to the government within 5 days, it took them approximately 20 months, which, fun fact, is around the length of an elephant's gestational period. And if writing an email takes longer than making a fucking elephant from scratch, there is clearly something else going on. Now, as part of GM's DPA, they did have to pay a $900 million fine, and Mary Barra, their then and current CEO, went to great lengths to argue that the deal was not letting them off easy.
This is a tough agreement. It further highlights the mistakes that were made by certain people in GM, and it imposes significant penalties and obligations.
Okay, but I don't know how significant a $900 million fine was to a company whose profits were just under $10 billion that year. I'm not saying it's nothing, but 9% of 1 year's profits just doesn't seem enough for essentially marketing the automotive equivalent of the Titan submersible. Also, while she said mistakes were made by certain people at GM, notably, no individuals ended up facing charges for any part of this. And that's something extra galling for people like Candice Anderson. She lost control of her car in a crash that killed her boyfriend. And when GM conducted an internal review of the accident in 2007, they ruled that their car was to blame. Fortunately, they never told anyone that, instead allowing Candice to plead guilty to negligent homicide 5 months later. Thankfully, her conviction has since been overturned, but the way that she sees it, that's not nearly enough.
There's someone within General Motors that should be held responsible.
Are you saying that you think individuals at General Motors should stand trial?
Yeah, I do. They didn't have a problem sitting by while I was charged.
Yeah, I get that. If someone does something terrible to you, it is understandable to want them to get a taste of their own medicine. It's one of the many reasons why I personally love to see someone shit on a pigeon. Yeah, not so much fun when we do it to you, is it, pigeons? And look, thankfully, GM hasn't killed any more people with its car since then as of taping. But other companies with DPAs have shown a much greater propensity for recidivism. And that brings us to our second example, HSBC. A few years back, it got in trouble for allowing Mexican cartels to launder at least $881 million in drug trafficking proceeds and facilitating approximately $660 million in transactions involving sanction regimes like Burma, Iran, Cuba, and Libya. Here's how bad it was. At one point, Mexican law enforcement recorded a cartel leader on a wiretap saying HSBC was the place to launder money. And the Sinaloa cartel deposited so much money in their bank that the cartel designed special cash boxes to fit HSBC's teller windows, which is surprisingly considerate in a way. After all, who hasn't been stuck in a teller line behind some guy trying to stuff a blood-soaked duffel full of cash through the window? Finally, a cartel that thinks about other people's time. Now, in response, HSBC put together a new compliance department, but it wasn't exactly inspiring, as this man will tell you. His name is Everett Stern, and he once had a dream. Tell everyone about your dream, Everett.
Sure. My dream was to join the CIA.
Okay, thanks, Everett. That sounds like a really nice dream. Unfortunately, Everett got rejected by the CIA, but he did get hired as a compliance officer at HSBC, which he was excited about, until he got there.
I remember like my first day on the job. It was a shopping center. It wasn't like a bank building. I was expecting to show up at this bank building, and I'm in this suit. There were all these people like in jeans and t-shirts, and I didn't understand what was going on. And when I walked in, there were all these empty cubicles, and the walls were half painted, and there were maybe 15 compliance officers in the whole department. At the time, I thought I was like this. They hired me because I was like this smart guy, and I had it all going and everything. And no, they hired me because I was an idiot and I didn't know what I was doing.
Yeah, as far as Everett could see, HSBC was intentionally looking to hire idiots, and the only time that is an acceptable hiring strategy is if you're casting a baby food commercial. We need to hire, one of those tiny idiots who doesn't know what they're doing. Oh, a baby. Sorry, a baby. That's the word. We need to hire a baby. And while HSBC was going through the motions of compliance publicly, internally, they were going to egregious lengths to avoid it altogether. For example, the Treasury keeps a list of sanctioned organizations that banks aren't allowed to do business with. On that list is a company called Tajka, which has had ties to Hezbollah. HSBC system should have automatically flagged any transactions involving Tajka, and yet even a self-described idiot who didn't know what he was doing could quickly see that the bank was processing thousands of dollars for them. And I'll let him describe how he discovered it and what he did next.
I noticed they were putting little dots and dashes in the actual names in the wire filter. So for instance, if you had Tajiko that was sending money from Hezbollah to some other organization, instead of TAJCO that's the normal name for it, in the HSBC wire filter, it would be TAJ.CO or TAJ-CO. And that's how they criminally manipulated the wire filter to allow money laundering for terrorists and drug cartels. This is why 3 weeks in, I started passing information to the CIA.
Fuck yeah, you did! That is great news for him, and frankly, terrible news for whoever thought it was a good idea to hire an aspiring CIA officer to oversee your extremely lazy attempts to launder money for criminals. And once the government started poking around within HSBC, they quickly found some pretty compelling evidence.
Internal documents show HSBC executives knew exactly what they were doing. We are allowing organized criminals to launder their money, wrote one executive.
Wow! It is hard to imagine how the evidence could get more damning than that, unless maybe the email signature included the phrase "sent from my crime phone," followed by the shh emoji. And yet, incredibly, the government brought no charges against individuals. The bank itself just got a DPA, and the terms of it seems more than a little weak. For example, it agreed to pay a fine of almost $2 billion, which might sound like a lot until you remember they made over $13 billion in profits that year alone. And look, maybe the DOJ really thought that a hefty but entirely manageable fine would make HSBC change their ways. And the bank did agree to monitoring, and apparently even issued their US-based staff certificates with little parrots on them reading, "I am a changed bird." But were they? Because even that monitoring program illustrates something immensely frustrating here. Because DPAs aren't criminal proceedings, monitoring reports on whether or not companies are complying aren't required to be public record. So we don't really know what HSBC did to clean up its act. But the glimpses we got during that period aren't great. As in the bank's own annual report, they openly admitted that their monitor expressed significant concerns about the pace of their progress and instances of potential financial crime. But despite that, their DPA expired as planned at the end of 2017, and the government dropped all charges against them. So they were in the clear until the very next month when this happened.
HSBC is said to have agreed to pay $100 million to resolve a U.S. Justice Department investigation into the rigging of currency rates. A source tells Bloomberg the deal includes a deferred prosecution agreement and a promise to help with the criminal case against former traders.
Yeah, they were caught again and they got another DPA. That is ridiculous. At this point, it's not even a deferred prosecution agreement. It's more like prosecutorial edging. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Let the government come. And that is the thing here. DPAs and their associated fines have now become a routine cost of doing business, which is a real problem because the stakes can be incredibly high, which brings us to our final company, Boeing. Last year, we did a whole segment about its fall from grace and discussed their infamous 737 MAX planes, which have been involved in 2 devastating crashes that killed 346 people. I won't recap the whole thing, but suffice to say, there were flaws with the aircraft's design, and they weren't exactly a secret within the company.
The 737 MAX became Boeing's best-selling jet ever. But in 2017, just as the planes were taking to the skies worldwide, a Boeing employee sent this message to a colleague. This airplane is designed by clowns, who in turn are supervised by monkeys. Other employees calling the design is poor and comparing the fixes to patching a leaky boat. In October 2018, Lion Air Flight 610, 737 MAX, crashed, killing 189 people on board. In May of that year, as Boeing was pursuing FAA approval for the MAX flight simulator, one test pilot wrote, "I'll be shocked if the FAA approves this turd."
Yeah, it seems like the only real disagreement within Boeing was on what hilarious language to use when describing their catastrophic products. Okay, so we got piss poor, leaky boat, turd. You know, can someone get GM on the phone and see if we can borrow Kevorkian-esque from them? I kind of like the sound of that. Following those crashes, Boeing entered into a DPA in 2021, admitting to misrepresentations to regulators about a key software feature tied to the crashes. It also agreed to pay a fine and show 3 years of good behavior in exchange for avoiding prosecution. It's agreement that many felt was toothless, especially given that one judge involved with the case later called what Boeing had done the deadliest corporate crime in US history. And following that DPA, things didn't seem to improve much at Boeing because by the start of 2024, just 2 days before their 3-year probationary period was set to end, this happened.
What was supposed to be a short trip from Portland to Ontario, California for Garrett Cunningham turned out to be one of the most frightening experiences of his life.
A gush of air. I look to my left, and part of the plane is gone.
Yeah, not ideal. It is never good when you feel a sudden gush of air on a flight. Even if the plane hasn't just cracked open, odds are it's going to be the toddler in the seat behind you breathing directly on your face, or your seatmate cracking the lid on a tub of tuna salad they brought with them. There is no surprise whoosh of air that brings good tidings in a metal sky can. But in this case, yeah, a door plug blew off a 737 MAX mid-flight, an incident that was a clear indication, according to the DOJ, Boeing had violated its initial DPA. But instead of then prosecuting them, the DOJ offered them a plea deal, which just required them to pay another fine, boost their spending on safety and compliance programs, and report to an independent monitor overseeing their compliance. And this understandably angered some of the family members of crash victims. Here was the mother of one of them summing it all up.
It seems that beginning of January, just 2 days before the expiration of the DPA, oops, I did it again. This is Boeing sound. Oops, I did it again.
Yeah, that woman's outrage is completely justified, and it's honestly smart to cite the musical canon of Britney Spears, given that Boeing essentially just pled not that innocent. But it gets worse, because this year, the Trump administration downgraded Boeing's punishment to a non-prosecution agreement, removing even the hypothetical chance of prosecuting them over this in the future, which is just completely infuriating, unless, I guess, you're this guy on CNBC who chose to announce the news like this.
The DOJ says it expects to file a written agreement with Boeing by the end of the week,
Should be viewed as good news. I wouldn't be surprised to see the stock move higher.
Yeah, great news, everyone. The stock should move higher. So I guess that's at least one thing that Boeing can keep in the fucking air. But even if that is good news for stockholders, it's clearly not great for anyone else, because while it means that Boeing does have to pay out an additional $444 million into a crash victims fund, they also avoid being branded a convicted felon and will no longer face oversight by an independent monitor, but instead will hire a compliance consultant. As one consumer rights advocate puts it, this deal isn't even a slap on the wrist, it's barely a feather on the wrist. Look, clearly, when it comes to corporate accountability, we have a problem here. Because a company engages in flagrant misbehavior, even putting evidence of it in writing, people get hurt, they're caught red-handed, the government finds them and says, you better not do that again, then they do, and the whole cycle restarts. This is not sustainable. And unfortunately, I wouldn't expect any of that to change for at least, say, 3.5 years. But it is worth asking for a hypothetical future when we have a government that isn't run by a pro-corruption felon. What could we be doing better to hold corporations accountable? Well, we could make DPAs more of a deterrent by making the fines much more serious and prosecuting executives a lot more often. We could also bring both DPAs and NPAs into the official legal system so that their monitoring would be more transparent and companies would build up records of misconduct instead of constantly getting to wipe their slate clean. But the hard truth here is, if we want more accountability, the government is going to have to show more willingness to prosecute repeat offenders, even if it affects a large company's ability to do business, which really doesn't seem too much to ask, because you've seen tonight just how much damage companies can do when they operate unchecked. And right now, we have a system where essentially corporations can, with very limited resistance, sell cars with a surprise off button, operate as a haven for blood money, and build planes that unbuild themselves in the sky. And I'd argue that to not make significant changes to a system like this is, quote, GM's most cursed PowerPoint of all time, fucking maniacal.
How am I supposed to present it? When you assaulted me! When you assaulted me! How am I supposed to present it to you? How dare you!
Hello, buddies. We start my stream now.
Our main story tonight concerns gangs, something Tampa